in there, just wide of that gully fielder. Flashing blade, fortuitous boundary. 10 without loss. A few days off, I heard stories of the crew going to the beaches and having a grand old time. Can't blame them. They do work extremely hard when cricket is on. Last ball of that previous over, some width offered, yes, but that flashing blade was ominously close to Ruston Chase. Tall man has a great flight span. And some inward movement there from Jaden Seals.
Yeah, he's got Amir Django in at that short leg position. It was Kamara Roach that picked up Pathum Nasanka in his first over in that position. He's a lot closer, it seems like, here to Jaden Seals. There's extra bounce. Is there a bit of extra bounce in this pitch?
Yeah, comfortably out of his crease. We did deduce a few things from the first innings with Madushka and his very similar dismissal type. You look at that front foot just going across, and so it affects his ability to access the ball. That was a brilliant delivery though from Alzari Joseph. And then second innings even further away, and a similar dismissal type. Came a Roach on that occasion. We'll have a closer inspection of it with a split screen, so you can see exactly what is happening with that left foot. And if it goes too far across to the offside, and maybe the head falling over slightly. Have a look at that left foot and what it does from your trigger movement, and then that first movement after that, the tendency to go across and just keeping that head position. The head position isn't altogether bad. It's not too bad, to be honest. You just can't afford to miss those deliveries. Exceptional work there. Yeah, that's going to be another boundary. Dribbles there now for Udara. This one confident and controlled more than the first.
Yeah, you can't bowl there to these Sri Lankan batters. Very strong off the pads. That one's whipped away. Big open spaces on the onside. West Indies attacking here. A good confident shot. A bit aerial, but wristy. You see a lot of wristy play from these subcontinent players.
Remember area, buddy.
Yeah, Madushka would no doubt have looked at those dismissals. You can see that front foot coming across the second innings more than the first innings. That also has to do with the line of the ball. It's more outside off stump, so you could understand movement further across. And that is where your technique as an opening batter, especially because that's when there'll be the most lateral movement and swing, comes under scrutiny every time you bat. 15 without loss.
Let's wait for Shamar, boys.
Yeah, 15 after 3. That's a healthy start for Sri Lanka. Very famous landmark here in Antigua as well. Devil's Bridge. The young ones are in. Really nice to see. First hour of a test match first day, Mali, so pivotal.
Yeah, what we're seeing, even, I love that little piece you did there on Madushka and his technique and his dismissals. I think what's really benefited the West Indies is having such a varied fast bowling attack, each offering opposing different challenges. Once again, Shamar Joseph slightly more skiddy, that quicker, the ball just quicker through the air, lower trajectory, asking different questions of the batters here.
Taken straight to the fielder. Seems as though it's Brandon King. There was width on offer, but he couldn't keep it down. Madushka perishes again. An early strike for the West Indies, and he smiles. And I love that smile as well.
Yeah, that would be disappointing for the Sri Lankans, winning the toss, choosing to bat first. And Madushka would think he's just given his wicket away there in quite good batting conditions. To be fair, Sammy, I think we haven't seen too much going on with the ball, but Madushka has to go for just 6. It's 15 for 1.
Vastly experienced Dinesh Chandimal, one of the standout players. There was that century from their captain, half century for Chandimal, and he was the lone man standing in the second innings. Boy, oh boy, don't they need him now more than ever. Can he be that rock, that pillar for them? Early strike, Shamar Joseph, exactly what West Indies wanted. Have a look at his record and what he's been able to do since 2022 as well. Remarkable for Sri Lanka. It's been a pillar. Testing start.
Yeah, Chandimal in here, former captain of the Sri Lankan team. This was the wicket though, short and wide. Didn't quite get on top of that one, did Madushka. So he goes this time, going caught. Brandon King takes a sharp catch. And the Sri Lankans up against it once again here early. They would have been hoping to at least see off this new ball.
Just peering through the glass where we're positioned, Mali and viewers, and I'm looking at where Brandon King is positioned. Very square. Usually they're a little bit further behind with the new ball and the fast bowlers. So this is really good field positioning. I don't know if it's Brandon King himself or Ruston Chase or the bowler or combination, but usually they're positioned a little further behind, and maybe he might have had to dive to his right. That seems to be outside off stump. Paul Rifle concurs. Yeah, and they concur as well.
Asking those questions. Keep asking those
Yeah, that was a good
questions,
decision. Good delivery from Shamar Joseph. Once again, targeting the stumps. Quick through the air, beating for pace with Shandamar. We've seen that in the previous test match as well. On a good length, inward movement, just getting that pad outside the line of that off stump. It was close, but it was just outside. Good stuff this from the West Indies.
Missed the inside edge and outside the line of off stump. Nothing going for Shamar Joseph there. A wicket maiden for Shamar Joseph. 15 for 1. Madushka, the solitary batter, dismissed so far. Early into the first morning of the test match, inside the first 20 minutes. West Indies with their tails up. Jayden Seales searching for his 100th test wicket. Sometimes too, Mali, you would know as well when you're on the cusp of a landmark or a milestone. Sometimes you overthink it. You get a little bit too anxious when you want it to happen so badly. Would be the second quickest 100 test wickets once he gets there in terms of balls bowled, and certainly the third youngest among all West Indians. Jayden Seales want to get that desperately.
Yeah, that record tells you the impact he's made in his short career so far. He's right there with all the other West Indian great fast bowlers in terms of wickets taken at this stage of his career. But so far, I don't think he's established the outswinger as he would have liked. This pitch hasn't quite behaved in the manner I thought it would have. Just 4.2 overs. It's looking like very good batting conditions here. Bit of movement now. He's starting to establish that outswinger, that breeze, going from left to right, east to west here at the North Sound. And I think if a few more catches had been held in that first test, Jayden Seales probably would have been the quickest to pick up the 100 wickets in terms of balls bowled. But I'm sure he's not thinking about that at this point in time.
I'm sure the current record holder could argue that same point, Mali, if wishes were horses. You're not fully able, as you so rightly pointed out, to get that line going that challenges that outside edge. Get your merchandise as well readily available. I love it. Yes, show that off. Friday at the cricket, no better place to be. Maybe one of the 365 beaches would be a close competitor. Yeah, shout out to all the crew, producer, director, all of them who went to the beach over the last few days. I saw a few of them with some tanned bodies. Yeah, that's where they were positioned. Having a few beverages along the way, wonderful.
Sounds like you didn't go, Sammy P. Sounds like you had your feet up.
Yeah, I was busy preparing for this test match. Some of us work. Another maiden, 15 for 1. What a spot to be. Wow. Envious. Now that's the wind direction, and a healthy speed as well, and a perfectly manicured outfield. That's the area, that's the corridor, Mali.
Yeah, and we just saw that illustration of the breeze across this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. That one just held its line. Chandimal forced into playing, thinking it's coming in. Have a look at that. Hands get away from the body, but that's good bowling from Shamar Joseph. Wobble seam as well. One just holding its line, as you see Chandimal saying, yeah, that just held. So he's got to be cognizant of what to play and what to leave here.
Yeah, there's some exaggerated lateral movement. There are some fissures on this surface, no doubt, with increase in size as we go deeper into this test match. And so West Indies would want to take note of that. Look at that movement, pronounced.
A big movement. Chandimal did well to keep that down, actually. Django's in at that short leg position just for that. I don't think he knew too much about it, but got the result that he wanted. Crashing into the gloves there. Bit of pace from Shamar Joseph, and he's relentless almost in his nature when he's in this kind of form. The physio's going to come out, though, to have a look at those fingers of Chandimal. He took an almighty blow on the hand.
Yeah, the one wicket to go down. Madushka going after a wide one and finding Brandon King, who was perfectly positioned. Maybe didn't see it from the get-go, but adapted and adjusted his hands well. Yeah, that bottom hand of Dinesh Chandimal, the right hand, taking a heavy blow. Udara in only his third test match with 9, and Chandimal, the experienced Sri Lankan batter, very new to the crease. West Indies looking to make further inroads. Yeah, just look at that bottom hand. He did well to take the hand off the bat. Yeah, that can be very painful. The thumb of that bottom hand has additional protection as compared to the top hand, because that's usually where the hand, rather, where you get strike or struck more often.
And he won't be feeling that way now, but luckily for him, the ball thudded into the gloves and not into that handle of that bat. It was very close, especially with Django in position. It's been very difficult to keep that down, but hitting the gloves, it almost just killed all the momentum out of the delivery.
Yeah, sometimes after deliveries like those, you're a little bit tentative, you prod indeterminately. Grassroots cricket, and that's where it all starts. At that age, when you can capture the interest of these children, capture, then nurture. That should be the mantra. Once they fall in love with the sport, you can refine their skills thereafter, and they'd look up to this man. He would be inspiring many of the young Antiguans based on his body of work.
Yes, one shot here, Dan, come on. Off it.
Yeah, shout out to all of the coaches who work at that level, at that developmental level, across territories.
Double.
requires a lot of patience when you're working with that age group. But when you miss them at that age, you typically miss them for life. Kimo Paul in the West Indian squad on the field as a substitute fielder. Nice to see him back in the fray. 2016 on the 19 World Cup winner, Kimo Paul. A little bit uppish again. We'll get a couple.
Batters react this way when facing up to Shamar Joseph's deliveries. It only says 139 Ks. I say only, just under 140. But you tend to see batters hop around quite a bit when Shamar Joseph has ball in hand. We saw it in Australia. And we've continued to see it throughout his international career. Have a look at that. Not the tallest of fast bowlers, Shamar Joseph. Look at the batter, 2 feet off the ground, trying to get on top of that one.
Defended in the end, 18 for 1.
Quiet start in this first half hour of the second test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. West Indies already with a wicket, that of Madushka. Will we see a wind of change in this first session? Jaden Seals in his 4th over. Warning to Jimmy Adams, former West Indies captain. There were some changes across both teams. Did any surprise you at all?
Surprise, no. Happy to see Sri Lanka feeling confident enough to play the left-arm spinner, Jayasuriya. I think it would be good to see just how well he copes with conditions outside of Sri Lanka. West Indies pretty much expected. Chase was always going to come back, so the Silver had to sit. And with Kemar Roach having that little hamstring niggle, it was a like-for-like with Anderson Phillip. Big opportunity for Anderson Phillip. He has generally been the extra seamer on tours recently, so he would be really pumped up, and I would expect very excited about another opportunity here.
Yeah, Phillips with 6 test matches in 4 years. Quite sporadic, his opportunity to play this format for the West Indies. And is so close to that outside edge. You can understand why Chandimal is playing at that delivery. Gets the ball generally to go away from the right-hander, but occasionally there are ones that will straighten. That one went away.
A good line, a tighter line. Maybe not been as consistent on that line this morning since he began, Jaden Seals, but that really is where he wants to pitch his tent and just live on that line and that length.
Significantly for Sri Lanka, Isita Wijasundara gets a chance to play test match cricket. And that's a significant moment in his career. Right-hand fast bowler, he can also bat too. He will want to make an impact, a lasting impression in his very first test match. Test player 171 for Sri Lanka, Wijasundara. Some extra bounce. Yeah, with you when you make reference to Prabhat Jayasuriya, the left-arm orthodox spinner, didn't play in the first test match. Has had tremendous success for Sri Lanka in Sri Lanka. From his 22 test matches, 122 wickets. So I'm sure he will play a part with the ball. Maiden over, 18 for 1. $18 for 1. Sri Lanka without Pathum Nissanka. Had to leave for the United Kingdom to operate on his wrists. I'm told that operation is necessary so that he can be ready to play against India in the next test series that is lined up for Sri Lanka. Punched away with an open blade. There was a slight bit of room on that delivery. And Udara gets 4.
Well, the West Indies strengthening their cordon for this Shamar Joseph over bringing an extra gully. But Udara was equal to the task. Given room and quite happy to open the blade and go aerial. Easily clearing the 2 men positioned in the gully. King, Brandon King, who took the first catch, and his captain Ruston Chase.
Hey, look at that decision from Sri Lanka to bat first. We've been talking about Prabhat Jayasuriya. I'm sure his inclusion would have prompted Sri Lanka to bat first to a certain extent. Again, when you look at the surface, no real demons there in batting first and choosing that option. You'd expect on the first day of a test match for there to be a little more moisture, a little more activity for the fast bowlers.
Yes, Darren, it might not have been the only reason to bat first, because I do think that this wicket will be very good for batting post-lunch for the end of the day and maybe all of day 2, part of day 3. But certainly having a quality spinner will make you a little more reassured as captain that if we are bowling last, then we should have a man for all occasions. If there is anything in the wicket, any purchase, any turn, then we have someone who has shown the ability to win test matches on wickets that are helpful.
Nicely worked through the onside. Very controlled on that occasion. Dara with a nice start in this test match. Suro, we spoke about how prolific he's been as a wicket taker. But outside of Sri Lanka, he hasn't been as effective as when he plays at home with those Sri Lankan conditions. He will desperately want to change those numbers outside of Sri Lanka. Also felt when looking at the Sri Lankan squad before the start of this test match, Vishwa Fernando, the left-arm seamer, to me would have been a viable option. But I understand he has a back injury, still recovering. So probably not considered for this test match. Yeah, that's their test squad. Vishwa Fernando, the left-arm seamer, who's played a fair amount of test match cricket, has a fair amount of experience, did very well in South Africa. That's another wicket. He's found the man. Brandon King once more with a safe pair of hands. And it's the experienced Chandimal that will have to trudge back to the pavilion.
Full into leg, and without thinking of keeping it down, Chandimal whipping it straight into the eager hands of Brandon King. And this is the wicket that the West Indies would have wanted. Shamar Joseph really excited, and the experienced Chandimal has to go for one. It's 25 for 2.
Kamindu Mendes, new Sri Lankan batter. Healthy average, prolific scorer of runs in test match cricket. Yeah, quite an innocuous delivery from Shamar Joseph. That should have been dispatched by Dinesh Chandimal. Had all the time in the world to play it a little bit later, maybe behind square. Chipped it in front of square. And there was Brandon King, ready and efficient with his safe pair of hands. 2 wickets now for Shamar Joseph. You look at the dismissal of Madushka and Chandimal. No significant contribution from the surface in those dismissals. Really self-inflicted, you can say, from the Sri Lankan top order batters.
Both wickets coming from shots that could have been kept down, and I think both batsmen would be reflecting and thinking they could have done and should have done better. The West Indies will be over the moon. As you said, there hasn't been anything significant from the surface. This morning there have been no demons, and most test batsmen would be thinking, let me get myself in and really look to cash in as we get a bird's eye view of the wicket before start of play this morning. Some cracks that might open up as the game goes on. We'll see. We'll have to wait and see. But certainly this morning, it's been a really even wicket.
Extra bounce. We've seen that on a couple of occasions. From Shamar Joseph, now from Jaden Seals. Short of a good length. Just seeming away with that significant bounce. That's uncomfortable.
Jaden Seals electing to remove his man under the lid at forward short leg, opting instead for man short cover. Amir Jangu. Sure, with the protection he has on the offside, no, it should give him the confidence to bring his length a little bit closer to the batsman, try and induce a drive. We've seen 2 shots so far this morning that have brought wickets through batsmen not being able to keep the ball down. Might be a sign of things to come. but he's got 3 slips on the gully behind the wicket, backward point. Now he has a man at short cover catching as well.
West Indies will know that Nahiro Udara is quite inexperienced in Test match cricket, but he has a wealth of experience in first-class cricket, though. Over 8,500 first-class runs, 19 first-class centuries. Scores a century every 6.5 first-class match that he plays, so his conversion rate is quite good. Averages over 40 in first-class cricket. Didn't get too many runs in that warm-up game that they played against the West Indies 11 prior to the Test series. But he's looking very organized. Another maiden over, 25 for 2. Dhananjaya De Silva with a century in that first Test match and score in the second innings. And Chandimal, 97 runs in that first Test. He's already been dismissed just for 1. That's a big plus for the West Indies. And they've got support, quite a bit of support here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, young and old.
Interesting. Shamar Joseph immediately going around the wicket to Kamindo Mendes, causing him a bit of problem in that first Test match. Error in judgment, leaving alone a delivery in that second innings. That, suffice to say, it was a bad leave. But an angle that has become very common in international cricket to left-handers nowadays, right-handers electing to go around the wicket. Kemar Roach, who's not playing this Test match, very skillful at bowling to left-handers from around the wicket. Leading edge just falling short of Kavim Hodge at third slip. This is good pressure from the West Indies.
And hands moving away from that front pad, reaching for the ball. Maybe an indication that the pace is a little bit on the slow side from the surface. Luckily, that bat blade didn't close significantly to create more speed off the edge. Well, just dropping short of that slip cordon. So Shamar Joseph creating more challenges for the Sri Lankan batters.
We tend to concentrate a lot when we get situations like that on what the bowler has done. But credit to the man at third slip as well. Kavim Hodge is so disheartening for bowlers when they bowl their best deliveries, get that edge, and it sneaks through that slip cordon. Fielders don't particularly like it because sometimes it might hit you on the wrist or the forearm, but it was good to see the commitment from Kavim Hodge to get his hands behind it. Beautifully driven by Udara. And just beating the fielder into the boundary. So an excellent push drive to bring up another boundary for Udara.
Keep your eyes on his hand speed. Wasn't rushing the ball, he was allowing the ball to come to him. He checked the shot because he knew he was early onto that front foot. And just to get the timing, he waited that split second. That's a top order batter adjusting to the conditions. In front, maybe height. With significantly more lateral movement on offer for Joseph. Roston Chase with a discussion. Will he go for the review? He goes for it now.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Can I have a look at the front and first, please? Just roll back once again. I can see a clear gap as the ball passes the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking whenever it is ready, please. Original decision is not out. Pitching outside of impact in line and wickets missing. Paul, you will be staying with your not out decision. Stand by. On screen now.
Very good decision initially from umpire Paul Rifle. That was the major concern with that delivery, the height. Remember, it's day one in this second test match, so a fresh pitch. West Indies losing a review. Everyone's looking for the ball. A comedic moment. Square leg umpire Hassan Raza had it pocketed. And a miss. Little break in concentration there from Udara. Good over from Joseph, 30 for 2.
Go.
Sri Lanka losing 2 wickets within the first 10 overs of this innings. After 5 overs from Jaden Seals from the Sandy Roberts end, in comes Alzari Joseph.
Just touch, just.
3 wickets overall for him in that first test match. One who is very aware of the conditions here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. More so because of his time out in the middle and the fact that he hails from Antigua and Barbuda. Maybe somewhere down there in the background. His hometown. Last ball of the previous over. Just a waft from Udara. Not ideal for a batter who is set on 22.
Good start this from Alzari. First 2 deliveries, bang on target. little bit of in-swing into the left-handed Camindo Mendes. Alzarri Joseph, who dismissed him in the first innings of the first test, caught at first slip. Be looking to repeat that here. West Indies applying a bit of early pressure here to Sri Lanka. 30 for 2 on this the first morning. Two slips on a gully, along with a backward point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and a fine leg for Alzarri Joseph, bowling his first over to the left-handed Camindo Mendes. Mendes coming into this test series with a test average of above 60, so good start to his international career.
Really keen to see the lengths that Alzarri focus on in this spell. Watching the first 10 overs of play, and bowling from the West Indies, generally speaking, good. But maybe I'd like that bias to be a little bit on the fuller side. The Hawkeye will show us the conglomeration from Joseph. That's Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals. Swing. Something we saw more so from Jaden Seals and now from Alzarri Joseph.
Just a hint of in-swing into the left-handed Mendes. And as a result, Ruston Chase moving his cover across to the onside. So Alzarri Joseph now has 3 on the leg side in front of square, with the cover coming across to a short man catching at mid-wicket. So setting a field for the conditions and the specifics of what Alzarri is delivering in this first over. Still the 2 slips on the gully behind catching.
Yeah, I like this. This is a proactive captain, Ruston Chase, thinking on his feet, recognizing what is on offer for Alzarri. Mindful, Camindo, of that delivery that straightens. Maiden over to start for Alzarri Joseph, 30 for 2. Yeah, that's Ruston Chase. Very animated. In discussion with Alzarri Joseph to have the alignment with the field. Maybe not happy with a thing or two about it. That last over, Ruston Chase, we spoke about him being proactive as a captain, maybe not in full alignment with his bowler, Alzarri Joseph. Probably wanted the extra feeler on the offside.
So another bowling change from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. It'll be Anderson Phillip to take up the attack, following on from Shamar Joseph, playing in this test match because of the injury to Kemar Roach.
Another fast bowler from Trinidad and Tobago. Anderson Phillip did mention that he did play 6 previous test matches over the course of 4 years. Bustling with his action. Loves to move the ball away from right-handers. That's his stock delivery. Have to be onside. Timed well enough to go into the boundary. So that's a release of pressure by Sri Lanka.
Dara quick onto that short ball, just rocking back, rolling his wrist, making sure he keeps it down and had enough on it to comfortably get into the square leg boundary. So his 5th boundary, Udara, and he's really batting well here. I like the fact that he's open and alive to scoring opportunities. Yes, he's facing good deliveries every now and again, but whenever he gets that opportunity, he's played a few nice cut shots, few through the onside. Good reply from Anderson Phillips. Udara is experienced enough to know that you will get the odd ball passing your outside edge in these conditions. Excellent delivery. You would have opened at this level. Darren, what goes through your mind when you have, you know, the odd ball going past that outside edge?
Just banking the memory. You can't allow that to dictate what is to come significantly. And again, I'm sure with data and data analytics, they'll know that Anderson Phillip will swing the ball away from right-handers. So as a right-handed batter, you're looking to play the line of the off-stump. You're looking to judge length, which delivery you can drive, which delivery you're in full control of to get runs, because his stock lengths are usually fuller on that good length band. So expect the odd drives or two to take pressure off yourself, but also be vigilant with the deliveries on or about the off stump. Don't be lured into playing a false stroke. And it was a half volley that could have been dispatched. It's a little bigger stride, better timing. Again, it's all dependent on how you feel, your rhythm, your form, your confidence as a batter too.
That's an interesting one. So sometimes you found that form could actually indicate how well you reacted to a ball beating that bat. It's interesting.
As they often say, your good day should be very close to your worst day as a batter in all aspects. Five from the over, 35 for 2. And after the first hour, time for a drink.
Yeah, first hour that the West Indies will be very happy with, no doubt, after losing the toss and being asked to bowl first. 2 wickets down this morning, a partnership forming between Udara and Kamindu Mendes. 2 wickets to be lost this morning for Sri Lanka. Madushka forced to go, unable to keep that one down. Brandon King, good adjustment on the catch there from him. And again, Brandon King was in action once more for that second wicket. Chandamal, very important wicket in the context of this match and the series, going very early just for one. Shamar Joseph again in combination with Brandon King to get that second wicket. So Sri Lanka currently 35 for 2. And you look at the pitch map this morning for the West Indies. Just looking at where they're pitching, number of deliveries in that good length area, few short, very few in that fuller length. Mali Richards alongside me, question to you, could West Indies have been a little bit fuller this morning?
Good morning, Stacey. And well, that graphic tells us 64% of the deliveries have been in that good area. You probably want 70 to 80, especially in these conditions. Yes, you want to mix it up. The West Indian fast bowlers are a bit quicker than the Sri Lankans. They'll test out that shorter area a bit more. But you maybe 5–10% more of those deliveries you want, just pitched in that good 6 to 8 meter area. Well, it was interesting, both wickets to Shamar Joseph here this morning. One off a short delivery and one off a fuller delivery. None of those wickets, I think, were in the 6 to 8 meter area so far. But there seems to be a more concerted effort from the West Indies, especially since the second innings of that first Test match, Stacey, and where they've just targeted the stumps a bit more.
Yeah, they did that largely in that second innings as well, proving to be a successful plan for West Indies. Had to make some changes today to their bowling. Shamar Joseph opening because of the absence of Kemar Roach. They're not quite ready yet, the umpires. They are ready to go now. And there you go again, Alzari Joseph into the action, looking to keep the stumps in play. And I must say, you know, that subtle growth in Alzari Joseph in this Test match. We'll speak more about that, but Kimo Paul on the field as a substitute fielder. Kimo Paul in the action there on the field for Jaden Seals. Two wickets were falling today, I think. Very good field setting, and there again, Amir Django in frame. New batter Kamindu Mendes in. Yeah, he's not happy with something, Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, I think we have a bit of a grumpy Alzari Joseph here on his home ground. Not sure what the issue is, but he's just got to temper that at this moment.
That's a ripper. That's probably a direct result of that grumpiness we just spoke about, Mali. But his speeds are up, and I just want to make reference to Alzari Joseph. Yeah, that's a ripper. He's able to get his bat out of the way in time. A really good take as well from Shehope, leaping and taking that one.
I was going to say, I don't mind a slightly grumpy or mean Alzari Joseph in this situation.
Nicely played down the ground, but very good fielding as well. So good support there from Shamar Joseph. But just making reference to Alzari Joseph and the subtle growth that I've seen in his planning and execution in this match. You look at his wickets in the first test match. A lot of the wickets bowled LBW, that one edge, but he largely kept the stumps in play. Yeah, that one again, excellent setup. The previous deliveries before. So it's an Alzari Joseph, you'll say, that has grown a lot. You've seen a lot of him, Mali. He's known for banging the ball into the surface. And there you go, right on cue. Fired up Alzari Joseph, but we've seen from that first test match the change in attacking the stumps more.
Have a look at the speeds. That one just under 147. Just one delivery remaining in this over. Alzari having a few issues out there. Just needs to temper the mentality at this stage. We do like seeing an angry fast bowler. It makes for a great spectacle. Not sure the Sri Lankans will be thinking that, but he's just got to stay even keel here, Alzari.
And a misfield, that's not going to please him one bit. Kimo Paul on the field for Jaden Seals. Yeah, already an Alzari Joseph who's not very happy. And then 3 runs being offered up on the last delivery. 42 for 2. Alzari Joseph just heading off the field, so Kimo Paul will remain because Jaden Seals is back on. But yeah, we saw that he's not happy with something. We're hoping that it's not a niggle, something further for West Indies to be concerned about. Kemar Roach already out with injury, but Anderson Phillip has a chance in this test match. Spoke a lot about his stint with, looking for a second. There's a quick one there, quick return there from Shamar Joseph. He decided quickly, Udara, that he was coming back for the second. I think he made it in the end. Yeah, quite comfortably.
Don't think Shea Hope managed to gather either. You see there, ball on the ground. Sharp 2 by the Sri Lankan pair. We know Shamar Joseph has a rocket arm. Maybe not the biggest of outfields.
Yeah, we're just on Anderson Phillip. We've already seen one occasion for West Indies where an unfortunate situation turned into a positive outcome with Amir Django replacing Shea Hope. Roach out in the second match. A chance for Anderson Phillip, who had a really good first-class season, 25 wickets at an average of 21. No doubt impressive there. Certainly will be looking to make a mark in this test match. Not a regular feature with the ball in hand. He had a stint with Lancashire in 2025. He spoke a lot about that Anderson Phillip and that contribution playing in that county setup, given how professional it is. Also credits his physical fitness and training regimen. Looking at his success in first class season.
Yeah, he's found chances really hard to come by at this level. But I think he's really made a stride, a positive stride over the past 12 months or so, as he said, Stacey. Maybe that's down to his stint in county cricket. But we're just starting to see him move the ball up consistently. Just there, threatening the outside edge. Anderson Phillip, at times, especially earlier in his career, didn't possess the ability to move the ball as much as he does now. We saw it in the first class season, as you said, second in the wicket-taking charts this season. And he troubled the majority of batters he faced with that relentlessness. You spoke about his fitness rate. He's probably one of the fittest players in the West Indies, if not the fittest. He'll run in all day, same intensity. But in those chances that he's been given, he's just struggled to really trouble international batters consistently. But he's been given another opportunity here today, and I think he's a much improved bowler. Bit of extra bounce there from Anderson Phillip. I think he's a much improved bowler, and he will, I think, in these conditions, prove to be a handful. Like Alzari just went off for a hydration break. Hopefully he'll be back in a delivery or so. Kemo Paul, substitute fielder on. And there's young Alzari, hopefully taking in all the action here today.
A slashing blade there from Kamindu Mendes. Picks up his first boundary of this match. 49 for 2. For 2. These two looking to form a partnership. Dara and Kamindu Mendes really needed Sri Lanka winning the toss, deciding to bat first. Just offering up a bit of width, and we've seen the Sri Lankans, any bit of width offered up, they're prepared to just throw their hands at it. That one luckily into the gap on that occasion. It was quite controlled as well from Kamindu Mendes. So Azari Joseph is back. Perhaps went to cool down a touch. And that one played into the gap as well. Kemo Paul unable to catch up with it. So back-to-back boundaries now for Sri Lanka.
And started this over after going off the field, Azari Joseph. He's just started with the 2 fielders on the onside. He's got a fine leg and mid-on. So it's a heavily fortified offside field. So we see another boundary to the Sri Lankans. Udara just continuing. He's played quite well here, playing his first match of the series.
Yeah, and it's a chance for him, really. Udara replacing Patham Nissanka. Udara probably wouldn't get a lot of opportunities given how well Nissanka has been at the top for Sri Lanka. So making the most of his opportunities are quite important. A good start so far. We're hoping to continue and convert. perhaps could even put some pressure on Madushka as well, who hasn't had the greatest of Test series so far.
Interesting that they've opted to take that short leg out, especially considering Alzari is the tallest of the West Indian fast bowlers here on the show. It's the one that gets a bit more bounce consistently. 38 from 50, Adara. He's played well. He's looked to score anything in his area. He's looked to pounce on. He's run well as well between the wickets. See Captain Rustin chase.
One is played uppishly, not in great control. Not timed well either. Won't get to the boundary, but safe enough because it was hit into space.
Yeah, I think in these conditions here, the West Indian bowlers will be best served not to go searching too much for wickets. We spoke about this in that first test, just building pressure, being able to string dots together from outside the off stump, being the foundation. And so far, just a little bit, the two lengths have crept in. It's either been short or full.
Yeah, particularly Alzari Joseph wasn't too happy with something, and after that his lengths have been, you know, a bit amorphous. It hasn't really had that structure. It's been up and down, sometimes attacking some, sometimes short. Clearly not the plan. We know that when he went off as well, Ravi Rampal, I like that very much. He was right there, shoulder, hand on his fast bowler shoulder, having a word with him, perhaps just telling him to calm down. You know, we still have this good start and we need to continue to build on it. So I really like that moment from Ravi Rampal. Yeah, 55 for 2. Yeah, just the 2 wickets falling to Shamar Joseph earlier. 55 for 2, Sri Lanka looking to fight back in this contest with a partnership. 2 capable batters there, you'll say, based on what I've seen of Udara in his 3rd test match. Handling himself quite well, has a start, and Kamindu Mendes, who came into this test series with a wonderful average of 62. And no doubt he'll want to leave the Caribbean with something to his name, Kamindu Mendes. And you've seen the spread of his runs. He's played in South Africa, of course he's played in Sri Lanka and England. And importantly, he scored runs outside Sri Lanka conditions, has 100 in England as well. So he'll want to best these conditions here in the Caribbean. Hasn't done so yet, even tracking back to the white ball series. Just 1 score of note, Kamindu. Gets on top of it nicely, but a good hand there from Brandon King, keeping it down there, able to come back for 2 as well.
Yeah, we haven't seen the best of Kamindu Mendes, have we, Stacey? And every now and again he plays a shot such as that, which illustrates the class and talent. You look at the record as well. Made a very good start to his test career. I think the next stage of his batting development will be finding a way to score runs when he's not at his best, when conditions don't absolutely suit as well. I think that goes for most batters in international cricket. But the start he's made, as you said, he's played in a multitude of conditions as well, around the world. England, South Africa, differing conditions. He's here in the West Indies. But these West Indian bowlers offer something a little bit different at home, especially here in these conditions. That extra bounce at times proves to be a real Achilles heel for batters who are more accustomed to the slower turning tracks of the subcontinent. Even with that defensive, it's a solid defensive. Good technique, very compact. And what, we're 15.4 overs in, a lot. This game will develop as the day goes on, but what just comes to my mind is the importance of Kemar Roach. How important is Kemar Roach to this West Indian bowling lineup? To me, he's the rock that everything is built around. You know more often than not what you're going to get out of Kemar Roach, especially with that ability to move the ball consistently. Not the paciest at this stage, Kemar Roach, but that ability to move the ball is what keeps him as successful as he has been at this level. That's the next stage for Anderson Phillip. We're seeing it. We're seeing him move the ball a bit more consistently, especially away from the right-handers.
Yeah, with offered, needed no second invitation there, Udara, who's well set. Ends that over with a boundary. Sri Lanka 62 for 2.
Done.
37 runs partnership between these two. Something that the Sri Lankans were searching for at the top of the order. Hoping that they can make this into a big one. But again, just too much width offered up. He's already out swinging the ball. Just started it a bit too wide and then not much pace to rush the batters.
No! No.
Yeah, this pair in particular, just struggling for a bit of consistency. Their line and lengths, Azari Joseph and Anderson Phillip. Have a look at this delivery. Bit of movement, but a bit too short and wide. That's sat up for Udara. That for bringing up his highest score in Test cricket so far. Just playing his third match. Yeah, it's important that they just string a few dots together here, Stacey, and try and build a bit of pressure in that way. I was maybe expecting a little more lateral movement. Not sure if it's that. We've had a little bit of rain around since the last test. This pitch not at its quickest just yet. I anticipate he'll quicken up as this match progresses.
Yeah, nice looking drive. Should have been stopped And again, Alzari Joseph, I'm pretty sure this is adding to what has been a frustrating start for him so far.
Yeah, just another misfield off the bowling of Alzari Joseph. Amir Jangu on this occasion. That one just maybe taking a bit of an awkward bounce off the square. Have a look at Alzari. He's about to blow his top, isn't he? Just got to keep it contained, though. Just struggling for a bit of consistency. Have a look at that record, Kamindu Mendes in Sri Lanka, averaging 64 and outside 54. So just to highlight your point, Stacey Ann. He's been good wherever he's played. He's just yet to conquer the West Indian frontier. Just his second test match here in the Caribbean, Kamindu Mendes. Especially without Nasanka, as you said, who's been such a star for Sri Lanka over the past 4 or 5 years or so. The importance of Mendes grows. You need him to put in a performance. Bat for long periods, wear this West Indian attack down. Attack missing its most skilled practitioner in Roach.
Driven nicely again. Won't get to the boundary, but does enough for 2. They're probably thinking 3, but Jaden Seals is onto it quickly. But astuteness in the drive and his defense, Kamindu Mendes, why he has such a good record so far in all conditions that he's played in. Of course, still trying to conquer the West Indies. Has a really good opportunity here, though, today, as he has a start.
You can see why he's been successful in a multitude of conditions. That technique, it's solid. It's a repeatable backlift. Short, compact. Doesn't get the hands too far away from his body. Have a look at this run rate. Once again, the Sri Lankans scoring at a good clip.
Just 4 coming from it, 66 for 2.
Partnership of 41 between these two have taken Sri Lanka to 66 for 2. Very good recovery, decision making, patience, temperament being displayed. Second leading wicket taker in this recent first class season. Anderson Phillip continues from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Return to test match cricket for him. And that's our vantage point, or similar to where we're positioned. Yeah, that's width. There is protection out there, so just a couple. Jimmy Adams slots in alongside me. This little recovery from Sri Lanka looks good.
I've been really impressed with the way in which they've managed to combine real solid defense on good deliveries, but always with the intent to score. Anytime they've been offered width or length, they've been very aggressive, very quick to pounce on anything loose. I think on the other side of the coin, the West Indies wouldn't be too happy with how things have gone since the resumption after the water break. Hasn't been as consistent as they would have liked. Certainly, they've offered up a bit of width to the Sri Lankans. Udara looking the part very early in his test career. He's been around for a while, in his early 30s. Now approaching what would be his first test half century, highest score previously being 40. Kamindo Mendes looking compact, looking very much a test player.
They're pretty much a hit the deck type bowler, Anderson Phillip. Looking for some bit of assistance from the surface. Doesn't really swing the ball that much, but he is persistent and relentless. A very hard worker. There's some information being passed, some questions asked between these two. Nice to see the more established fast bowler lending that support. And they're well positioned at mid-on and mid-off. Alzari Joseph to Phillips left and beg your pardon. Shamar Joseph to his right. That's his speeds so far. Right, wrong the wicket to Kamindo Mendes. Jimmy, the importance of having key figures in close proximity to bowlers, especially at the start of their careers, who are still understanding the requirements at this level.
Hugely important, Sammy. You can't discount having that sort of working knowledge just within speaking distance. You know, Anderson Phillips still finding his feet at this level. International cricket, there's two elder seamers on either side of him. Short mid-wicket, lurking for the left-handed Kamindo Mendes. Just making sure that it keeps Kamindo Mendes honest if he does decide to go for that clip through mid-wicket. Amir Django, the man lurking. Short extra cover as well, Brandon King. Stationary, catching. Single to finish the 18th over at 70 for 2.
Couple early strikes for the West Indies at 15 and 25, blunted since then. And those 2 wickets falling to Shamar Joseph. Exceptional strike rate in Test match cricket. Jaden Seals makes a return. Yeah, there is some swing, but it's met the middle of that bat from Kamindo Mendes. All along the carpet, glorious.
Excellent batting from the Sri Lankan left-hander. Just a little bit too full on length, Jaden Seals. Kamindo Mendes just presenting the full face of the bat. No great flourish, just a punch straight back down the wicket for his second boundary.
Joshua De Silva assisting on the sidelines for this Test match. And this is what the Sri Lankans are known for, that fight back, that indomitable spirit. Spoke to Gary Kirsten at the start of the game, and that's something that he's spoken about, to show character. He's still gathering information, Jimmy. Newly appointed, his first assignment as head coach. Obviously, you want to get a feel of the landscape before you start implementing some of your own plans. That's a sensible way anyway to do it, as opposed to going immediately, immersing yourself and trying to make changes straight away. So he said that he's still gathering information about this team, where they are developmentally, understanding the framework back at home, and trying to make incremental changes to get this team moving in an upward trajectory. We know that they are a proud cricketing nation, generated some of the greats of world cricket, but he has a task on his hand, doesn't he?
Oh, for sure. He has worked in the subcontinent before successfully with India, but this is a different culture, and I'm sure that on top of immersing himself in what would be for him a new culture, also just getting to know his players. And for them to get to know him as well. It's really important, that relationship between coach and players, and everything that you do tends to be built on the strength of those relationships. Communication as well, depending on how well you've bonded with your teammates, your players. And he's been around long enough to know the value of these, as you said, these incremental approaches. But sure, by the time this tour is finished, he would have had a wealth of information to work with. Jaden Seals now electing to go over the wicket to the left-handed Mendes. Drops his square leg to deep square leg. So maybe he might be thinking about employing a few more short pitch deliveries. .50 partnership to end the 19th is 76 for 2. Umpire signaling no ball, so we will have another delivery to potentially complete this over. Clearly over the line, Jaden Seals.
Yeah, the auto no ball being implemented, so the television umpire feeds that data. So that's why there is a delay. It allows the on-field umpire to focus down the wicket. It's so difficult to look at the line to see where that bowler lands, to make that decision with a no ball or not, and then also down at the other end to figure out if it's LBW or a caught behind, etc. Now it's the end of the over. It remains at 77 for 2. This is where the ICC World Test Championship table is at the moment. Sri Lanka in 6th, West Indies in 8th position, Pakistan at the bottom. Look at the number of matches played as well, so factor that in. Yeah, confirmation of the 3rd wicket partnership, unbroken on 52 at the moment. Shamar Joseph back into the attack. And let's have a look at what the different bowlers have done. Average swing firstly this morning. Jaden Seals, as you expect, the highest degree of swing from him. Joseph, Phillip, and Shamar Joseph, who is more of a hit the deck type bowler, has the least amount of swing. But look at the deviation of the surface. He has the most. And that just goes to show that the different bowlers have their different strengths. And with that, they'll pose different challenges. Neatly tucked away. This looks like a maiden test match half-century for Udara. A man who's been around first-class cricket for such a long time, getting rewards at the highest level and approbations from all of his teammates. Wonderful knock from him so far.
He hasn't missed hardly anything today by way of balls that have been over-pitched, like that one from Shamar Joseph into leg and clipped confidently behind square. And a proud feeling for Udara, who has been around for a while. Good feeling for his coach as well. Hasn't missed out on anything loose this morning. Udara not having the best of games prior to the test match in the warm-up game, but he has been very, very selective this morning, very solid, very compact in his approach, and doing an excellent rebuilding job here in Antigua, having been at the end seeing both wickets fall this morning.
He looks very compact and organized as an opening batter. That's something that really has to be one of your strengths. His temperament seems to be good, given this opportunity here at the expense of the injured Pathum Nissanka. And when you get opportunities such as this, as we saw from Amir Django in that first test, so important that you cash in. Now that he's gotten this first milestone out of the way, he wants to push on, no doubt. Technique seems solid, temperament seems solid. A good little find again here for Sri Lanka. There's a good mentor to look up to in Gary Kirsten, who, Jimmy, you would know better than me. His sterling record in this format, characterized by that steely determination and grit.
Has always been looking to score, Udara, and working with width and length. Really happy to play balls square on the offside. Few delightful cuts, and anything near the pad has been more than up for it today. Brilliant 50. End of the 20th, 83 for 2.
Doesn't look too dissimilar from a famous ground in Sri Lanka, that of Gaul, that image. This partnership continuing to blossom. Yeah, that steely grit and determination, looking to pass on those tenets to his troops. Is also the challenge of being an all-format coach and having a different group of players slotting in and out, and to maintain that coaching philosophy. Does it change from one format to the other? How does it change, and how do you impart that from one group of players to the other? The evolution of this sport. Seals will continue. Continues over the wicket as well.
So the West Indies, having rotated their top 4 seamers since start of play, Seals into his 7th. Shamar Joseph having bowled 6 and 4 apiece for Alzari Joseph and Anderson Phillips. They would be desperately looking for at least another wicket before lunch. Lunch break now about 10 minutes away. Sri Lanka will be hoping to go into the session break without any further loss. Brilliantly punched to the offside again from Kamindo Mendes, who thinks about a third and in the end deciding not to.
And it pushes out, making contact under his eye, playing very late. The hallmark of his test match career so far and a healthy international average. I must admit, Jimmy, that footage of that barbecue just now didn't help the cause with lunch beckoning. Especially when you're trying a little bit of intermittent fasting.
Well, didn't really show us that much in the first test, did Kamindo Mendes, but he is beginning to show all of us here in the Caribbean who probably haven't seen that much of him, just why his international stats are as healthy as they are. It's very compact, prepared to wait, to allow the ball to come to him, generally showing the full face of the bat. And looking comfortable both on the front foot as well as the back foot. Driving again delightfully through the offside. Typical left-hander's response to a ball angled full outside the off stump. Another boundary for the young left-hander.
Absolutely glorious. Signature left-hander stroke. Well timed and placed to get another boundary. Just wonder if Jayden Seals will think about going around the wicket again. He stays over. Something to think about. Well played though, 89 for 2. Tegan Harbour in background. Important for economic activity here on the island. Just a few minutes before lunch, can West Indies grab another? Joseph continues. Nice and full. Pacey delivery from him. Just have a look at how he played and that soft hands that he's shown. Looking to wait on the ball, play just in front of him. Wonderful technique in these conditions. Not letting that hand get too far ahead of him or outside of him. So his technique is quite good, Jimmy.
Key there being he's willing to wait, allowing the ball to come onto him, keeping those hands right under his head. I think any batsman in his position, just having had to wait so long for opportunities, I think that is almost a natural motivating factor. If you start having concentration issues or focus issues in your innings, you start thinking about how hard you've had to work, how long you've had to wait. And you use that to keep you going through periods when maybe you might not be as fluent as you'd want to be. You might not be getting the runs that you want. But you think about how long I've waited to get here, to get this opportunity.
Yeah, the whole adage, success happens where preparation meets opportunity. And certainly for some of these guys, they've prepared well, and once they've gotten the opportunity, they've grasped with both hands. And that is part and parcel of international sports, being ready at any given moment, because you never can tell. Last minute injury, different combination required, situation of the series. Always be prepared, mentally and otherwise. Some extra bounce, we've seen that a few times this morning. He's played it well, gotten on top of it for the most part. His opening partner wasn't able to do that, Madushka, and hence caught at backward point. Last ball in this over, we still have, what, a couple minutes left, so we should get another over in. Single gives Kamindu the strike for what should be the last over before lunch on day one. 93 for 2. An innings of attrition and grit from these two. As a reminder, Sri Lanka won the toss and they elected to bat first. Took the responsibility to put a score on the board. 3 overs behind at the moment. West Indies seals for the final over before lunch on day 1. An easy single. Perhaps he wants to bowl at the right-hander more than the left. Let's see what this can bring. He wants the deep point to come and cut a single. 2 slips and a gully. That's an opportunity, my word. He is disappointed. You can hear his remarks, you can't be serious. He's searching for a 100th test match wicket. That's a bad, bad miss.
Excellent delivery from Jaden Seals, leaving the right-hander with enough carry, and Greaves going across the man at first slip, and in the end the ball sneaking between first and second for a boundary chance missed by the West Indies. Jaden Seals not happy. That would have been the perfect response for the West Indies going into the break. This is the last over before lunch. A reprieve for Udara.
Yeah, I think that they had too much time with that catch, so too much thinking and overthinking. And then in the end, neither of them went for it. Really comfortable height, not too much pace. Look at that, too much time to make the decision. And in the end, indecision.
Has to be the man in front. You always make sure that that second slip is outside and in front enough such that the first slip is not in his eye line, and the objective is always, if you see it, go for it.
No.
Justin Greaves, having made the decision to go, had to complete the attempt. John Campbell would have been put off initially and would simply be going across as almost a backup for Graves' attempt. How important could this be? Would really have made the West Indies' lunch had they gotten that wicket. Udara already on a half century and looking good.
Yeah, Brandon King has been good in the field. Saved 3 runs there for his team. Got an important left hand on that one. But again, that opportunity. Justin Greaves, the man in second slip. An understandable frustration for Jaden Seals. He's able to put that behind him. Luckily for him and the West Indies, they have a little break in which they can recalibrate. 99 runs scored so far in this session. A nice passage of play for Sri Lanka, comparatively speaking, from what we've seen from them in the first test. And they'll end the first session on day 1 of the second test on 99 for 2. And he'll reflect on what could have been an opportunity grasped, but a wonderful partnership for Sri Lanka. 74 between these two, resolute and quite stoic in their approach. Right hand, left hand combination working well. This is what we've come to know and expect from the Sri Lankans. A fight, a real fight, courageous. For the West Indians, they'll think about that opportunity. Shamar Joseph with a couple strikes early on at 15 and 25. But since then, it's been all Sri Lanka until that final over before lunch. Madushka went quite early, Chandimal as well, and Udara on 60, Kamindu on 30, partnership 74, Sri Lanka 99 for 2. Yeah, this partnership 74 at the moment. Contributions from both these. And still a lot of batting to come, so they'll feel vindicated with their decision to bat first at 99 for 2. No wickets for anyone except S. Joseph. Good economies though. 99 runs scored in 23 overs. All right, let's head pitch side with Gerard.
Shamar, 2 early wickets, but Sri Lanka recovered well. How do you assess the first session?
I just think staying into the basic helped us a lot. You know, we bowled to plan. You know, sticking bowling on top of the stump, try to make the batsman play as often as possible with the new ball.
Yeah, the pitch looked lively earlier this morning, but how has conditions changed as the ball gets older?
I still think the pitch have a lot to offer. It's just about being consistent and sticking to the plan as long as possible.
Sri Lanka, they have built a partnership. What's the key to breaking this partnership and then taking over again?
As I mentioned earlier, you know, stick to the areas, make the batsman play, you know, and try to get a wicket. And the moment you break the partnership, things change.
Thanks, Shamar.
Thank you a lot.
A lot of patience required from the West Indian bowlers, as does from the Sri Lankan batters. That's the session stats, 99 from 23 overs and a couple Sri Lankan wickets. We'll take a short break, and on the other side, we'll deconstruct the first session's play.
That is top class. He's completed the victory for the West Indies here in the first Test match.
Test cricket doesn't give you anything. It asks questions over and over again. And for 4 days in Antigua and Barbuda, West Indies and Sri Lanka kept answering. Sri Lanka struck first, not with the ball, but with belief. From 1 wicket down in the opening over, they fought. Dinesh Chandimal resisted. Captain Dhananjaya De Silva inspired. Every partnership earned. Every run contested. Then West Indies returned the favor. They didn't chase the game. They absorbed it like a sponge. Pressure became patience. Patience became control. Amir Jangu and Roston Chase. 2 innings built on trust. A record partnership. Centuries that didn't just pile on runs, they wore Sri Lanka down. Mentally, physically. By the time West Indies let go, the match already belonged to them.
Double century for Amir Jangu.
And then came the finish. Relentless, clinical, an innings and 217-run victory. Kimarosh reached 300 Test wickets, becoming just the 5th West Indies bowler to that landmark. Amir Jangu announced himself with a career-defining double century and was named the player of the match. Records fell. History was written, and West Indies claimed their first victory of this World Test Championship cycle in emphatic fashion. This match had everything: grit, emotion, milestones, passion, fight. It reminded us that Test cricket isn't won in moments, it's won through sessions, through patience, through resilience. West Indies now lead the series 1-0 and remain on course for their first Test series win since defeating Bangladesh in 2021. Sri Lanka, they have to wait a little longer for their first Test series win in the Caribbean. Will things end honours even, or will West Indies finish what they started? That answer comes at the end of the second Test.
Now on to the first session of the second Test match. A maiden Test match half-century from Lahuru Udara, setting things up nicely for Sri Lanka with the bat. But the session checked with 2 wickets from Shamar Joseph, and there was the possibility of a third, not taken by the West Indies. A brilliant partnership between Udara and Kamindu Mendes. 1 word, 74. Just tilting things in favor of the Sri Lankans as the West Indian bowlers got to work in this first session. Good pair of hands from Brandon King, completing 2 catches in that session. But the session highlight, of course, Udara, his defense, his ability to take control of the situation, and getting good support from Kamindu Mendes too, who came in after the loss of Dinesh Chandimal and batted Sri Lanka to safety in this all-important first session on day 1 of the second Test. Jaden Seals alongside Shamar Joseph, Alzari Joseph, and Anderson Phillip getting his first opportunity in the series. Couldn't prize any further wickets. That was the landmark for Udara. He will remember this for a long time. 9 fours in that innings, a strike rate of over 80. And he looked in good touch. That was a moment when the West Indies could have had a third. A little mix-up there with Graves and Campbell in the slip cordon. But Sri Lanka to safety at 99 for 2. Confirmation of what I just said. Udara on 60 from just 71 balls. Kamindu Mendes giving him good support. 30 from 42. That partnership of 74. For the West Indian bowlers, Jaden Seals still 1 away from 100 Test wickets.
2 wickets though to Shamar Joseph. So things have gone a little bit cloudy here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, but the brightness of my colleagues will continue to shine. Stacey and Adams, Marley Richards alongside me. Stacey, that session in favor of Sri Lanka, you would say?
Yes, certainly. Given the fact that they lost those 2 early wickets and then these 2 players are fighting back. The important thing is that there was fight in the innings, and I think that is what Sri Lanka needed in order to respond to West Indies being 1 up in the series. So good start from them. I'll give that first session to them.
Right, if you remember that first session in the first test, Sri Lanka, they were 95 for 3. Mali, that missed opportunity by the West Indies coming to the close of the first session, that would be painful for Jaden Seals and the West Indies.
Well, we saw quite a few missed chances in that first test that proved to be inconsequential. But here, Jaden Seals, once again, his wait for 100 test wickets continues. The West Indies have been a little disjointed for me in their bowling performances. Just a little too inconsistent with their lines and lengths, and just served up a few too many boundary balls. But I give credit to the Sri Lankans. They've done really well in the way they've come out, considering how they were blown away in that first test.
It was a back of a length delivery from Jaden Seals. Udara, the batter, just didn't negotiate that delivery well. But you look at the overall out cricket from the West Indies in that session, Stacey Ann, not where they would want to be.
Certainly not. And I said on air, it looks a bit amorphous out there because the structure that they had in that first test, particularly in that second innings, and they spoke so much about hitting those lines, hitting the wickets. But things just sort of fall apart, especially after Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals was out of operation. Anderson Phillip hadn't quite hit his length and line, and then Alzari Joseph a bit unhappy with what was happening out there, not too sure why, but they just needed to find that good structure, and they haven't quite found that yet, especially after that first hour.
Yeah, there were a few fumbles in the field. Amir Django, then the substitute fielder in that of Kimo Paul, also fumbling. Now let's take you back to the wickets that fell. Madushka was the first. Shamar Joseph, the bowler. What did he do wrong there on that occasion, Marley Richards?
Well, Madushka, he was looking to score, and that's something that we've seen from the Sri Lankans throughout this series so far. Still scoring at above 4, but he couldn't quite get on top of it. It was there to be hit. He just picked out the fielder. Short and wide from Shamar Joseph. He's looking for a boundary, but well-placed field there by the West Indies. Just putting Brandon King on square as opposed to behind, picked him out.
Yeah, and as an opening batter, short deliveries outside the off stump, you want to be putting that away to take the pressure off you, Stacey Ann. It's a delivery that was quite innocuous, a soft dismissal, you can say.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, Madushka, who's been short and run, certainly would have wanted to get that into the gap. You saw his expression, but again, well-set fields from Chase, particularly in that first tower, and Madushka just not able to get on top of it. You're seeing a lot of the shorter deliveries. There's uncertainty with the Sri Lankan batters, and I think that one probably should have looked to play it down instead of that open bat face straight to the fielder. Unfortunate there for him.
Well, Gordon Greenidge and Desmond Haynes will tell you, as an opening batter, you must walk with your cut shot and your pull shot in your armory. The second wicket to fall, Dinesh Chandimal, their most experienced batter, Mali, just playing one uppishly through that leg side.
Yeah, another delivery that wasn't in that 6 to 8 meter region. This was overpitched by Shamar Joseph. Dinesh Chandimal didn't quite get on top of that one once again. So it was a short delivery previously. This time, full ball, but didn't quite get on top of it. Fell over slightly, that weight falling across that off stump. In the end, picked out the fielder once again.
Again, the analysis, short of a length, pushing him back, creating that pressure, that extra bounce too, making it very uncomfortable for Chandimal. And then the element of surprise with the fuller delivery, that's smart. The sequencing of his deliveries to get that wicket is not about the wicket-taking delivery only. It's about the setup. And that is why Shamar Joseph has one of the highest strike rates as a test match bowler for bowlers beyond 50 test match wickets. That's very, very impressive. Sri Lanka, though, just shifting focus, would be delighted with the form and the score from Lahiru Udara. A maiden test match half century, and he really batted like a man beyond his age, Stacey Ann.
Yeah, well, he's 32 years old, hasn't had a lot of opportunities. And what's good to see is that those 2 wickets fell very early. You could easily have seen Sri Lanka just slip into the pressure, but he absorbed that pressure very well, and look at his strike rate as well. So it tells you that when there's opportunity to score, he's taking it. And I think a tremendous job from him so far, getting his maiden half century.
Viewers, and Mali hasn't had a lot of game time out in the middle here in the West Indies. In the practice game against the West Indies Select 11, he had 2 low scores below 10. What's your highlight from his innings?
Well, he's assessed the conditions really well here. I'm going to be honest, I expected maybe a bit more out of this pitch here in the first session or so, but it hasn't proved to be that way. It's proven to be yet another good batting track, and he's just taken what's been given to him. He's left well, he's ridden the bounce. We know how that extra bounce can prove to be a real problem for Sri Lankan batters, but he's left well, he's transferred that weight onto the front foot, and as you said, look at that strike rate. 9 4s already for him. They'll be hoping he can go a lot bigger as the day progresses.
Yeah, he's stitched together a nice partnership of 74 with Kamindu Mendes, who is well set on 30. Looking ahead, Stacey Ann, what can we expect in that second session, day 1?
Well, I think Sri Lanka for sure will want these 2 to continue to build this partnership that they have started so well with. West Indies, certainly, they'll need to find their line and length. I think that's as simple as they need to get, and be a bit more patient with their execution. I think out there, they just lack that penetrativeness that we saw in that first innings and first match, I beg your pardon. And the surface is good for batting. So you have to respect conditions and just get your line and length well and just try and build that discipline to trouble the batters a little bit more.
Mali, what's happening in that West Indian dressing room?
Well, I think the West Indies probably thought, well, there were a few raised eyebrows when Sri Lanka chose to bat first in these conditions, and the West Indies thought maybe they could blow away the Sri Lankan top order, but it hasn't proven to be the case. What we're going to need to see from the West Indian bowlers is stringing pressure, building dots, building that foundation outside the off stump in which you can force a mistake out of the Sri Lankan batters.
Well, one man who will be active in that West Indies dressing room is Roston Chase. We had a chance to get into his mind a little bit earlier.
This always say the first one is the most special, and having came here, that was the ideal goal, to get a first win and a series win. So we've taken 1 box, we've gone halfway so far. So the next thing in line is to get that series victory. So feeling great about that first win. So it's just to carry on and take that other box. Yeah, it was the first time in a long time that I really brought out the X. Even before I went out to bat, Jaden seriously told me he wants to see that X again. So when I went out there, I just had that in the back of my mind. I didn't want to think about it too much, but I know that the team was depending on me because we were in a bit of a tight position. As you said, I did score 100 in probably 6-7 years, and then to just come out of nowhere. I mean, I've played cricket recently, but I didn't really get a lot of runs. It's not to say that I've been a great vein of form, but it just goes to show that anything is possible, and once you keep putting in that hard work and have that belief in yourself and your ability, and also to have your teammates behind you despite whatever, it just goes to show that you can achieve anything in sports, and not only in sports, in life as well. So it's just to keep believing and keep striving to be excellent. I just want the guys to be consistent when they go there, just to give their best and always stay in the fight. Despite whatever, I know this test match was kind of a, I don't want to say an easy one, but things happen for us quite quickly. But it is not going to always be like that. It's not always going to be a bed of roses. So even in the tough times, you still have to stick to the plans, stick to the process, and you have to fight. It's test cricket. Guys are not going to just go out there and just give it away too easy. They're playing for something as well. So it's just to always stay in the fight and, as I said before, stay as consistent as possible. Once you consistently fire at something and give it all, it's only a matter of time before the results come.
It's one of the greatest feelings in the world when you can perform as an individual player and lead your side to victory. And that is exactly what Roston Chase did in the first test match with his 194 and then leading the West Indies to win by an innings and 217 runs. We continue to chat here with Stacey and Mali. Mali, how do you view Roston Chase as a leader?
That's an interesting question, DG. Obviously, he hasn't had the success just yet in the test arena, but I think he's very well respected by everyone in the Caribbean. For a long time, I thought he was the best cricketer, all-round cricketer in the Caribbean. I think he's a quiet leader who demands respect, but more so from how he goes about things, leading by example. I think a good illustration of his leadership today was how he handled Alzarri Joseph. There was a bit of remonstration going on. Things just looked like it was going to boil over, but he just stayed calm, assured. Joseph went off for 1 over, came back, and everything seems to be a thing of the past. So that was a good illustration there, a good snapshot of the type of leadership you can expect from Roston Chase.
And Stacey, staying with Roston Chase, haven't really seen him bowl a lot in this series. Will that come into play?
Yeah, I think certainly he's probably the only spinner in this lineup, and they'll definitely need him to bowl a few overs just to give the fast bowlers a rest. But they've looked at conditions and they've deliberated on the fact that most of the wickets falling here have gone to the pacer. So yes, he'll bowl eventually, especially with Kamindu Mendes there if nothing is happening. You'll certainly see him with the ball, but I think for now he'll stick with his pacers and see how much they can get out of the surface.
The success of a captain is also built on his relationship with his coach. To what extent that is important, the Chase-Sammy relationship?
Well, you can tell Chase is very tactically astute. There was probably a few problems with Alzarri in terms of the field placings earlier, but he went off to the backroom staff to have a chat. You know, we saw Ravi Rampal have a chat with him as well. So we're seeing a whole team effort. It's not just one person. It's a leadership group. And that came into effect today. So everyone plays their role in terms of managing the outfit.
Yeah, well, they would have had to make some bold decisions before this test. No Joshua De Silva in the side. Thank you, Mali Richards. Thank you, Stacey Adams, for your insights as we prepare for that second session on day 1. We will leave you with highlights of that classic back in 2018, West Indies, Sri Lanka, test number 2.
Welcome to the highlights of the second test match. It's day 1 between the Windies and Sri Lanka in the Cricket West Indies International Home Series 2018. A lot of grass on the surface, which helps to keep it and bind it together for the duration of a test match in recent years, but that looked as though it would offer pace and bounce to the seamers. The toss was won by Sri Lanka, and they chose to bat first.
Kusal Pereira will get another opportunity at the top of the innings.
Straight away on a length.
Oh, edge! It's taken. And that is his test career, just lasting 2 deliveries. Quick one from Gabriel.
Good delivery from Shannon Gabriel. In that corridor area, he had to play, but couldn't quite cover the line of the delivery. Another very good catch from the captain, Jason Holder, diving away to his right.
Not in control, but he's got to get runs. This time up and over. Played him on, and I think he's hit as well. That ball bounced, and I think it went off his arm.
Ricocheted onto the stumps. Yeah, that's painful. Very unfortunate for Dhananjaya De Silva.
Off the mark.
Nicely played, anticipating the bounce. Very controlled and well timed. Controlled and assured. This is another fine shot. He will get another boundary. Cut away. Nice shot. Taken. Well, the sameness continues. Kemar Roach created problems for Pereira in his first spell, and his first delivery of the second spell, he gets his man.
He's seeing the ball better, and he finds the edge. But in that first spell, whatever Kusal Pereira tried, it was missing that edge. 59 for 3.
Against Dinesh Chandimal.
Straight past the bowler. I just trickle into the boundary. That's fine. That's gone for 4. It's a fine deflection. Oh, Kusal Mendes playing the ramp. And mind you, this might be the last ball before lunch. Let's see. In fact, it is lunch. What a time to attempt it.
Should have been swallowed. Devon Smith looks at his compatriot at second slip as though he shadowed him.
Oh, he's clipped that away. No deep square leg. He's clipped that off the front, from the off stump. He's picked up 4.
He kept his shape quite beautifully on that one. Much more controlled.
Oh, this has gone up. This has gone up. The wicket keeper might get underneath it. He does. Jason Holder has struck. And Kusal Mendes looking to turn it. Possibly the bounce.
Lost control of it. Looking to work it away, and the leading edge. Just closed the bat on it too early. That's another loose delivery. That gets a treatment.
And that will be his half century. Only the third score of 50 or more by a Sri Lankan captain in the Caribbean. Brilliantly bowled by Shannon Gabriel. Brilliant. And a good solid catch at slip.
Swivel, he will get a boundary. It's a lush outfield, but the ball will race into the boundary line. Gone, taken. It was a little bit fuller.
He strikes straight away. Doesn't need to play at it. Look how far away it is. His feet have got him into no position.
Kusal Mendes 45. He gets runs, gets it fine. He's been the other batsman.
That's gonna be out straight into the hands of Dowrich. Look like it'll just be a matter of time.
Well wide of the off stump. Good sharp chance. Lakmal off the mark. Short and wide.
5-wicket haul, number 3 in Test match cricket for Shannon Gabriel. He's thinking about the review, Suranga Lakmal.
Clearly no bat. Let's go to ball tracking when ready, thank you. Pitching in line, impact in line, wickets hitting. You can stay with your decision.
We'll get back to that. Who's really ahead of the rest?
Oh, he's nailed it. He has gotten it away for 4, and it will take Dinesh Chandimal into the 90s.
hit anything crucial.
Okay, it's missed the front glove. It's clipped the bottom glove, but the hand is off the bat. Keep it going through.
Well, that's it. And he'll get it with a boundary. 100 to Dinesh Chandimal in trying circumstances. His 11th Test 100, second against the West Indies, and third as captain of Sri Lanka. And he's gone. Full delivery, had a waft at it, outside edge, and Dowrich did the rest.
Dinesh Chandimal is going to play a few shots now. Chandimal launching into it. Is that taken? It is. Now that's poor cricket by Lahiru Kumara.
79 overs and Sri Lanka bowled out for 253. They'll be a little bit disappointed having won the toss and chosen to bat, that they didn't put more on the board. But that 119 by Chandimal stands out like a beacon. He had to call on all his skills to play an exceptional innings.
The first ball of the Windies innings. Oh, there. Straight away, the evidence of bounce. Safely negotiated by the Windies.
Just a couple of overs to face for the Windies, and it was negotiated safely by Brathwaite and Smith.
That is top class.
is top class. So, one session completed here in this, the second test match between the West Indies and Sri Lanka at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. Sri Lanka having won the toss and electing to bat, and this is their story to date. 99 for 2 in 23 overs. Udara on 60, well supported by Kamindo Mendes, not out on 30. The batsmen to fall, Madushka and Chandimal. First half century for Udara, severe on any width that he was offered by the West Indian bowlers. Played some delightful shots and has really anchored this innings for the Sri Lankans, setting up what could be a really, really good first innings score. Just the 4 bowlers used by the West Indies. The success to Shamar Joseph, 2 for 31. Nothing for Seals, Alzari Joseph or Anderson Phillip. Ruston Chase keen to build on that first test win, looking for his first series win. I'm joined in the commentary box here by Stacey Adams, who has just come back from a good lunch. She looks very satisfied. Shamar Joseph, the bowler to get the 2 wickets. First one, Madushka caught at cover point by the West Indian Brandon King, and his second wicket, a sharp catch at mid-wicket again from King to give Shamar Joseph his second and the West Indies second wicket of the innings, and that was the only success for the West Indies in that session. Since then, it's been a 74-run partnership between Kamindo Mendes and Udara. Shamar Joseph electing to start with 2 slips on the gully. Deep backward point on the boundary, a cover mid-off, mid-on, a man just in front of square, and a fine leg. Light clouds overhead here in Antigua as we get ready for the start of session number 2. Shouts of catch him. Ball going agonizingly close to the man at gully, and not being able to stop the boundary of the first delivery.
Yeah, shouts of catch it. Wasn't in control at all. Udara forced ball back, just passing the diving hands of Ruston Chase. Kavim Hodge then trying to do the clean-up job, but I think it did crash into the boundary board. Umpire's just having a check to make sure, but just then I think he was in contact. There you go, just a foot on the boundary board as well as his hand.
Generally been a model of concentration. Udara, for the most part, managed to keep his hands very close to his body throughout his innings. Had a little bit of a hiccup in that last over before lunch, where he was dropped by the West Indies slip cord on ball, going between first and second slip, and just there, hands leaving him. That was the delivery from Jaden Seals that took the outside edge. And first slip, second slip, miscommunication. The end was 4 more runs and a very, very disappointed and animatedly disappointed Jaden Seals. Again, a little bit uppish from Udara through square cover. Just reaching for it, but West Indies deciding to use the point deep on the boundary. So no one there in a catching position. So important for Sri Lanka that this pair continue to build a really healthy partnership to set a competitive total for the West Indies, Stacey.
Yeah, certainly. And Sri Lanka, yeah, coming into this match, I think Sri Lanka would have looked at their options. Very thin, came here with a 17-man squad, ended up with 13. And I think when you look at their squad, I think their strength would predominantly be their batting, because they've really had to scramble for their fast bowlers. A number of their fast bowlers hurt, Kumara, Vishwa, Fernando as well. So they know that in order for them to get ahead of West Indies in this game, it's so important to get a big score on the board to allow their fast bowlers to get to work.
Five runs from the over, 104 for 2. A look at the Sri Lanka test squad. They're opting to play the spinner Jayasuriya for this test. Interesting decision, Stacey, you think?
Well, it's also possibly a forced decision as well when you look at the number of players that's been injured in this squad for Sri Lanka and sick as well. Ramesh Mendes actually ill. Yeah, so that's perhaps why they also decided to bat first. You know, perhaps thinking, you know, let's get that total on the board and force this game into a 5th day potentially, and hope that there is some assistance for the slower bowlers on the track.
Yeah, the pitch report this morning from Marley Richards. He was of the opinion that the cracks might open over time, and it might be conditions that could suit the left arm spin of Prabhas Jayasuriya. Anderson Phillip changing ends. He bowled from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end this morning, now operating from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Still getting a little bit of a waist swing. He will have the wind helping him, wind blowing from left to right from where we sit. Figures of none for 22 in his previous 4 overs, so not as consistent as he would have wanted this morning. Started well here.
Yeah, and that's a good area to bowl to Udara. Sometimes his hands just leave him when it's outside the off stump. That time he played it late, just allowed it to come to him, but we did see 2 deliveries played uppishly when Shamar Joseph bowled to him. But because Anderson Phillip doesn't have that much pace, it allows him that time to just get to him, Udara, But yeah, Anderson Phillip, a good start for him. I think he struggled with his line largely in that first spell. And the left and right hand combination as well didn't really help him. It's so important now for him to just continue stringing these deliveries in that particular part of the deck to the right-handed batter now that he has him on strike. So far his line has been really good in his comeback spell, a change of ends as well.
Yeah, drifting to leg, Anderson Phillip.
Yeah, you can see what he was trying to do here, Anderson Phillip. He bowled a few deliveries outside the off stump previously. Perhaps just looking to get this one to nip back in, but started it far too straight. So the line inexact and no one there, Udara, able to capitalize on it. That's been a good sign from him. Anything that's been offered up loose, he's been able to get maximum from it.
A dot ball to finish, 108 for 2. Partnership of 83 between Lahiro Udara on 69, Kamindo Mendes on 30, Shamar Joseph to continue from Curtly Ambrose end. Continuing to bowl around the wicket to the left-hander, had some success in the last test match bowling this angle to Kamindo Mendes. Electing to leave a delivery that was too close, misread it completely. Bowls a slightly fuller length consistently, does Shamar Joseph. Not a great swinger of the ball, tends to get anything that he will get from the wicket.
Yeah, that's this missile you were speaking of. Completely bamboozled Kamindo Mendes. It was the setup as well. What West Indies did so well in that first test. Able to just set up batters. That uncertainty coming in.
Attempted cut shot from Kamindo Mendes. Played a couple beautiful cut shots in the innings to date. It's a particular favorite of his, looking to go square of the wicket. The West Indies, though, have a man deep. Cover point, backward point deep on the boundary. West Indies having to negotiate this at play on a miss. Coming into this test match without their veteran banker Kimar Roach, how much of an impact do you think that has had on the West Indies attack today? As we look at ball going past the outside edge.
Yeah, he is certainly a great miss. Added to that, he brings a bit of difference. He sharply shapes the ball back into the right-handed batters. Number of bowlers that takes the ball away in this bowling lineup. So certainly a great miss, but they do have capable bowlers. Shamar Joseph has been rapid in this match so far, picked up those 2 wickets. Alzari Joseph as well, who has been good. Jaden Seals, but Anderson Phillip, who's come in, yet to quite find his line, but still very capable. He's coming in off the back of a really good first-class season. Yeah, but certainly that great man there picking up his 300 wickets in the previous test. A massive miss for them. Also that experience as well and control.
West Indies will be hoping that the likes of Shamar Joseph bowling here will take up that mantle left by Kimar Roach. Single to finish the over, 109 for 2.
Extra ball, Shama. Have extra ball to get one, Shama, boy.
So belatedly, no ball communicated from the third umpire. Confirmation that Shamar Joseph didn't have anything behind the line, which constitutes an illegal delivery. So he will have to repeat that delivery.
It's over.
26 gone, 110 for 2.
Come on, Mendes.
Statue of the great Sir Isaac Alexander Richards, popularly called Vivian Richards, hails from Antigua, former captain of the West Indies. Inside the ground, the battle continues. Second wicket for Sri Lanka, the last success for the West Indies, a 25 score when the second wicket fell. Since then, a repair job from Udara on 69, Kamindu Mendes on 31. Partnership approaching 3 figures. In a sense, almost a statement from the Sri Lankan team, given what happened in the second innings of the first test match. Bowled out for 101. Winning the toss here this morning, opting to bat first. So that in itself tells a story. You really have to be able to put bad performances behind you very quickly at this level. There's a quick turnaround time. And their game plan, it doesn't look as if it has changed significantly since the first test match. Bat first, get a total. And with 2 spinners, maybe start to exert pressure when the wicket starts to deteriorate over the course of the game.
Yeah, certainly these two are clear on their approach, understand what they need to do to keep Sri Lanka in this series. Heading into this match, one of the biggest challenges for Sri Lanka as well would have been a psychological challenge. Yeah, again, really good running from these two. And you think about the fact that they were totally destroyed in that second innings, dismissed for just 101. And then after that, losing a number of players along the way. So certainly it would have been a tough battle heading into it. And emotional regulation is such an important part of the game. It adds to, you know, what you need to do physically out there. And these two are showing that they're up for the fight.
Very orthodox approach coming to Mendes. Stays pretty much side on right through his strokes, especially through the offside, as opposed to his partner, Udara, who tends to open up that right shoulder pretty early in most of his stroke play. But between them, they have blunted this West Indies new ball. They're still there and they're building what could be a match-defining partnership. Straying down leg once again. Anderson Phillip to finish this over, the 27th. It's 118 for 2. Middle order batters still to come. Kusal Mendes, the captain, Dhananjaya De Silva, and the left-handed Dinusha. Bit of extra bounce there might just have caused a bit of concern for Udara. Seems as if he took the blow to the finger.
I've seen Chandamal as well hit in a similar place. Bit of extra bounce off the surface from Shamar Joseph. Just hitting him awkwardly on his hand.
Yeah, we have seen the odd ball just gain a little bit more bounce than the Sri Lankan batters have anticipated this morning. That one just wrapping Udara on the hands, jamming it against the handle of the bat. Chandimal getting a couple this morning. Wicket hasn't played too badly, Stacey, to be fair. Generally speaking, it's come onto the bat very nicely. The bounce hasn't been that inconsistent.
Yeah, certainly, and I think Sri Lanka winning the toss, deciding to bat first, would have factored that in from the previous test match. It wasn't too bad for batting, so perhaps conditions might not change so much, although it's a different pitch. And they would have looked back, they would have reflected on that first innings, being bowled out for 308. Really good batting conditions. So certainly missed some opportunities there to push on to perhaps 450, 500 in that first match. So they're looking to correct those mistakes here in this innings. Coming to Mendes and Udara, looking really good so far to take them to a big total.
Yes, we did comment on the fact that there were quite a few soft dismissals in that first innings from Sri Lanka, taking nothing away from the efforts from the West Indies bowlers. And I'm sure the Sri Lankans would have reflected on that, thinking, listen, there were no devils in the wicket. We had batters who got in and maybe didn't make full use of the starts that they got, and prompting them to elect once again, having won the toss this morning, to take first strike. Both dismissals coming off shots that were on. First wicket of Madushka, it was short and wide. He failed to get on top of it. Similarly, Chandimal getting a scoreable delivery on his pads, not keeping it down, maybe being a little bit careless. We haven't really seen any devils in this wicket up to now. Things can change, but for now, it looks a really good surface to bat on. Solid in defense, 121 for 2. Third wicket partnership approaching 100. If they do get there, it would be their first 100 partnership for this test series here in Antigua. Anderson Phillip just searching for that consistency. Last couple overs, he strayed a little bit down leg side and just released the pressure, having bowled well up to the back end of the over and then just slipping up. Maybe it might be a concentration thing, but just not being able to put the full 6 together, stringing 6 consecutive deliveries together.
Flashing at that one, Udara. But if you look at Anderson Phillip, I think most of the time the mistake comes when he tries that alternate delivery. And it's something that Mali spoke of, just being able to, you know, get the ball to go both ways, in swing, out swing. So yes, his outswing delivery there, really good. Trouble in Udara, I haven't seen much of that in the innings. But then when he tries to bring that one back, it goes awry, usually a bit too straight, and just offering up some runs.
It could also be that he wants the outswinger to start a little bit closer to engage the batsman, especially the right-hander, to get him playing at it. And there is just that fine line between the ball being able to swing away or the angle that you've asked it to swing away from just being too tight. And maybe he's just asks the ball to do a little bit too much, and instead of swinging, it goes straight. That, I think, is where he wants to land most of his deliveries. And if he goes any straighter, then that becomes the one that is a free clip down leg from the right-hander. But if he could manage to keep it on that line more consistently, then we could probably see more pressure being brought to bear on the right-handed Udara. Shouts of catch him. Man at cover, despairingly putting his hands in the air. So a boundary to finish the 29th over, 125 for 2.
Run partnership for the Sri Lankans here. 125 for 2 after 29 overs. You see the Sri Lankan flag there blowing in the wind. It's been all Sri Lanka so far. West Indies picking up 2 early wickets, but this partnership between Mendes and Udara, 100 of just 128 deliveries. This strike rate, I mean the run rate, sorry, troubling for the Windies. Alzari Joseph starts with one down the leg side. Just a few too many down the leg side from the West Indies. Quite a disjointed bowling performance so far. Have a look at that. Shea Hope seems to be in a bit of trouble there. Had that left, I think it was a left shoulder strain that kept him out of that first test. Joseph from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Good delivery. Sri Lankans add another single. This is the final delivery of the previous over from Anderson Phillip. It was a bit aerial, but played through the line did Udara. He's into the 70s now of just 93 deliveries. Joined by former West Indian leg spinner in Samuel Badri. A disjointed bowling performance so far, a bit two sides from the Windies.
Hello Mali, hello everyone. Around the wicket, Alzari Joseph to the right-hander. He does have a deep backward square, and I feel like just in front of square at that mid-wicket area. So he might think of a short ball or two. Yeah, it's been inconsistent. It's something that they've spoken about, and it can happen when the leader of your attack in Kemar Roach is suddenly absent from the bowling lineup, and that sort of reliability isn't there. And all of the experience that he has, etc., it's come to bear now on the others, and it's quite evident that he is sorely missed. There's also an eerie familiarity with what we're seeing here. with the uninvited guest sort of stealing the show. Amir Django in that first test, who got a late replacement call and then scored that scintillating double century. And similar here with Udara, a last-minute sort of replacement for the injured Pathum Nissanka, and he's stolen the show. Only in his third test, Django was in his second test. So a eerie sort of familiarity manifesting itself again.
That's poor. That's as bad a delivery that you'll see at this level. It's been helped away for 6 with the wind. So Adara moves into the 80s now, and Alzari Joseph just losing it completely on that last delivery.
Yeah, it's a high full toss. Maybe not high enough for them to consider checking it, but yeah, just helping it. There is a fielder down in that direction, but sails way over his head with the wind. That might just have been the first 6 of the innings, you know.
Yeah, it was first 6 of the innings. There's easier delivery that I think Udara would have faced at this level so far.
I remember he was put down on 55, 132 for 2.
Behind. 17 minutes.
Not sure if you heard that. There's a call being made to the West Indies. They're 17 minutes behind here in terms of their over rate. Left-handed Mendes on strike.
No.
12 fours and 1 6 so far in this innings. Have a look at that run rate, 4.38. West Indies 5 overs behind at this stage. So they'll need to pick up a few wickets, hopefully. But we're speaking about just a little off colour this West Indian bowling lineup has been so far here on day 1. It's flicked away again off the legs. Strong area this for the Sri Lankans. It's the left-hander Kamindu this time.
A forgettable first test for Kamindu Mendes, and we know of his exceptional test record. An average since 2022 among the best in the world. So he has a penchant for big scores, and he is well set now. And this partnership is quite ominous. 1-1-1 it stands at the moment. Can he build this into something substantial? He's done it already.
Just there. Just there. We haven't seen too many of those deliveries beating the outside edge. From a West Indian perspective, can Anderson Phillip replicate these deliveries over and over as many times as possible?
One of the things that Gary Kirsten mentioned this morning, Marley and viewers, is performances away from home. He said that that is the metric that is generally used to assess teams, international teams. Not necessarily what you do at home, but what you can do away from home in unfamiliar territory. And that's the challenge for someone like Kamindu. Someone like Prabhat Jayasuriya with his left unorthodox spin, who we will see no doubt during the course of this test match. West Indians bowling attack, they've been brilliant at home in the recent past. Just look at that. In Sri Lanka, outside Sri Lanka, not too dissimilar, but that is where your career is really talked about at the international level. What you can do away from home, that's the metric that is generally used for international players. Can he build on what he's done already? And can this man, in only his third test, make this memorable, more memorable?
Just there, once again, a good delivery from Anderson Phillip, but it's another single, so good batting by this Sri Lankan pair. West Indies maybe just a bit guilty of serving up a few too many boundary deliveries. If you think back to how hard Amir Jangu had to work in that double century, 110 singles in 233, whereas Roston Chase had 90 singles out of 194. Here today, Udara just 13 ones out of 83. That tells you the West Indies have just been a little guilty of serving up a few too many boundary balls. High percentage of runs scored in boundaries. 138 for 2. Look at Kamindu Mendes' batting record in the countries that he has played. Obviously, he's got the best average in Bangladesh, pretty similar to Sri Lankan batting conditions. England has good average as well in 5 innings. Hasn't played in Australia just yet. He's also yet to conquer the West Indian frontier, but he's made a good fist of it here in this second test. 41 of 64. There's a lot made of Kamindu Mendes.
Yeah, you hear a lot of the comparisons are really those senior countries, the South Africa, the England, the Australia. Hasn't, as you mentioned, ventured to Australia yet, and India, importantly. But with what we've seen from him, he has all of the tools to soar in any of those destinations.
I think what we've seen have troubled especially subcontinent batters the most. Not so much in modern times, but over the years has been that extra bounce. That extra bounce in pitches that you'd see in Australia. Even here at times with this West Indian bowling attack, hitting the deck quite hard. That extra bounce is proving to be challenging. We've seen many a batter, Sri Lankan batter, hit on the gloves. Interestingly though, Sammy B, we haven't seen any real out-and-out bouncers.
Yeah, what a delivery. Just enough movement at the right time, maybe just a little bit too much to beat the outside edge, but full and enticing. And Mendes goes after it. Yeah, you're right. We haven't seen too many of them. You can maybe count less than a handful for the entirety of the day's play. We're what, into the 32nd over now. Haven't really been tested with that delivery type. Must also mention though the mental fortitude of this Sri Lankan team, Mali. They were battered, they were beaten, they were depleted, devastated. Just 101 in the second innings. We've spoken about they've been replete with injuries as well. They won the toss, they opted to bat first. They've shown tremendous character up until this point. They must be bleeding, but they're still standing.
Bounce, but well played. Didn't try to actually keep that one down. Just the two slips in the gully. So another boundary here for the Sri Lankans. Mendes just 5 away from his first half century of the tour so far.
Yeah, I just wonder if he was actually trying to keep it down, but it got high on him. And then that outside edge, which took it over the slip cordon. So not in control. Moves on to 45. That's the delivery we were just talking about. Short and rising and testing. Yeah, not in control whatsoever.
So good over minus a bar. Couple deliveries that from Alzarri Joseph. A bit of movement now. 143 for 2. Partnership 118 now between this pair. And I think that last over was a very good illustration of just how the West Indies have gone today with the ball. 2 or 3 good deliveries, then the boundary ball thrown in there. Just really struggling for that consistency to put the Sri Lankan batters under pressure. Jaden Seals back into the attack, replacing Anderson Phillip.
Have a look at that ball from the previous over. Scramble seam. And guess what, folks? There is something, a whisker. No one heard anything. Talk about a whisker, Mali. We saw a World Cup call, football World Cup call by a whisker as well. Yeah, they've seen it now. They only just realized, but that's what you call a feather. It's a significant jump though on the ultra edge.
Sammy, when I saw that spike on the ultra edge, that's the first thing that came to my mind was that game last night, and Snicko actually coming to the aid of the Portuguese team. Cricket has been way ahead in terms of its technology. But they'll be, not sure they're aware, the West Indies, but that was a chance that's gone a begging, especially this partnership threatening in the manner that it is. Four good deliveries here, 4 dots by Seals. He's made a good comeback in this spell so far. Can he finish strongly? Look at that rate, 4.38. The West Indies have really struggled to contain Sri Lanka.
Yeah, short delivery, something that you just mentioned. And I just wonder how much that 100th wicket is weighing on Jaden Seals' mind. Didn't get it in the first test, so that lingered on to this one. had a good burst this morning, and then just before lunch, that drop catch off Udara on 55, and you can feel his frustration. Can he put that behind him?
Beautifully played down the ground. Hand there probably saved the couple. Good timing nonetheless. 145 for 2. Just the 2 wickets for Shamar Joseph today. Have a look at those economy rates. Apart from Seals, 3.33, everyone else going above 4. In this format of the game, that is expensive. West Indies struggling to contain the scoring rate of the Sri Lankans. As we said earlier, won the toss, Sri Lanka. There were a few raised eyebrows when they opted to bat first, but so far, it must be said, they've read the conditions beautifully here. And this partnership go even bigger here. They need to, from a Sri Lankan perspective. We think back to that first game, honours were even from long periods of that match. It was that 6-wicket partnership. It had to be a historic one. Maybe just a bit of variable bounce starting to creep in early here on day 1. That one didn't quite get up. The bounce has been true throughout, though. So something for the batters, another thing for the batters to think about here.
Yeah, some good pace and bounce. West Indies batted out a few sessions in that first test, Mali, without losing a wicket. Sri Lanka, they haven't managed that just yet. Bowled out on day 1, fielded all of day 2 and all but 4 overs on day 3, and then shut out quite quickly on day 4. Can these two bat out this session, bat out the day? That's what they should be thinking, and that's the type of goals and ambitions you want to set for yourself. So far, they've performed admirably.
Just maybe a bit of extra bounce once again, but rides it quite nicely. Presents a full face, does Mendes. You see why he's been highly touted. It's my first time seeing him in the flesh. Played a secondary role almost to Udara, but he's shown at times all the talent in the world. Everything that you've heard about Kamindu Mendes. Still yet to see the ambidextrous nature to his bowling, but maybe in this test match it would also be interesting to see just how much of an impact spin will have, considering the Sri Lankans have bolstered their spin stocks, bringing in Jayasuriya in this match. On it, obviously, Dinusha keeps his place as well.
We haven't seen lines such as this in a long time at the cricket. Didn't time it all that well, so just a single. Haven't seen Justin Graves with the ball as yet from a West Indian perspective. Got his career best in that first test. And I just wonder what sort of plans now the West Indians can come up with, given what we've seen from these two batters. In the main, in that first test, everything went quite smoothly from them, for them rather, from a bowling perspective. Now they've run into a brick wall in these two, and so plans might have to change. Round the wicket, he continues to the right-hander. Well watched again. 148 for 2.
Bowling options for Sri Lanka in this match. It's driven sweetly. Will it get to the boundary? Will get to 50 as well with that 3. Takes him to 51. Kamindu Mendes, his first half century versus the West Indies in the West Indies. Adds to his half-century tally, his 6th at this level, 600s, 650s and 500s. So he's already showing a very good conversion rate. We'll be hoping he can get to 3 figures here.
Yeah, nothing but praises for him and for his teammate at the other end, given what they have endured in the recent past. This is ominous from a West Indian perspective. They really are flying that flag proudly at the moment. Mickey and Minnie in the background as well.
Once again, just a bit leg side-ish from Jaden Seals, and a lot's been made of this scoring rate, 4.40. If you think back, Sri Lanka in their first innings in that first test scored at 3.5 fours for the majority of the day, scored 308 all out in one day. At this rate, this one's aerial once again, just goes with it, and it sails over that boundary for 6. So the second 6 of the innings so far. And maybe just illustrating how good of a pitch this is for batting with that stroke.
A real shot of conviction, no half measure. He knew exactly what he wanted there once he saw the width and the length. Quite deliberate to go up and over. And again, the wind factor sails away for 6. He moves into the 90s now, Udara. And again, that familiar theme, Ali, from the first test. Wasn't initially slated to play, gets an opportunity, and boy, oh boy, what a moment it would be for him.
Once again, still looking to play strokes is Udara. And I think what can help in a situation such as this, when you're not expecting to play, you don't have that time to really think and overthink. A lot of the time, that mental side of the game is what affects a player. You're thinking about all the possibilities, what can happen, what can't happen. So when you're given that opportunity late, almost when it's not expected, you're in a better mental situation in which to perform.
I remember just before lunch when he was on 55, this occurred between Graves and John Campbell. Neither of them going for it in the end. Fortuitous boundary. And he's making it count. Look at the frustration. Quite understandable. Those of you who can lip read, well, don't say it out loud.
I just think he's thinking, I should have had my 100th wicket by now.
Look.
It's been 2 tests. Been creating opportunities as the Turners are out once again. Indies super fans. Good end from Seals, 157 for 2. We'll take a hydration break as well.
Once again, Windies Superstar Farmers for all of your scores and this is the information. www.windiessuperstarfarmers website. You can also follow Windies Superstar Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
.158 for 2, Sri Lanka electing to bat first, making full use of the opportunity. Lahiru Udara just showing why he's rated so highly. Hasn't had many opportunities at this level in this format, but he's putting his hand up with this innings. Amindu Mendes too, also contributing significantly with a half century and a wonderful partnership. Two for 41. Shamar Joseph leading the wicket taking. Other bowlers wicketless. We are in Antigua and Barbuda, considered a land of cricket legends because of the many West Indian players coming out from these parts. There's a man that is quite famous all around the globe, Sir Curtly Ambrose from Sweets Village here in Antigua. One who has really done yeoman service for the West Indies with the ball. .405 Test match wickets to Sir Curtly Ambrose. Always speak about him alongside Courtney Walsh, another fast bowling legend from the West Indies. So as this second session on day one unfolds, Sri Lanka taking more control with the bat. Jimmy Adams alongside me. There were a few moments for the West Indians, but none captured.
Well, they'll definitely be ruining the chance in that over just before the lunch break when Jaden Seals managed to find the outside edge of Udara's bat, only to see his two slip fielders looking at each other and neither of them opting to put hand on ball. Udara nonetheless has batted well. He's moved on since then, and he's now 7 runs away from what would be his maiden Test 100. And under the circumstances, not just today, but in the context of the series, brilliant innings from the right-handed Sri Lankan.
Alzarri Joseph continues to operate from round the wicket, just changing the angle. Now, there was one moment where Kamindo Mendes nicked a delivery from Alzarri Joseph. No one appealed. There was a sound too. She Hope didn't recognize that contact. Neither did the bowler, Alzarri Joseph. Wayward. All the way for 4. Maybe symbolic of what we've seen from Alzarri Joseph and his multiple spells.
Yeah, just the odd delivery out of nowhere. At times, Alzarri Joseph, we had that full toss in an earlier over that was carted for 6. There's no chance of the batter getting bat on that one, or the wicketkeeper. West Indies must now be thinking about a 5th bowler. They've rotated these 4 bowlers now for, this is the 36th over. And I would think somewhere between the medium pace of Justin Graves or the off-spin of the captain. Well fielded. Kimo Paul. Boston Chase must now be thinking that it's time to introduce a 5th bowler.
Dara poised on 93. Pulled away. That's with the win. All he had to do was get the timing right and the placement too. Did it to perfection. He moves to 97.
Brilliant batting from Udara. No great flourish. Just a short swivel on the crease. Managing to keep it down and beautifully placed, bisecting the man at deep backward square and fine leg. And he moves closer to that all-important maiden Test 100. 3 now away. He's only faced 115 deliveries, so a really good rate of scoring. He's been severe on anything loose. Happy to put his hands through his drives, couple of maximums, 1 over cover point, 1 over backward square. She's really been able to put the pressure back on the West Indian bowlers, Darren.
Going for the pull again. Delivery just staying down a touch. There will be many thoughts going through his mind. He will find comfort in the fact that he's grown the habit of scoring first-class centuries. As mentioned, 19 to his name. This is only his 3rd Test match. And once more, he's on the cusp of making a start, grow into 3 figures.
we can't really predict what would have or could have happened, but I do think we're seeing the difference it makes without a Kemar Roach. Vastly experienced, a banker really for his captain, someone who you can almost leave to get on with whatever he wants to do and focus on the rest. I don't think the West Indies have been as consistent in this innings, and in large part, irrespective of who has replaced him, it just hasn't been the same building pressure this morning. Alzarri Joseph electing to drop his square leg to deep backward square.
Goes for the bluff. Pitches that one up. Kamindu Mendes equal to the task. 11 runs from the over, 169 for 2. Alzarri Joseph, the most expensive West Indian fast bowler on show, going at over 5 runs per over. .144 the partnership. As boy, that run rate for Sri Lanka to 4.6 per over. Here's a man working hard. Made a very good point about the absence of Kemar Roach and his value added to the side beyond him as a bowler. Surely a sounding board for the other fast bowlers in this West Indian setup. A voice of reason. We're doing nicely. And you would know when you're playing in a team with senior players, whether it's from a batting perspective or bowling perspective, it's always nice to have that support on the field while the game is unfolding. The easy access to direction, to an approach that may be missing at the time. No Kemar Roach on the field. So there is a little void that the West Indian fast bowlers will have to deal with. Yeah. Pulled. And it goes all the way for 6. Maiden Test match century for Lahiru Udara. An innings of control, aggression, one of sure validation and belonging at this level.
Excellent innings from Udara. Not really in control of this attempted hook shot, but there was enough pace on it to give him his 3rd 6 of the innings. And that shot taking him to his maiden Test 100. And how delighted he must be. Every batsman looking to cross that milestone in their careers. He has done it, and he has done it at a time when his team desperately needs a partnership. Well done, Udara. Well deserved.
151, the partnership between Udara and Kamindu Mendes. Surely a dream fulfilled. At the age of 32, I'm sure he would have harbored this moment previously. Now living that dream, achieving the reality of a maiden Test match century. Very impressive. Leading edge. Dropping just short of Shamar Joseph.
Jaden Seals with a wry smile. Nothing going my way today. I seem to be stuck on 99, leading edge on that delivery. Just not able to carry to a fielder. Looking to turn it to leg. Falling just short of the man at mid-off. Can't believe his luck.
Another short pitch delivery. Bittersweet over. 176 for 2. What a special moment for Lahiru Udara. First game in the series, 3 figures, a record partnership for Sri Lanka for the 3rd wicket in the West Indies. That's a record partnership, folks, for the 3rd wicket for Sri Lanka in Test match cricket in the West Indies. And still unbeaten. Still plenty batting to come for Sri Lanka.
He hasn't done it by himself, Udara. He's been very, very well supported by Kamindo Mendes on strike now. Very competent, compact left-hander. Both of them have partnered now for 151 runs of 178 deliveries. Ruston Chase now putting in a mid-wicket for the left-hander, with Alzari Joseph coming into him from around the wicket.
Nick down the leg side, there was a sound. Appeal from behind. And a question being asked by the bowler to his captain. He takes the review, Ruston Chase.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for court. On-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Front and first, please. Ball passes close to the gloves. I need to check that with the ultra edge. I can see a clear gap between the bat and ball. Satisfied? No bat involved. Ball will be staying with your not out decision. Stand by. You're on screen. Signal now.
Bit of desperation by the West Indies. Second review loss. Ball clearly making contact with the thigh on the way through to the wicketkeeper. Another single behind square. I just wonder if there's an opportunity here for Ruston Chase maybe to adjust the field to Kamindo Mendes. He scored a lot of runs in that fine leg region, and that's because he waits on the ball. He plays the ball very late. But still, we see there is a fielder in front of square as against behind square. Often talk about captains being at the pulse of things out in the middle. That's one adjustment that is available to him. Maybe to push Mendes to play the ball a little bit earlier to hit in front as against behind square leg side. We'll see that with the left-hander and his wagon wheel. A fair amount of runs scored in that fine leg region.
Interesting field here being set by Alzari Joseph. So on the leg side, he's opting for a fine leg, deep backward square, deep square, a silly mid-on, and a mid-on. So just the cover on the offside in front of square.
Right, this is what I've been talking about with the left-handed Comindo Mendes. Keep your eyes leg side, behind square. A fair amount of runs in that region, which is left of screen. 25%. Haven't seen a fielder in that region. 32% offside too. So strong square of the wicket, you can say. Picked up. Got under this delivery, and he knows he's hitting with the wind, so that's low risk in his mind. Gone for 6.
Udara, knowing it was probably on the cards, quickly onto this hook shot, making no effort now to keep this one down, going up and easily clearing the ropes for another maximum, his 4th. So runs coming at a good clip post lunch.
Gone after that length delivery. Didn't get up very high from Alzari Joseph. But with a batter set, it allows for sufficient time to pick his spot and go powerfully leg side.
Again, hitting up, but placing it perfectly between square leg and deep backward square.
Surely not the end to be bowling short pitch deliveries to a right-handed batter, especially with that strong wind blowing from off the leg. Roston Chase might want to switch Alzari Joseph if he wants to continue with that tactic. 187 for 2. Alzari Joseph just trying another short pitch delivery, not getting his radar right. Partnership between these two has gone to 162. They've benefited from each other, their strengths, their approaches to batting and run scoring. Dara started off in a watchful manner. Lost a couple wickets from the other end, but that didn't stymie his approach to shot making. There was a moment. Got to 3 figures. He celebrated a maiden Test match century. Outside edge found. And more frustration for Seals. That's a very good delivery, and he's suffered 4.
Camindo Mendes not really knowing much about this one, but soft enough hands to keep it down and placed well enough. Another boundary.
Jaden Seals, just 24 years of age. He's been around for a long time. Still very young. Played nicely. Very, very brilliant stroke from Camindo Mendes. Just leant on it and worked it through the mid-wicket region.
Beautiful timing from the left-hander. Just angled into his pads and he leaned on it, waited long enough, and just that late flick of the wrist, carrying it through that straight mid-wicket area. Beautifully timed, beautifully played. This is superb batting from the Sri Lankans. Udara with those red lines showing the 6s that he has hit. 1 over square cover, the other 3 to leg with the wind. He's been really happy to put his hands through his drives. Some of them aerial, but enough bat on them.
What's significant about this knock, though, is the fact that his 117 balls required to get this century is actually the fastest for Sri Lanka against the West Indies in Test match cricket. Again, showing his level of aggression and control. Miscued, but it falls safely just behind the wicketkeeper, and more frustration for Jaden Seals and the West Indies.
Camindo Mendes hitting up, and just as importantly, hitting hard enough to get enough bat on it. Went straight over the wicketkeeper's head with enough on it to clear the rope. So frustration building for the West Indies. Jaden Seals searching desperately for that wicket that would take him to 100 in Test match cricket. Hasn't been happening for him. Just need a few cool heads now, the West Indies.
.12 from the over, 199 for 2. Wind blowing across the ground, looking more robust as compared to the morning session. Something that the Sri Lankan batters would have taken into consideration with their stroke play. Both batters going after short pitch deliveries, hitting with the wind as against hitting to that eastern side of the ground. Time now for Justin Graves. You called it Jimmy Adams. Graves with 3 wickets in that first test match, 3 for 39. Now with the ball.
Yeah, we look at the wickets that he got in the first test. I do think that he's been introduced a little bit late here. Would have probably have removed Alzari Joseph from the attack, maybe an over or 2 overs prior to this, but nevertheless, picked off. Picked off through mid-wicket. Excellent stroke from Udara. Not hitting it too hard, waiting on it, and just a flick of the wrist was enough to get it through mid-wicket for another boundary.
200 comes up. Silky smooth wrist work from the right-hander. Just waited nicely on the delivery. And broke his wrist at the last minute. Timing to perfection. Justin Graves just going a little too full, too early in his spell. Now, what should be the thinking here for the West Indies? They need to just rein things in, start building a little bit of pressure, create that facade and environment for wicket taking. Chase will have to find the right combination to limit events like this one.
Well, West Indies are leaking at both ends at the minute, which is every captain's nightmare. He needs to find one bowler at one end to start a process of regaining control. As it is here now, they're being scored on at almost a run of balls since the start of the session. And you really don't want to get to end of day's play on day one, having not bowled a team out, but you're leaking at 4, 5, maybe even more runs per over. At the minute, the run rate is just over 5 and over, which suggests that the West Indian bowlers just haven't been consistent enough. That said, it's been an excellent partnership from these two. They needed to rebuild at the fall of the second wicket. Chandimal going this morning when the score was 25. And since then, these two have put on a master class in test batting.
One thing for sure, they'll know the new standard to be achieved in terms of partnerships. That first test match, Amir Jangu and Roston Chase put on 401, which was a world record. So I'm sure these two will be motivated. Nice bit of away movement from Graves.
Around the wicket into the left-handed Mendes, leaving him, but pulling him into a defensive prod. Has to be more than just 1 or 2 run deliveries per over. It has to be a string of 6, and then 6 more. As it stands now, these two batters almost know that they're going to be served up with boundary deliveries somewhere in the over.
Back-to-back deliveries on a good length, going away from the lefty. 6 from the over, 205 for 2.
West Indies searching for answers in this session. Big partnership of 180 between Kamindu Mendes and Lahiru Udara. was notched up his first Test century. What a sensational effort from him. Yeah, Chase has seen enough. 40 overs of pace, 2 wickets only. These two rolling along quite nicely. The session run rate, 6.24. So Chase to see if spin can make a difference.
Catch it!
Samuel Badri alongside me. These two very impressive, and I think one of the conversations that the Sri Lankan would have had coming into this second test match is the conversion of those partnerships. No ball to start from Ruston Chase. No free hit in test matches though.
I'm just waiting for the signal from the scorer. Yep, nothing behind. It could be in the air, but there was nothing behind the line. The real worry for the West Indies, as you just mentioned, that session run rate and how freely runs are flowing. Sri Lanka scored 308 on the first day of the first test, which was the most they've scored in one day against the West Indies at any venue. They're well on course to surpass that today. Just 2 wickets down, but this partnership has been masterful. Think about this man's record, Kamindu Mendes, and think about what Udara has just done in only his 3rd test. Also factor in that they came into this test match as a depleted and battered group. They won the toss, they decided to bat first. That has proven to be inspirational. Really wonderful to see from this indomitable team.
Yeah, a bit of width offered up. He's too good. Kamindu Mendes, he picks up another boundary. Takes him to the 70s now.
They continue to hemorrhage runs. Ruston Chase with his spin as well, just trying to change things up a bit. But Kamindu is way too good. A little bit of width. And his placement is perfect. Well timed.
Yeah, you look at this session and you think the rate in which they're scoring, they haven't had to try too hard. It's been quite free-flowing for them.
There's some little bit of excitement with the use of the feet, but very much in control. It was a little bit perplexing to me to see Alzari Joseph use the short ball from this end with the batter hitting with the wind. I suppose they were just trying something differently. That ball to end that 5-run over from Chase, 211 for 2.
Lahiru Udara taken to Test cricket quite well. Only his 3rd match, Udara, making it count. Patam Nasanka out with injury. He has a more than valuable contribution. A bit edgy, but no one there. They're able to get a 2nd run, so the runs continue to flow for Sri Lanka.
Highest partnership for Sri Lanka for any wicket in a test match in the West Indies. Previous highest Pass from Nisanka and Dick Weller, 179 for the 6th wicket. So they're continuing along their merry way. A couple of records tumbling alongside that. Flagman is here.
And you go back to that first test match. One of the things that they failed to do was convert those 50 runs partnership, the best being 99, into big scores that can really grind down an opposition. Perhaps one of the reasons why they were dismissed for 308 on that first day. So good to see that these two just staying in there and taking this partnership 189 and beyond, approaching 200 now. Very settled group there for Sri Lanka. Everyone looks so comfortable.
Smiles that were non-existent in the first test. Nice to see its return. I just wonder if West Indies was still riding from that high from the first test, and they haven't adjusted and adapted to the conditions today and what the opposition has presented. And they themselves admitted, Stacey and viewers, that on day one of the first test, they still allowed Sri Lanka to score too many. And they wanted to learn from that experience. I'm sure they, by their own admission today, will say a similar thing. The Sri Lankans have scored too easily, too freely, and they haven't shown that patience and that attrition and grind that is expected in Test match cricket. Not every day you're going to turn up and blow the opposition away. Today is one such day where patience and resilience is required. But take nothing away from Kamindu and Udara.
Take what you said and transfer that back to Sri Lanka. We've mentioned just coming into this match with a huge challenge on their shoulders. And they have responded well, Sri Lanka, with very good batters to come. $215 for 2. $215 for 2. Ruston Chase will continue. 6 runs in his first over.
Oh yes! Oh
Use
yes!
of the feet. She hope he quite likes that. This time just sits on it, guiding it to that vacant deep third area and picks up another boundary. So the runs continuing to flow. Number of boundaries in this session so far.
Yeah, flurry of them. But this is good use of the depth of the crease. Previous delivery looked to advance it this time. Just a little front press, but makes the adjustment and plays it late. Fast outfield and value for your shots. Really good batsmanship. You can see there from his setup, his initial thought is to go down the track, to use his feet. Once he sees the trajectory and the length, then he adjusts. Really good positive intent from Kamindu. This is the hallmark of Sri Lankan and Asian batters, isn't it? The way they're able to cope with spin, especially when conditions aren't favorable to the spinners. Might just be looking at a master class in batting spin.
Yeah, a bit of cramp in that hand coming to Mendes. Yeah, not a lot of spin to come for West Indies. The only other bowler that turns his arm over is Kavem Hodge. They're showing that he's quite adept at pace and spin equally. Kamindu. Yeah, just a boundary coming from it, 219 for 2. Lahiru Udara with a breathtaking century. His first in Test cricket. Already has a wonderful first-class record. And Kamindu Mendes looks quite settled. 219 for 2. Sri Lanka in a very comfortable position. Lahiru Kumara. What a moment for him. Shots hard around the ground. Allowing the ball to come to him, and anything square, he was particularly brutal. Few nervous moments for him. Was able to raise his arms in delight in the end, matching up a sensational 100. West Indies, only bowler to pick up wicket, Shamar Joseph. Everyone else searching for answers. And look at the economy. All the bowlers, everyone 4 and above. Nice beach day here in Antigua. Samuel, you like to be there right now. How are you at swimming?
I'll be scared if I see that side. Some of these players might wish they were there. Kemar Roach, unfortunately, ruled out for this test match, and it is quite evident that his absence is something that has affected the West Indians. Graves will continue.
Highest partnership for any wicket in Test in the West Indies for Sri Lanka. These two really grinding down the West Indian fast bowlers. 194, approaching 200. Kemar Roach, they are unable to take any part in this match. West Indies. They've tried a few different things in this innings to these two, particularly that short ball plan. I think it was a good plan to Udara, however, just not the right side, because anything that he hit, he knew it as well. It was traveling with the wind. Samuel Badri, just allowing you to put your captaincy hat on. What other tactics do you think West Indies can look to implement to these two? Looks quite settled.
I think it has been discussed and suggested already. It's all about being patient and disciplined. In Test match cricket, you just can't expect to get a wicket every over or from every spell. Sometimes you just have to play that waiting game and create some sort of illusion of pressure on the opposition. As it stands, they're scoring so freely that they aren't under any pressure. So I'd just like to see them restore some bowling economy, get some dots, get some maidens, as Jimmy Adams suggested, and grind and be patient. Batters, especially when you're at these scores, they like to keep scoring. They like to feel the ball on the bat. And that's an opportunity now for you to perhaps take them a little bit wider, one side of the field, slow things down. So that would be one of my suggestions. They have a ring through the offside now. Graves is wrong the wicket, so he might just be thinking something like that. Just on around that fifth stump, and be patient. They haven't been patient enough.
He's been patient for 2 balls in that area. Very close to the off stump. 220 for 2. Yeah, just the 2 wickets in that first session for 99 runs, but the second session it's been all about Sri Lanka. No wickets lost and 121 runs.
Catch him!
First time Udara will actually be facing chase. This ball. They are very close to the off stump, you remember. Cries of catch it. You remember in that first match, Kamindu Mendes was dismissed leaving alone against Shima Joseph.
Yeah, not too far off, but those are always difficult. He's gotten a leading edge a couple times already in this innings, Udara. Perhaps indicative of him turning the face of the bat a little bit too early.
Nice, lovely, lovely kiss, lovely kiss. Young Ross.
6 overs behind, can chase, somehow improve on that. But for now, he'll just want to keep it tight on around that off stump at a good length. This is what he's done well, Kamindu Mendes. As long as he gets that trajectory and decides to come down, he does it quite well. And then if he doesn't get the trajectory, he sits back on his back foot, use the depth of the crease. Really good batting.
Sweep shot now. Well connected, but straight to the fielder. Fair to say it's been a great display of batting by these two.
Yeah, he sent the fielder back on the boundary immediately after that stroke.
223 for 2. Searching for answers with ball in hand, West Indies. 14 extras, 123 for 2, Sri Lanka. I think Justin Graves, apart from that ball that went for 4, has been able to provide some stability, just managing to consistently hit one line and length in his spell thus far. So now it's just about preying on the patience of these two who are well set. And we love to continue to dominate the bowling as they've done well so far. Slow down the game a bit, as you've mentioned, Samuel. Very important approaching tea as well.
Yeah, better judgment in this innings as compared to that first test. We saw quite a number of Sri Lankan batters with some poor decision making, leaving alone on the stumps. Roach was the bowler then, and then Shamar Joseph, no shot offered. And then the third, again, Kushal Mendes that time. So those were 3 batters or 3 dismissals in that first test, with batters offering no shot.
Yeah.
The decision making this time around so far has been quite sound.
And that was certainly one of the missing elements from that first match, when the Sri Lankans batted. A great improvement. This partnership approaching 200 as well. That tells the story really of the difference from the 2 matches. Bit of a false start there from Justin Graves. Yeah, and that will be that. Take these two a wicketless session for West Indies. These two taking their partnership up to 199. Fast scoring session as well. Lahiru Dara notching up his first test century, and Kamindu Mendes alongside him. Great support, 76. Perhaps thinking about converting as well. West Indies, Ruston Chase heading off. Lots for them to think about in this session. In this tea break, I beg your pardon. Yeah, but these two, Gary Kirsten, quite proud of what they've done so far.
So we're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and you can head on down.
Applause all around for Mendes and Udara.
Over in the big zone / party stand where you can get a few drinks, get some food, and we'll be back for session 3 of day 1.
Coming in under heavy pressure, these two, maximum pressure. Able to take this partnership to 199. Lahiru Udara 127. In no time of 146 balls, and Kamindu Mendes 76 from 107 balls. Yeah. 224 for 2. Let's see who Gerard Seeley has with him.
Kamindu, you look very comfortable out there. Tell me how easy it is to bat.
Actually, in the evening, it was a bit moisture, I think, in the wicket. But after that, I think the wicket was good. Now the plan is going forward and keep batting.
You have a great partnership building with Udara. Tell me how you are approaching this innings to ensure that you stay on top.
Yeah, actually, credit goes to him. He did a great job, and I hope he'll do the same thing again. And hopefully, we'll do the rest of the evening better.
All right, well played so far.
Thank you.
So Shamar Joseph, the only successful bowler for West Indies so far. The others searching quite high economies as well. Sri Lanka 224 for 2 in a very good position. So this session, a wicketless one for West Indies. Sri Lanka 125 from just 23 deliveries. Yeah, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with Darren Ganga.
That is top class.
A maiden test match century for Lahiru Udara. 127 of 146 deliveries, and a great partnership between himself and Kamindu Mendes. 224 for 2. Sri Lanka and the West Indies, they toiled after that first session where they picked up 2 wickets. The second session on day 1 has gone wicketless for the Windies. What a fine knock from Udara. It's the fastest test match century for Sri Lanka against the West Indies. A very special knock, and we'll unpack that last session. Samuel Badri, Jimmy Adams. Firstly, Jimmy, let's talk about Udara. How special was that knock?
Oh, listen, I'm happy for the young man. He's coming in, he's only playing in his 3rd test match, and he wasn't in particularly good form coming out of that practice game against the young West Indies team before the test. But he's grabbed his opportunity here. He was very severe on anybody coming too close to his pads. A little bit aerial at times, but just the way in which he's gone about it positively. He believes in his methods, and he kept the good balls out. That's all you can ask. And the main thing is he got his start and then he went on. So he's really in the process of setting up a really good first innings for his team, just what Sri Lanka needed.
Yeah, I really liked the way he was balancing his defense with attack, and his all-round game. Of course, a very strong square of the wickets. You can see that with his innings. Didn't drive too many deliveries down the ground, but again, it shows his repertoire and his ability to score, given what the West Indian fast bowlers have thrown at him in this second test match of the series. Samuel, some of that success would have been contributed by his partner from the other end, Kamindu Mendes. His 11th 50-plus score in test matches, and he's only played 16 test matches.
Yeah, it's wonderful. This partnership is a record partnership already. And the way they constructed that partnership and how quickly they scored as well. So it has been exceptional batting, but I also think that it has been disappointing bowling from a West Indian standpoint. That run rate is way too much on the first day of Test match cricket. 125 runs, I think, being scored in that session. So in as much as the partnership has been brilliant, I also think that the West Indians will reflect on the way they bowled for the entirety of the day so far, actually, and they'll want to remedy that in the final session, when usually that's the session that yields the most runs for the batting team. So it's going to be a challenge for the West Indian fast bowlers in session 3, but what a masterful partnership it has been. Let's also factor in they've been battered and bruised coming into this test match, and the way they've responded, mental fortitude, excellent.
Well, let's just stay with Kamindu Mendes and that knock.
Yes.
You know, he just looked the part.
Listen, we said it, I'll repeat it. Compact. Waits on the ball, plays it under his head. Very good driving, played some excellent drives. It's not the first time we're seeing a left-hander driving well here in the last week or so, but this time on the Sri Lankan side. And he's just been able to capitalize on bad bowling when it's been served up, and he's got himself in. And listen, the West Indies have got to be careful, because this young man knows how to convert. And, you know, if he stays there for much longer, it could be maybe another Test 100 for him. But he's been an excellent foil for Udara. Udara more dashing, taking a little bit more risk, elimination of risk for Mendes. And, you know, they're going to be hoping that he goes on.
The other thing that he has done is made use of that left-handedness that he has, that left-hand, right-hand combination, posing a few problems for the West Indian bowlers. Now, if you missed the first session, that was the only session the West Indies were successful with the ball. There were 2 wickets there for Shamar Joseph. Samuel, how can they repeat that type of penetration?
Yeah, we had that discussion up in the com box. It's not a wicket that's particularly offering too much. Those were 2 good catches there, both by Brandon King. I think it requires patience and really that attrition in Test match cricket that so often you come to rely on. As for what we've seen so far, it's been too easy. Run scoring has been free-flowing. So I think they need to just check things, be patient, be disciplined, and ask different questions of the batters. For now, they are scoring in their strong zones, and they aren't really being tested from a temperament standpoint. So I think they need to go back to that methodology, something that they've spoken about in that first day of the first test.
Indeed, that post-lunch session, 125 runs, the run rate 5.4. Now, Jimmy, should West Indies reflect on the couple chances that have gone up begging? 55 was the score when Udara was given a life, and then, of course, Kamindu on 41.
Well, we're looking at this, the nick of Jaden Seals. It was a good delivery. Pull his hands away from him, and both first and second slip, looking at each other. Everybody disappointed, but they're going to be even more disappointed now, given where the score is, and Udara still there and batting well.
Samuel, how do you project this third and final session on day one?
Yeah, I think we're going to see more of the same from these two. Very well set, and they have shown really good temperament, really good composure. I think it's going to take a special delivery to get them out. I just expect that the West Indians will come out more patient and play that holding, waiting sort of game and not allow them to score so freely. But this partnership, I expect it to continue to blossom.
Yeah, Jimmy, that frustration we saw from Jaden Seals, what will be your advice to him?
Stay patient. It'll come, but right now, what the team needs from you right now, Jaden, and the rest of your crew, stay patient, hit those lines and be consistent.
Yeah, we saw Jaden with a couple of spells on day one, quite animated with his demeanor, his personality. He was aggressive, seems to be a little bit impatient with gaining success with the ball. He is quite aware that his parents are here at the ground too, waiting for that special moment. Of course, he sits on 99 test match wickets. Samuel, as a leader yourself, what would you be saying to him?
Yeah, as Jimmy just mentioned, be patient. Don't think about it too much. I know it's easier said than done, but just keep doing what you've done so far to get those previous 99 wickets. He should have gotten it already. Unfortunately, the catch went down, but forget about that and be patient and continue doing what you're used to doing in test match cricket.
Yeah, my advice to Jaden Seal, exercise patience because that landmark will come very soon. Okay, gents, thank you, Jimmy Adams.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Samuel Badri. We hope that you stay with us because more action on this day one of the second test between Sri Lanka and the West Indies coming your way after the break.
That is absolutely perfect.
And the person that pops the most balloons, I see more people running in. The person that pops the most balloons, we're going to give them some kind of prize. Jenny, what's the prize, Jenny? Jenny, what's the prize, Jenny? Jenny. We're going to give you a prize. You want, Jenny, they said they want an iPhone. You want iPhone? Jenny, you got an iPhone? They want PlayStation there. All right, so listen. So, okay, we're going to make a deal. After you do that, and then you come and spend photosynthesis. You did say, no, we have the balloon popping. But we can't have everybody in the balloon pop. I need one representative from each camp. One representative from each camp. All right, so camp leaders, if you're here, we need one representative from each camp. Okay, you want to be there? All right. Okay. So, grassroots, we need to get one representative. Eh? What's so rich? The minister, look at the yeah. Patience. So, can we have one representative from each camp? All right? Hold on, y'all just wait over there. Wait. You want to let your friend do it instead of you? Okay, I'll let your friend do it. All right, so look, hey, go in the little teams and pick one person. So one from grassroots, one from summer club camp, One, and you gotta go in the team, What's up, Divine? Anybody else here about Divine? Let's go, Divine. Where are you, Divine? Let's go ask you one representative. One representative.
That is top class.
I'll tell you what, right? This World Cup is pretty interesting. I want to say Argentina. I have France to win it.
Argentina because they have the GOAT, Lionel Messi.
Peter.
France.
Tough. France has a good team. I would say Italy, but they didn't make it. That's my team. But yeah, I think France is going to take it.
My favorite team in the World Cup is France. I think they have a well-rounded team. They have a lot of players going forward and a very strong defense. So I believe they'll win the World Cup.
Followed by an underdog team of England. I think England has a really good chance of winning the World Cup.
We're back here for the third and final session of day one, and this is the second test between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. The Sobers Tissera Trophy on the line in this test match. But it's been all Sri Lanka for major periods of the day. The partnership 199 between this pair. Udara bringing up his maiden test 100. And Kamindu, he's approaching his sixth. Have a look at that partnership, 199 of just 233 deliveries. Economy rates there for the West Indies, a problem. Just the 2 wickets for Shamar Joseph. Azari, expensive. Phillip as well. Jaden Seals just below fives. But it's been all about this pair here today. They've really led this Sri Lankan team, who was coming off a drubbing in that first test. The confidence would have been low with the batters. But they've come out and they've actually read the conditions here perfectly. Won the toss and chose to bat. And so far, they've justified that decision. I'm joined by Stacey and Adams. Good afternoon, Stacey.
Hello to you, Mali. Hello to all the viewers. It's a lot for West Indies to do in this session. Hiru Udara, 127 runs to him. 4 sixes and 15 fours. Significant effort already. Kamindu Mendes, 76 from 107. Already has such a great start to his career and want to continue to add to it.
It's going to be Ruston Chase, the skipper, to start this final session. West Indies need to find an element of discipline here. This run rate at 5, the Sri Lankans have actually increased their scoring rate by the session. Have a look at that. 5.43 in that second session. And with that single, the 200 partnership comes up between the pair. What a partnership it's been for Sri Lanka, and it continues to grow.
Yeah, defiant partnership, no doubt, for Sri Lanka. These two in their 225 225 now. 200 runs partnership came together with the score 125 for 2. He's capitalized on some loose bowling, but largely been very good discernment from these two in the middle.
Catch him now.
A lot of records have tumbled in this series so far. This partnership, the highest for any wicket in a test match versus the West Indies. Tells you just how well this pair have played.
Down.
Once again, started with 2 runs so far in this over, just from 3 deliveries to the West Indies. How do they find ways in which to stem this scoring rate? It's going to definitely be a challenge in these conditions.
Bowling.
Bit of miscommunication there. At this stage, the West Indies will be hoping for a mistake, be it in the running or a fast stroke.
Bowling.
Budara was pushing for that single, but luckily for him, he was sent back in time. God, cut away. So it will be a boundary. Anderson Phillip once again. The West Indies have just been a little sloppy in the field here. 7 runs from the over so far.
Yeah, great weight transfer once more from Kamindu Mendes. Recognized the length was just a bit short, got in position quickly, just a gentle tap. And Anderson Phillip unable to stop it.
Once again, the West Indies serving up a boundary ball in this over. Single to end, just like that. 8 runs, no real risk taken. 232 for 2. Some locals in a keenly contested domino game here. Not paying too much mind to the cricket at this stage. They're hoping for a West Indian wicket. Looks like Sports Minister Dwayne George there taking in a bit of dominoes. He'll be Justin Greaves from the Curtly Ambrose end.
He looks to be under heavy pressure as well. Look at the expression on his face. The lady there with the Dominican flag is putting a lot of pressure on him. In fact, the game is done.
Nobody with that cameraman. Come in my bar. Okay, I represent.
Sure the rules of dominoes in St. Vincent, Stacey, but here we play jail a lot. The first is 6. And if you don't manage to win a game, you're in jail. I wonder if Dwayne George is in a bit of jail there, but the West Indies are under immense pressure here, and they need a wicket to get themselves out of this. This pair have gone along quite serenely. Haven't had too many alarms. You had that drop chance from Udara on 55. Seems like a long time ago now. We spoke about the drop chances in the first test not proving to haunt the West Indies too much, but here today, it's been an issue.
Yeah, certainly a drop catch, or a chance rather. I didn't think it went to hand. Didn't think it went to hand at all, but Yeah, he was on 55 then, Udara. Now on to 129.
West Indies in defense mode, just the one slip under Gully, close catches. Might be two sounds there, maybe a thick inside edge. But Kamindu continuing to advance to Justin Greaves here.
Yeah, he's had a few good deliveries to Kamindu Mendes. I remember that one that just, in fact, no bat. It looks to be two pads, but maybe question of height for West Indies.
Seeing the bounce here stay true throughout the day, bar a delivery here or there. But the carry's been consistent. Just there again, bounce, extra bounce. You saw in that review from Shamar Joseph earlier, who doesn't possess extreme bounce per se in comparison to his West Indian counterparts. That was going over the top. So that tells you there's a bit of bounce in this pitch. Keeper standing up. Get something on that though. Good work from John Campbell to save a run. So maybe a little bit of desperation creeping in here. And this is something that we saw recently. England, New Zealand. In England, keeper standing up. Especially with Kamindu looking to advance. But 48 overs gone, it's 234 for 2. Chase has got a straight mid-on, catching to the right-hander. This was that again with Shea Hope standing up to the stumps. What kind of effect does standing up to the stumps have on a batter, would you say, Stacey-Ann?
Yeah, well, the simple thing is stay in their crease, Mali. Kamindu is looking to advance to Justin Greaves.
Oh, yes.
And I recall one of the deliveries that he bowled to him, just narrowly missing the off stump. I've seen in that over, Kamindu just looking to negate that by coming down to Justin Greaves. So, yeah, so Hope deciding, let me get there, let me get up to the stump to prevent that from happening. And right away, you're rooted on your crease. It's a lot more risk if one misses your blade, if you come down the track to it.
I think also what it does, just gives the ball that little bit more time in which to do its work. For Justin Greaves, it'll be that swing. So it also plays into the hands of the West Indies if they can execute.
Yeah, and that's the keyword, execution. I think prior to that, or even in that tea break questions, they would have been asking themselves, have they applied sustained pressure to Sri Lanka?
I think that's just where they've been a bit off color here today. The pressure, they haven't been able to provide sustained pressure, as you'd say. One to end, it's 237 for 2. Shea Hope opting to stand back to the right-handed Udara. He's playing in a slightly different mode. He's allowing the ball to come, play late. Good delivery though. That one just held his line outside the off stump. So there's something for Graves to build on from that first delivery.
Yeah, certainly. Graves, I think he's been really good in sequencing his deliveries, consistently looking to hit at 6 meter length or so, occasionally getting it a bit fuller also to the batters, and has gotten shape on the ball as well.
More importantly, from a West Indian perspective, have a look at his economy rate. He's providing a bit of control here. He's into his 6th over. He's just conceded 13 runs. So he's providing an element of control that was severely lacking from the West Indies here on day one.
And as you said that, Mali, this offers up a short, wide one for Udara to help himself too. He's been really good in that square of the wicket region, Udara. But yes, back to Justin Graves. I think if you ask the bowling coach, his role in this team is just to come in and basically be supportive. And how do you do that? You have to be able to control things out there when you get the ball in hand. Do not offer up a lot of freebies. Just consistently hit one line and length and ask the batters to make a mistake. So far, I think he's been very good for West Indies in this period.
Encouragement there for the West Indian bowler, Greaves. That's just something that Udara has done so well. He seemed to have that extra split second. At times he just gets across, works it into the onside. He's been strong through that offside as well. This pitch still very good for batting. Well, it's been good for batting here on day one. I can't overemphasize just how well the Sri Lankans have read the conditions. Looked like sharp work indeed from Shea Hope. Standing up to the stumps, down the leg side. Did Kamendu Mendes just slightly overbalance? Was that back foot up in the air? Remains to be seen. They've gone upstairs.
Stumping. It's a fair delivery. Can I have the side on replay, please? Roll it. I can see the foot is in the air as the bails are taken off. Satisfied. My decision for the big screen is
Stacey, you were just saying it, the effect of the keeper standing up. We're seeing the importance of having specialist keepers, especially in this situation, being able to stand up to the stumps, to the medium quick. It's caused the dismissal of Kamindu Mendes. 84 of 120. The partnership ends 240 for 3. Skipper Dhananjaya De Silva strides to the crease after quite a long wait out there in the dressing room. A massive partnership comes to an end. Look at that work from Shahab, who's absolutely rapid. Innocuous delivery down the leg side. It would have just been a nothing ball, really, had he not been standing up. Look how sharp the movement was. He recognized it early. Very good take indeed. Fantastic hand-eye coordination. You can see just how happy the West Indies are with that. $215 the partnership between that pair.
Yeah, definitely needed something special to break that partnership, and a bit of brilliance from Shea Hope. Extremely quick. Look at that. Hardly any time there for Kamindu. Very quick hands, very sharp work there from Shea Hope. West Indies needed that. Wicketkeeper standing up to the stump, making the difference. We were just having that conversation. The fact that he recognized that Kamindu was leaving his crease. Masterful piece of work there from the keeper.
No! And I was saying earlier, we saw a lot of that from Tom Blundell in that England-New Zealand series just concluded. The one that New Zealand won 2-1. It's such a weapon, especially in conditions that aren't necessarily suiting the bowlers, and you're looking for a period of sustained pressure. It's a real skill and a weapon to be used, and West Indies executed that perfectly.
Oi! And you think to the fact that, as you mentioned, it's just one that slipped down the leg side from Justin Graves, and he was quickly to it, Shea Hope. And it's not just the collection that was quick, it's the execution as well, whipping those bails off just as quickly as he received it. Quite outstanding from Shea Hope.
.241 for 3. Skipper Dhananjaya still yet to score. Hiro Udara, the star of the show, 135 and counting. Fastest 100 in tests versus the West Indies as well. So records continue to tumble here in this series. Beautiful delivery, starting to find an element of control now, the West Indies. That wicket would help, but Justin Greaves just touching down on that off stump, just outside, holding its line once again. Not too many deliveries beating the outside edge.
It's just simple fast bowling. Just find your areas and consistently plug away at it. And they managed to get that wicket, West Indies. Yeah, but Dhananjaya De Silva, 100 in the first innings in the previous test for him. You know, we mentioned control so much here, and he displayed that throughout. Came in with his team under pressure, 3 wickets down very early, and in partnership with Dinesh Chandimal and Sunal Dhanusha, getting to 120. He really dictated the pace of the game, and the West Indies bowlers coming in now with his team in a much better position.
Yeah, you're right, Stacey, and came in at 42 for 3 in that first innings. Produced quite a stunning display of batting here. He's going to need a lot more of that. Slightly different situation he's coming in this second test. He's got that platform lead by Udara and Kamindu.
A few deliveries, just a wide signal there by umpire Paul Rifle. Throwing a few deliveries wide to Dhananjaya De Silva. One of the things that he was quite tempted into doing was just playing those deliveries wide outside the off some De Silva in his innings, in his way onto 100. So perhaps just looking to tempt him, Justin Graves, but so important that this wicket that West Indies got, Justin Graves just looked to build on that.
Good delivery, bit of extra bounce as well. So he's honing in on an area, not necessarily targeting the stumps, but just outside that off stump, and he's letting the ball in the pitch conditions here do the rest of the work, Justin Graves. Slightly more overcast here. No. So maybe you just expect to see maybe a bit more movement through the air. He hammers it in short. I've put the markers on him, Stacey, and we were talking him up in terms of just how well he was bowling, sustaining pressure, and he's delivered a long hot dispatch by Dhananjaya. He's off the mark.
Yeah, one of the few poor deliveries bowled by Justin Graves in this spell. Dhananjaya De Silva very good at picking length, particularly when it is short. Just getting in great position and off the mark as well with that boundary.
Relies a lot on the movement available to him, Graves. That's a lot better. That's the length. Doesn't possess that pace to hammer it in short. It's 247 for 3. Stacey's enjoying the music of the DJ here. The burning flames blaring around the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's got to slip into the right-handed Udara's chase. Not too much spin available to him here on day one. Probably look to run one on with the arm, maybe catch the right-handed Udara. Playing for a bit of spin that's not there, exposing the outside edge.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and look, a man there batting on 136. I mean, he just got the wicket. I wouldn't even mind seeing someone shot in a square leg, just looking as if something is happening out there. Not a lot is. Yeah, we've seen the reluctance really from him to come forward to rust and chase also. So just put someone there at short leg.
Once again, no real pressure on that front foot defense, as you said, Stacey. And I think it's an area in which the West Indies have just been lacking slightly in terms of the use of that short leg. We've seen the ball just bounce a bit here today at times. Maiden from Chase. It's 2-4-7 for 3. So finally, from a West Indian perspective, an element of control here. Session 3 so far, just the 7 overs, 23 runs. Have a look at that run rate. Way below what the Sri Lankans have been scoring at for the majority of the day. And he induces that fall stroke with that fuller delivery outside the off stump, Stace.
That is the one right there, Mali. Just sometimes the Nanjaya De Silva just flash that blade outside the off stump. My fear though is just 2 men in the slip card and he just might get away with it if it doesn't go to one of them. But that right there is very early. Just luring him into that shot. Good areas from Justin Graves.
I think the West Indies will be best served getting another catcher in, especially to Dhananjaya at this stage of his innings. Just faced 9 deliveries. You know what they say about the vulnerability of batters, especially early in their innings. It's when they're most vulnerable.
Yeah, especially if Justin Graves is going to continue to bowl that line. You need some reinforcements in the slip card and at least one more catcher. Just force. Maybe get someone from the leg side and get him into that catch and slip area. He's very new at the crease, De Silva. The important thing for West Indies now is to continue to build pressure and try and get another wicket quickly.
Good shot, good hand from Graves. Think back to that first test. Played quite a few sweet straight drives, did Dhananjaya. Presents a full face more often than not. Once again, 4 dots here, Stacey. A bit of pressure being built. Got a little greedy there, did Graves. Went hunting for the stumps or the pads onto the legs of the Sri Lankan batters. We've seen how strong they've been in that area. Looks like Kumar has a strap in his hand here. Don't think he's been too happy with the performance. Seems like his young charges have been misbehaving slightly without Kamar Roach standing over them. This is better. This is better. Good areas, this. Good finish. 2-4-8 for 3. Another partnership being built here by the Sri Lankans, just 8 so far. But Udara, he's continued in his unbothered fashion. He's played absolutely beautifully here today. So again, no real pressure being applied by Chase, especially Dhananjaya is new to the crease. Stacey-Ann, not too much available to him. Of the pitch conditions.
Yeah, that's very true. You know, the pitch is very good for batting. 249 for 3 in no time, Sri Lanka. But just getting that breakthrough off of a brilliant effort from your keeper. The thing that you cannot afford to happen now is another partnership to be built on the back of that very good one previously. So have to find a way to get wickets.
Yeah, it's a real tricky situation this for Ruston Chase. This is where his leadership will really come under the microscope. 250 up with that single. From just 54.4 overs here.
No run, Johnny. No.
You can just look to apply pressure by field setting, because the way it is now, Dhananjaya De Silva coming in with his team in a healthy position, he'll just look to build on that, get himself set.
That's the one that just goes on, beats the outside edge. Good finish from Chase, 2 from the over. 250 for 3. So Graves and Chase providing an element of control for the West Indies here late on day 1. We'll have a change in bowling. Shamar Joseph comes into the attack. I think this is a good move by Ruston Chase. A bit of cloud cover here. Graves bowled a good spell. Now he's gone to his wicket taker. The man with the best strike rate in West Indian fast bowling history. One's aerial, but it will go to the boundary. Off the legs once again. A strong area for the Sri Lankans.
We've already seen Chandamal dismissed with a similar shot in a similar area. Brandon King on that occasion. Fuller length, just flicking it a bit uppishly, close to John Campbell. Just passing him. Good enough timing as well from Udara. Still really close for West Indies to get their 4th.
Shamar will be feeling the pressure, conceding that boundary off his first delivery. It was a quiet period almost that the West Indies managed to stitch together. that bowling partnership of Chase and Greaves. Still 5 overs behind here as well. The West Indies, you thought maybe they would have caught up. Introducing the spinner hasn't proven to be the case. To be fair to the West Indies, that run rate has come down slightly. It was at 5s and above 5s just before that tea break. Since then, they've managed to get it down to 4.5, but they're gonna have to do a lot more in which to get it down even further here, Stacey. And the conditions for batting are absolutely superb.
Yeah, credit to Justin Graves. Just hitting his areas very well and allowing to keep that run rate under control. Also picking up that important wicket of Kamindu Mendes.
I think for just the one slip on the gully here. Expect someone with this record and a strike rate such as that to possibly have a catcher, another catcher in. You wouldn't want to take the outside edge and it goes through the gap between first slip and the gully. We already saw Udara not be taking in a similar area, and that was with a packed slip cord.
And he still must understand the position that Rustin Chase is in. 255 on the board. They're also thinking saving runs. As much as they are thinking about getting wickets, the run rate has been rapid from Sri Lanka in the match so far. But again, Dhananjaya De Silva, new batter in the middle. We already saw him just flashing his blade outside the off stump to 1 from Justin Graves. Just allow yourself the opportunity to get a 4th wicket.
It's again throwing the hands at that one. Dhananjaya, single to end, 6 from the overs, 256 for 3.
Lots of bees like that across the island. Run rate so far this session 3.2. So West Indies, as we suspected, regaining some level of discipline. Chase continues from that Andy Roberts end. A wonderful view.
Oh, yes.
Sri Lanka will be hoping for another partnership and for Dhananjaya to repeat what he did in the first innings of that first test. Dara continues to be quite resolute. Jimmy Adams alongside me. Good afternoon, Jimmy.
Hi, Sammy. Yes, it's been a really good start to the session for the West Indies relative to how inconsistent they were prior. Captain Chase with his off spin and initially with Justin Graves at the other end have just stemmed the flow a little bit, picking up the important wicket of Kamindu Mendes in the process.
Oh.
I guess better late than never, but the game from a West Indian perspective was calling out, or crying out for this prior to the tea break. A maiden from chase, 256 for 3.
Couple wickets for Shamar Joseph in session 1. A wicket for Justin Graves in session 3. It will be Shamar Joseph who continues. Yeah, let's have a look at this package from Justin Graves that eventually resulted in a wicket coming to Mendes, just stepping out of his crease on a few occasions, and that prompted Shea Hope to come up to the stumps eventually, right, just keeping him back there on the stump. And then this happened. A wonderful bit of, I suppose, understanding the situation, game awareness from Shea Hope, and then that execution of the run out of the stumping. Really wonderful little passage there from the West Indians, and then that was lightning fast work from Shea Hope. Remember, he hasn't kept in this format for some time. He's been with that flag all day. Dara has been out there all day, so too Shea Hope. Have a look at this, folks.
Classic piece of wicket keeping from Shea Hope, down the leg side in one motion, removing the bails. Too quick for Kamindo Mendes. A lot of that happening now in world cricket, where wicket keepers are standing up to the stump to prevent batters from coming down the wicket to fast bowlers. And that was a classic example, resulting in that wicket, much needed wicket for the West Indies.
Have you taken any like this in your time, Jimmy? Down the leg side?
In my time, if you are lucky enough to have me there, the umpire would have been signaling 4 byes more than likely. Definitely not easy. As a sign of a really competent wicketkeeper.
Almost chopped onto the stump. So Kavem Hodge in that first test dismissed in a sort of similar fashion. Could have ricocheted so easily.
Not sure if he was beaten for pace or the ball just seaming back into him a little bit, taking a thick inside edge. Had no idea where it was.
Looks really good on that particular stroke, Udara. 256 for 3. more recognizable these stats for test match cricket, 2.67 that run rate. So just reeling things back, the West Indies.
Oh, yes.
Udara's innings, the highest for Sri Lanka in a test match in the West Indies. Jayawardene, previous best, 136 in Ghana in 2008.
Udara, a classic example, as you keep reminding the viewers, Samuel, about making sure that you're ready for the opportunity whenever it comes. Didn't have that great a warm-up game in the fixture just before the test match. Didn't get any big scores. Looking to establish himself at this format. And apart from one chance between first and second slip, he really hasn't put a foot wrong here today.
There's a little bit about Hashim Amla in some of his strokes. 257 for 3.
Run rate dropping, showing possibly a discussion that would have been had by Ruston Chase and the team during the interval. It's been a lot more consistent from the bowlers since the tea break. Chase continuing where he left off before tea. And Justin Graves, having started from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, supporting his captain, getting the important wicket of Kamindo Mendes. And Shamar Joseph looking to continue building pressure, putting good strings together.
Yeah, that extra piece again. We've seen Udara's first-class record, Jimmy, but before that, let's have a look at Dhananjaya. Those deliveries that are on the stumps, finishing on the stumps, honing in on the stumps, seem to create a little bit of an issue for him. And that was his dismissal in the second innings. Yes, he did score a century first time around, but West Indies would have seen that and they would have gleaned quite a lot from that innings. And they are now looking to exploit a perceived element of weakness. Udara, on the other hand, has that unknown element about him, only his third test, so not much data. And I suppose not a lot of planning on him as we see another no ball. And so he has that going for him. I wonder if we use that to get any of our overhead shots. Bird's eye view. All right, yeah, comfortably a no ball. 19 first-class centuries for Udara. Average of close to 43 in over 100 first-class matches. So he is battle-hardened. He has come through that system and understands how to score runs. Compare that to our first-class batters, they aren't even close to that number of first-class centuries. So it's nice to see someone who has gone through that system reaping the reward at this level.
The Walter family from the United States, father and son. Such a comparison and a difference in the West Indies since the tea interval. They've been spot on with the lines. A lot more consistent with the lengths, and more importantly, doing it from both ends. Captain Chase quietly going about his business from the Sir Andy Roberts end with his off spinners, and ably supported from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, now with Shamar Joseph, previously with Justin Graves. But they were hemorrhaging runs at too high a rate prior to this, and we've certainly come out with a different plan, or this maybe the same plan but better execution in this session.
And good hands again from Brandon King. 261 for 3. Looking on with the bovine eyes. It's very interesting the way this game is being set up. 60 overs so far, the Sri Lankan innings, so much improved from their second innings. And the resilience and fortitude that they've shown is quite commendable. Chase now into his 11th.
Down, Johnny.
He plays the ball quite late and really close to him. His hands rarely ever go away from his body, Udara. So his technique is quite compact. Has that sort of double backlift where it goes up, comes back down, and goes up again. Just making sure that they capture everything. Jimmy drove to the ground this morning in that white car in the foreground. Not allowed to park in the stadium car park. Hasn't paid for parking. 264 for 3.
.264 for 3, Sri Lanka. Shamar Joseph continuing while batsmen take refreshments. Very circumspect thus far from the captain Dhananjaya. 11 from his 36. Seems to be an issue with Udara. Sri Lankan physiotherapist coming to have a look. Seems to be indicating that it's his lower back. But today has been all about this man. Watched 2 of his earlier partners departing, but he set about repairing the damage, and he's done it magnificently. He's jumped on anything short, quite happy to go aerial when he needed to. 4 times he's cleared the ropes for maximums, and his first international Test 100 in only his 3rd Test match. Maybe the effects of batting this long are starting to show. Last thing Sri Lanka would want now is to have him not being able to continue. Captain Dhananjaya having just come to the crease. This is a story so far. Madushka going early for 6. Chandimal, the big wicket, departing for 1, and then a partnership over 200 between Kamindo Mendes and Udara. Mendes going eventually for 84. Kamindo Mendes with a well-played 84. Early on his drives, beautiful driver through the offside. Very crisp on both sides of the wicket. Really set the foundation for Sri Lanka to get to an impressive first innings score. Success for Shamar Joseph, 2 wickets before lunch. And then the West Indies had to wait until after tea for Justin Graves to break the partnership between Mendes and Udara. Mendes going stumped down the leg side. A sharp piece of work from the West Indian wicketkeeper Shea Hope. Udara seems to have sorted his back issues. Shamar Joseph to continue.
That's the area that has proven problematic. You can see some gesticulation from Dhananjaya there, maybe indicating that there's something on the surface, some sort of movement. But this is what he does so well, hence the high strike rate for Shamar Joseph. Have that short mid-wicket and mid-on, so he can afford to bowl that line. A little pause in play, they'll have to regroup the batters. There you go again. High percentage of his deliveries finish on the stumps.
Maybe he's just playing the numbers so well, Shamar Joseph, keeping as many different modes of dismissal in play as possible. He does nick people off, but he really keeps ball down and leg before options, always on the go. And just as importantly, holding a length, a non-scoring length. Dhananjaya will be very keen to get another partnership going, having come in after such a wonderful pairing between Udara and Kamindo Mendes. Attacking player by nature, Dhananjaya de Silva. Been very circumspect since his arrival.
Udara in first-class cricket has the highest score of an unbeaten 290. Maybe indicative of his appetite for big scores. Yeah, look at that, far right. Average has gone up on the account of this innings. How much more can he push it?
At no point in the last test match did the West Indies have to work this hard for wickets as they've done today. And it really supports the decision by the Sri Lankans, who opted to bat first, having won the toss this morning. And in good conditions, they've responded. 62 overs gone, 265 for 3.
No team really relenting in this period of play here, which is what this format is all about. Chase 2 trying to bowl that straight line to the right-handers. More bounced and turned though on the surface.
Catch him!
I'm just looking at the field that Ruston Chase has here. He's got a slip in play, a short extra cover catching on a deep backward point. I'd be almost tempted to ask him to bowl a little bit outside off stump to threaten both the inside and the outside edge. I think he's bowling a little bit too straight.
Oh, yes.
And not giving himself a chance at other potential types of dismissal. Most batsmen like to have the ball coming down inside the line of sight, and I just think Ruston bowling a little bit too straight at the minute. That's a better line. It's a better line. You have your slip. If it nicks off, you have protection, deep backward point if you were to get cut.
Bye.
269 for 3. Shamar Joseph, who has had the biggest workload of the day so far in his 15th over now. Pillar of concentration and focus from Udara. Continues the theme of what we've seen in this series. Uncertain to play, and then when you've gotten the opportunity, you really cashing in. This will result in a couple. In fact, it goes for 4. Brings up 150 for the Sri Lankan opening batter. Only his third test match converted to triple figures, and now he's converted to 150, and he's still going. Wonderful knock from him.
Well, there's no way, there's absolutely no way Udara is going to miss out on this length into legs. Nobody at deep square leg, and confidently clipped past the umpire at square leg for 4 more. Brilliant knock from the Sri Lankan batsman. Congratulations from his captain.
Yeah, one of the things that has been noticeable, Jimmy, and you can perhaps touch on it a little bit more, how compact he's been during the course of the innings. It's been quite noticeable. His hands very close to his body.
Well, any top quality test player, especially for a new ball, wants to be playing the ball close to the body, hands under the head, waiting for the ball to come to him. And defensively, especially, this is what you want. And he's been a model of concentration, a technique that is certainly tight enough for cricket at this level. And he's been rewarded with 150 now in this his 3rd test match. Brilliant from the Sri Lankan.
Yeah, I said it when Amir Jangu got that score, and I'll say it again. Until you actually put in the performance, there's always an element of self-doubt. But once you've done it, then all of those doubts are dispelled, and you feel as though you belong here. And I'm sure that sense of belongingness is with him. He feels as though he's at the international level and he can compete. And you learn so much about yourself that you may not have necessarily known before.
Well, Sammy, I'll add to that. I think there's nothing that builds team confidence than getting those performances in the dressing room. So you want your 100s, you want your 5s from your bowlers. Every performance, every landmark performance, whether it be a 50 or 100, gives the whole team confidence. They'll have times when the batting unit will think, listen, we have X amount of test hundreds in our dressing room, and whatever is in front of us is doable. Coaches especially always keep reminding players, get your landmarks because it helps the team. Beautifully played. Not that wide, but wide enough for somebody who has been at the crease since 10 o'clock this morning. Just enough room. It wasn't a full-blooded cut. It was more of a punch to end the over. 277 for 3.
$215 that previous partnership. The last ball of the previous over, a little bit in the air, but crashed to the boundary for 4. And that's after a delivery before that kept a little bit low. I know that the FIFA World Cup is on, but he's seeing that ball like a football for sure. Yeah, the follow through. That's sort of a double pump in that back lift. Have a closer look at it. And no doubt, Jimmy, he'll be under the microscope now. He'll get a lot of scrutiny, all of his technique. All roads will lead to him being examined.
For sure, it's the way of the modern game now. You spend some time at the crease and pictures go right around the world, and you become a part of everybody's database going forward. But then batters do the same thing to bowlers, so it evens itself out.
The constant remains unbeaten. Udara, 279 for 3. That's the end of the over. An opportunity for everyone to take a little rehydrant and perhaps recalibrate their plans. Time for a drinks break.
We're back to our trivia questions from the QR code. Which West Indian bowler with 300 test statistics first test match between Sri Lanka and West Indies? And 100% say Kimar Roach. And Kimar Roach is the correct answer. For more trivia and for more interactions with West Indies fans here and abroad, scan that QR code and you'll be able to interact with each other. Congrats.
unmitigating dominance so far from Sri Lanka. Just 3 wickets, 279 runs on the board, and Udara 156 runs to him. Yeah, looks a batter that's completely at peace with his technique, trusting his defense really well, and any opportunities to score, particularly in that area square of the wicket. Few loose deliveries that he puts away quite aptly. And again, quite self-assured in what he's delivered so far for Sri Lanka, replacing Pathum Nissanka in this test match. Yeah, beautiful Antigua. 279 for 3, just 2 wickets for the 3 wickets in fact for West Indies. Shamar Joseph, Justin Graves, the other, stumped of Shehope brilliance. So the hallmark. Highlight of this match so far is that massive partnership indeed by Kamindu and Budara. It's found Sri Lanka in such a healthy position. For the wicket so far, Shamar Joseph picking up Madushka very early. Brandon King with a very good catch. And then again, that pair combining to get that second wicket. Chandamal that time, a big wicket, but then a big partnership that was eventually broken by stunning work from Shehope behind the stump. Shamar Joseph with a quick spell. Alongside me, Darren Ganga. Hello to you, Darren. Jaden Seals with ball in hand. What do you make right away? What do you make of the tactics of West Indies right after that breakthrough from Justin Graves?
I think this post-T session is a more disciplined session for the West Indies. Only 55 runs conceded in the 19 overs bowled so far. Sri Lanka with a run rate of 2.8 for the first time being contained.
And Jaden Seals reintroduced into the attack. He did find the edge of Udara when he was on 55, I believe. Now reintroduced, searching for his 100 wicket.
I've looked at Jaden Seals and all the spells he bowled in this first day of the second test. Frustrated at times, not as fluent and consistent when he's at his best. But Roshan Chase should be mindful of when he's operating and the partner that he has on the other end. If you reflect on when we started the day's play, bowled 5 overs alongside Shamar Joseph, and that bowling partnership picked up 2 wickets. Throughout the course of the day, there was only a second time when these two, Seals and Shamar Joseph, operated. And they operated for only 6 overs. You often hear coaches and players talk about bowling in partnerships. Well, for Roshan Chase, he should know which pair is his most potent pair. And I believe it's Jaden Seals and Shamar Joseph. So having said that, to me, a real missed opportunity for Jaden Seals to bowl from that Sir Andy Roberts end alongside Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, he was fresh enough, he was fired up. Jaden Seals. And something that you spoke about, I remember you speaking about that potent bowling attack. I think you were talking to Raul Lewis and you were letting him know, you know, 2 of your outstanding bowlers together. I think Seals and Roach, he's not here in this match. So what we've seen today is that Seals and Shamar Joseph, as you pointed out, produce wickets is because of the pressure from one end and then the attack from the other.
Look, success at the international level is not only about skill. It's about applying that skill, reading the situation, as a captain, knowing when to introduce your strengths and the assets that are within your team. And for me, when you're in a situation like this, when you've created pressure with this session post-tee, it's the ideal time to have your two attacking bowlers operate in tandem with each other. We haven't seen that.
Decent start for Jaden Seals, 280 for 3. If you look there, that third session got that 1 wicket, but importantly so far the run rate is below 3, really for the first time of the day. So it really emphasizes your point, Darren Ganga, just finding the right moments to put pressure on the opposition.
Oh yeah!
And just a reminder of viewers, before this test series, both Kemar Roach and Jaden Seals bowling in tandem with each other would have produced 103 wickets. And it reinforces my point that as a captain, those are the 1%ers you must be mindful of. Of course, no Kemar Roach in this test match. So there must be a reliance or over-reliance on the resources at his disposal. All due respect to Roston Chase, he's into his 14th over. He's been bowling primarily from that Sandy Roberts end from the start of his spell. And there was a desperate need for him to pull things back, pull the run rate back. They were scoring at over 5, now it's 4.2. But having done that and having not created any chances, with him being implemented as a bowler, there must be a timing or an introduction of a more attacking option to get wickets.
There's still a lot for a skipper to think about, and also when you think about the fact that it's 13 overs before the new ball, perhaps thinking about managing his fast bowlers. 280, just wait for it. Yes, 282 for 3.
For 6 here, boys. Bang, bang. Come on. Bang, bang, bang. Come on, your legs.
Sri Lanka really dominating those first 2 sessions. West Indies, though, looking to just fight back at the end, very close to the end of the day's play. Just that 1 wicket, looking to continue to apply pressure here. One just nipped back a bit sharply, and also some bunks from Jaden Seals.
Jaden Seals just extracting some bounce. We've seen bounce with fast bowlers operating primarily from this Sukutli Ambrose end. So there is a little bit of incentive.
And just to backtrack a bit, I did mention, to really stick to your point about applying pressure and seizing the moment. It's something that Darren Sammy spoke of coming into this test match, coming into the series really, seizing the moments. West Indies, and you look right now, I didn't mention that new ball is available, but you look at the amount of time remaining in a day's play and perhaps you might not even get to that new ball. So right now it's your time to just find a way to apply pressure. We keep repeating it, but it's so important given that you got that wicket that you worked so hard for.
And just keeping with that point of bowling in partnerships, in my time playing at the international level, I think of Glenn McGrath, Jason Gillespie. For Australia, for Pakistan, Wasim Akram, Waka Yunis. For England, Matthew Hoggard, Steve Harmison. For South Africa, Sean Pollock, Alan Donald. You think of those bowling pairs, and as a batter, that's real attack. Those are the combinations you want to avoid. Those are the combinations that you want to resist. Did mention that his parents, they've made the trip to Antigua to support Jayden Seales, and it's really admirable.
Yeah, I really love that as well, Darren Ganga. Support from the parents, seeing that throughout really a number of parents willing to, the amount of sacrifices that they may have made as well in to get Jayden Seales and some of the other players around the world to where they are right now. And to find their way here, amazing.
Yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit more. Anne-Marie and Larry Seales, both here, parents of Jayden Seales.
Bang and target to end that over. 283 for 3. Yeah, Chase will continue this partnership slowly but sure, but growing. 43 now of 110 deliveries, not as quick as what we saw from Kamindu and Udara earlier.
Oh, yeah.
But building the partnership again, so important for Sri Lanka.
Just same with Jayden Seales, of course, from Baxter Hall in Trinidad. Good feeling, good hand again, good support. Yeah, that's an area in central Trinidad. I did have the privilege of chatting with his father and mother at the hotel. They spoke about the sacrifices that they made for Jayden. One, to shift from his interest in football. He was a goalkeeper when he was at school. And given his progress in cricket,
Catch him!
they advised him to specialize in cricket. His father, of course, ensured he had the right size bed. Jayden, being a tall man, is very mindful of protecting Jayden's back, ensuring that he had a good night rest. He did attend Presentation College in Shagona. It's a very prestigious school in that area, known for its cricketing exploits. .285 for 3.
Perhaps trying to put the scare on you, some skeletal mermaids there around the skeleton head. Yeah, Jaden Seal still searching for his 100th.
Right on.
Well, I'd love to hear more about ensuring that he got the right size bed, Darenganga.
Yeah, his father said that he knew that Jaden will make it in cricket because of his passion. Did mention that Jaden comes from a family that is obsessed with cricket, so playing cricket in the backyard with his cousins, his uncles, was a daily activity. And there was a rule in the family that you had to bowl. No one was allowed to throw the ball. So Jaden was quite disciplined, developed the right action from very young, got the right support. And his father and mother ensured that he stayed on course. Did say that he has a deep desire to play red ball cricket and to let that be his defining element in his career.
His dad quite precise in ensuring that his son got to where he is now at this level. So much sacrifices that parents make, not just financial, but time as well. Time to take your kids your children to the game, pick them back up as well. So much investment to ensure that the children get to where they want to be and fulfill their dreams.
And just to finish that conversation, did say when Jaden completed college, secondary school, and he started playing for the Queen's Park Cricket Club, in order to make life easy for Jaden, he bought him a car so he didn't have to travel from central Trinidad to the Queen's Park Oval. And there they are. To the left, his mom, Anne-Marie, and his dad to the right, Larry.
They're waiting patiently. I love the fact that they made the trip over here to Antigua to witness their son get to his 100th wicket. Really hope that it happens for him here. Of course, the next test series, much easier for them. They'll be in Trinidad.
Yeah, but proud parents, supportive parents, parents who have invested in Jaden Seals from very young and now reaping the rewards of that investment. And I'm sure it will be a great honor and privilege to see him get to 100 test wickets.
Didn't like that at all. Inexact line. They managed to pick up a 4, and it's 50 partnership as well for Udara and Nanjaya De Silva. 291 for 3. Nearing 300, Sri Lanka. 70 overs bowl. Another partnership formed. This one just 51. But in a strong position, and they're continuing to build. Lots to think about for Ruston Chase.
Last ball of the last over, Jin Seals just getting 2 straight earned on the leg side, making life very easy for Udara. Just saying, with the 1%ers that should be uppermost in the mind of Ruston Chase, not only should be centered on his bowling combinations and his bowling choices, but he should be thinking about his field placing. Oftentimes, with the amount of data and information around, you want to stay at the pulse of where batters are scoring. Plug those areas, push batters into doing different things while their innings unfold. Yeah, we've looked at Udara. He scored a lot of runs square of the wicket in that gully region. Haven't really seen 2 gullies to push Udara to hit the ball more in front or more behind. Nice quick single. When you push batters to do something out of their comfort zone or something that they're not accustomed doing, you can create those opportunities for wicket taking.
Continues to be solid, Udara. 292 for 3. Udara with that mammoth total, 165, highlighting Sri Lanka's innings so far. Kamindu Mendes with 84, but then Anjaya De Silva quietly there with 19 of 64. We've already seen him score 100 in the first innings of the first match. So there's a change of bowling as well. Anderson Phillip, ball in hand. Yeah, it was a short spell for Jaden Seals. I'm wondering if there might be a switch of ends for him.
Yeah, there's a strong possibility. So again, Ruston Chase is searching for the 4th wicket. Last wicket to fall. Did so, and the score was 240.
Protection out there for that short pitch delivery. Bit too short there from Anderson Phillip coming into this match. His line, I think, not quite right so far, but just so important that in this comeback spell that he's able to just find one area and continue to bowl there. That's a lot being offered out there for the Seamers right now, especially that ball being almost 72 overs old.
Stacey and viewers, just saying with the 1%ers, the other thing that a test captain should be focused on is the tactical and technical capability of the batters in the opposition team. Udara has been there from the start of this innings. Is there a technical deficiency that you've seen from him? Is there an area that he can exploit? Our previous commentators have spoken about how his hands are in control. He plays the ball under his eye line, and we have evidence. We have evidence of that. Keep your eyes on where he plays the ball from. That's a bird's eye view of Udara. And he's always in control, very strong through that offside. Maybe there's a chance to take him a little bit wider, set him up, because those conglomerations in front of him, he's in full control of those. So it's something for Roston Chase to think about. Spoke about pushing a batter out of his comfort zone. He's very comfortable with the wicket-to-wicket line deliveries, the balls that finishes on the stumps. We've seen him more enterprising, playing with balls on 5th stump, 6th stump. And that's a little bit higher risk for a batter in Test match cricket. So maybe that's an area that the West Indies need to exploit a little bit more. Bowl a little bit wider to Udara.
It's a good start from Anderson Phillip in this spell. 293 for 3. Hero Udara, only the second Sri Lankan player to score 150 or more on the first day of a test outside of Asia. Eerily close to that outside edge. And I was wondering though if it was a tactical move to bring Jaden Seals from the other end, but Roston Chase to continue though. Very good start to this over.
Catch him.
It has gotten a bit dark. You see that lights are coming on here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Catch it, Johnny!
Yeah.
Oh, effort. Oh, yes, 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 yes.
A dot to finish. 6 runs coming from that over. Sri Lanka 299 for 3. kite flying here in Antigua. I love that orange kite. Very colorful. Gotten a bit dark here, so the lights are being powered on. But Anderson Phillip to continue. Sri Lanka nearing 300. A little bit of width off outside the off stump, and he crashes that through the offside. 300 up as well for Sri Lanka.
Fractionally short. The line a little bit wider. Yeah, that's a wonderful execution. Terrific shot from Udara. Brings up the 300. Remember, first test match. Sri Lanka, they were bowled out for 308 now. A contrast to that effort. 303 for 3.
One shorter to the leg side this time. In fact, this goes all the way from Udara. He has pulled really well in that direction so far. 10 runs off 2 balls to start.
Not the ideal length from Anderson Phillip. We saw in that wagon wheel that Udara is quite strong. Square of the wicket, offside, onside. So there needs to be a tactical shift here by the West Indies when Anderson Phillip is on. That length has to be fuller with a straighter feel. Encourage him to play more down the ground as against square.
Yeah, much better there from Justin Grave. Anderson Phillip, I beg your pardon. But that's 6 from Udara. Note that anything in that direction, he's looking to go aerial. It's just understanding of the conditions as well. Knowing that there's a strong breeze blowing across the ground. So he'll take his chance to get 6 in that direction. Very smart approach from him in this inning so far.
That last delivery, you see Udara just losing his shape, attempting to drive the ball. Hence the reason the length should be a little bit fuller. So exploiting a batter's technical proficiency, so important. Had that one drop, one chance, going a begging in this innings. Short of a length delivery, finding the outside edge. The line was about 4th stump, 5th stump.
There is an appeal though. Phillip didn't seem too interested. Initially, he just went up because I think the slip feelers went up perhaps a bit too high. Just one review remaining for West Indies as well, so has to be very careful how they use it.
Sluggish legs, you can see, from Udara. Just caught on the crease, maybe in 2 minds. Wasn't going forward, neither was he backed with his body movement.
Yeah, a confident start to that over and a confident end. 310 for 3. Sri Lanka going past their best score in this test series so far, 308 in the first innings. They'll be very pleased with this effort from their top order batters so far.
Oh, And look, you need to credit the Sri Lankan batters, the way they've taken control of this first day. They were very bold in that decision to bat first. We spoke about batting being one of their strengths as a team.
Catch him, boy!
The application from Udara, very impressive to look at, despite him losing 2 wickets quite early in the piece. And that partnership of 215 with Kamindo Mendes.
Yeah, that partnership along with Udara completely shifted the narrative of the morning session heading into lunch and after lunch and now here. It's really what the Sri Lankans needed. I think for a moment, 25 for 2. Maybe the coaching staff and the rest of the batters perhaps thinking, uh-oh, here we go again. But those two really provided that rescue act. And now has Sri Lanka quite a dominant position.
Okay.
311 for 3.
Marked improvement both in terms of the overs bowl and the economy from a West Indian perspective, but it's the most runs scored in a solitary day of Test match cricket for Sri Lanka against the West Indies. They recorded that in the first day of the first test and first day of the second test. It's broken, and that man, Udara, stands firm in what he's done. Records being toppled along the way. Can't help but make that reference against Mali about what Amir Jangu did when he got his chance, and now this 32-year-old who has been in the Sri Lankan first class setup for some time and getting success now. Have to go again, Alzari. What stood out for you during the course of the day's play?
Well, it must be said, you've got to go back to the toss. That was the first thing that stood out to me, Sammy B. Sri Lanka winning the toss, choosing to bat against this West Indian bowling attack. As we see Alzari Joseph just lose that in his gala. But the way they've gone about assessing the conditions, Udara and Kamindo in particular, 215-run partnership, West Indies struggling to contain. From a West Indian perspective, the test match has lived up to its name. It's another test for these fast bowlers. They were expecting possibly at 25 to 2 to run through this batting lineup. Hasn't proven to be the case. And they've got a bit of control here in the third session, but for large periods of the day, Sri Lanka have been bossing this game, Sammy.
Yeah, I've got a wonderful start after this delivery. There's some real pace there from Alzari and bounce. Well played. Udara's score now of 181 is the most runs scored by any player in a single day's play against the West Indies in the West Indies. Virender Sehwag made 180 in St. Lucia in 2006. 20 years ago, most runs against the West Indies in the West Indies in a single day. Wow. This has been a psychological resurrection of note from Sri Lanka, given their travails in the first test and all of the injuries that they've suffered. And for this opening batter to come out and put in this performance, hats off. Hats off. He'll be very pleased by what he's seen. He doesn't give too much away in terms of facial expressions, but I'm sure he's swelling with pride.
Another slight misfield there. A few too many from a West Indian perspective. Azari's been expensive today. Just the one delivery remaining in this over. Have a look at this. Once again, a fielder just diving over one. Johnny Campbell once again. It was Campbell and Greaves that missed that chance. Udara on 55, and you spoke about how many runs you'd have scored in a day versus the West Indies to beat Virender Sehwag, who in these parts, what we call him, a ball beater. The way Udara's gone about his innings here, 182 of 237. He's just knocked it around quite nicely and taken the boundary balls. 314 for 3.
Second new ball available in 4 overs time. I wonder what he's thinking with regard to taking that or not. So it is a little bit overcast as well as I look outside. The lights at the stadium here have been switched on because it's a little bit dark as well. And you can see on the right and left corners there, the lighting towers. So I wonder, Mali, even if it's available, if the umpires would allow it, and if West Indies would take it.
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question in this situation. It is a bit dark. Good cloud cover as well. Interestingly, it's been like this for a period here today. The West Indies still haven't been able to find that penetration. They haven't created enough chances. And in fact, their most fruitful wicket-taking period was with that new ball. Don't think they'll have the time to take it here tonight, Sammy B. Just 3.2 overs before it's available, as we see. The double centurion just taking a bit of a break.
Udara might join him as another double centurion. I think I read somewhere that he wicket keeps as well, so that's another commonality in the air, but importantly in the gap. And another boundary for Udara. 320 for 3.
the most romantic view from Antigua. That's the Shirley Heights. Sammy B, next time you're in with your other half, you should go up there, take in the sights. Beautiful part of the island. But have a look at that. This partnership, 80 of 164 between this pair. Edge taken, only the one slip in place. That's something we were very wary and worried about from a West Indian perspective, when the edge would be taken, if the catchers would be in position. And so far, it hasn't been the case. Another boundary to the total. Joseph, slightly fuller in length, catching Dhananjaya on the crease. Skipper Chase sprawling away to his left. Couldn't quite get a hand to that one. Look at Dhananjaya, he's just saying that one held its line or even went away. Haven't seen too much consistent movement for the West Indies here in this innings.
I must confess, Mali, I just looked away momentarily. I heard you say edge taken, and I thought it was a wicket. I looked out and it was racing away for 4. But I get what you're saying. The edge was taken, but in the gap. This was off the middle of the bat. It was in the air for some time, but away from the fielder, importantly, on the cusp of a significant milestone, Udara. What a moment that would be for him if he gets there. Or maybe I should say when he gets there.
I think a better thing to say was the edge was found. Edge found by Joseph, not taken by Chase. But for me, a little period here, as you said, Sammy, a bit of cloud cover. West Indies need to utilize this little period. The conditions have just slightly tipped in the fast bowler's favor here. Got to find the consistency, but also have the field well set.
Quick single, quite comfortable. Yeah, seems to be happy to get on the other end based on what we've seen so far in the over, Dhananjaya. I wonder if there's a little issue with Alzari Joseph. But enough can't be said. I think we've run out of adjectives to describe Udara and his remarkable efforts today in control throughout the course of the innings. Never looked in trouble except that opportunity on 55. We must remind you of that. And he's made them pay a heavy price so far. Yeah, tucked away, is that runs? Will he move into the 190s? No, it's not. It's leg byes.
Yeah, once again, this delivery just illustrating the inconsistent nature of Alzari here today on his home ground. He's just been both sides of the wicket, hasn't really nailed a consistent line and length. And have a look at those figures. 62 conceded already, so it's been a very expensive day all around for the West Indian fast bowlers.
Well watched and kept out. 329 for 3. highest scores for Sri Lanka versus the West Indies. Lahiru Udara in second position and hunting down first spot Hashan Tilakaratne way back in 2001. He's surpassed Dimut Karunaratne, who was the captain last time around they were here. This partnership now moves into the 90s, so we saw a scintillating 215-run partnership, and now on the verge of another century-run partnership. Wonderful batting, test match batting at its best. They're very risky, as you expect from subcontinent batters against spin.
Yeah, they're very maneuverable, the subcontinent batters. As you said, with that risky nature to their play. They can knock the ball into the gaps. That's something Udara has done very well here today. Even when he's hit the ball in the air, he's hit the ball in the gaps. He hasn't allowed one bowler to bowl to him too often. He's gotten down to the other end. Good shot work for Alzari to do. Just 2 runs. But it's been a great day for the Sri Lankans to just lose 3 wickets. You see that score. All 3s on the board. 333 for 3. And Dhananjaya on 33 as well.
And West Indies are missing a man with 300 test wickets. No Kemar Roach. Really showed up this bowling attack. His absence and his phenomenal record at this venue. So questions have been asked of him and his bowling unit this time around. 3, 3, 3 for 3. Two wickets for Shamar Joseph inside the first session, 1 from Graves thereafter. Nothing else. Second new ball, as you can see on your screen, they're available in 1 over. Yep, in between overs, a little chat between the assistant coach Ravi Rampal and Jayden Seals. Maybe just reinforcing a few points. There's some extra bounce there. They did try that short ball plan from this end. Alzari was operating, but Udara was just helping them with that wind for a 6 and a couple boundaries. They have dispensed with that plan. They're just keeping those muscles firing.
Yes, Sammy, that period you were just speaking about, it was a slightly strange period from the West Indies tactically. choosing to go for the short ball, ploy with the wind, the shorter side as well. Even the top edges were sailing. It's an area where the West Indies really lost control, and they've been fighting very hard to get control back in this innings. 3 dots from Alzari so far, though, in this over.
That's in the air. Is it fortuitous? Fielder settles and taken. Shamar Joseph with the catch. And disappointment for Lahiru Udara, who's batted brilliantly all day. And he will receive some applause from those who are here and also from the West Indians, and no doubt from his teammates. A remarkable knock. And that short ball, we were just talking about it. Alzari Joseph produces it. And Shamar Joseph, from one Joseph to the other.
Top edge taken. They've opted to go for the short ball. It's proven to be the downfall of Udara. Wasn't in control of that one. One previously that he brought up his 100. He wasn't in control either, but that one sailed for 6. But he has to go for a magnificently played 188, 333 for 4.
Kushal Mendes, the new batter, had a forgettable first test. Registered his first naught against the West Indies. This is the reason why he's here. Got high on him, no control. Top edge, sailed away. Shamar Joseph eventually held on. It was swirling around. Mentioned the cloud cover, it's getting dark. But look at this from his teammates. Standing ovation and a little tap on the back. They appreciate his efforts. Still a long way to go, though, if they are to regain some ground in this test series. This man would want to answer any sort of criticism he's had with a knock of his own. And maybe now, with the fall of that wicket, they'll be tempted even further to take that new ball. This is his dismissals in that first test. On naught, that first one, not set. And then look at that decision. Really disappointing decision. Was perplexed and bemused. One delivery remaining, after which the new ball is available, and with a new batter in, and in these overhead conditions, maybe. Yeah, well watched. It remains at 3-3-3 rather. A wicket maiden for Alzari Joseph. Confirmation that the West Indians have taken that second new ball.
Next up.
And Jaden Seals, who started with it this morning, starts with the second one late on day one. Still searching for a milestone of his own. I just want to make sure that everything is in readiness. Just around 11 minutes on D1. Can Jaden Seals get that magical mark? New ball. Yeah, swing needs to start it straighter though.
Yeah, it's been the one area where he's just been below par, Jaden Seals. His natural delivery, that outswinger to the right-hander, but it's just started a bit too wide, too often here on day one. Think back to when Jaden Seals is bowling really well. He lures the batter into playing at those balls outside the off stump by starting it a bit closer.
Edge taken, 100 test match wickets for Jaden Seals. The second quickest for the West Indies and the third youngest. And smiles all around. His parents are here. His teammates appreciate his efforts. Yeah, there they are, beaming with pride. The magical 100 mark for Jaden. Exceptional stuff.
Yeah, the overhead conditions here in the favor of the fast bowlers, and we did speak about it. Can the West Indies execute? Conditions in the last 20 minutes or so, that overhead, that overcast conditions just favoring that outswing, and he picks up his 100th wicket. It's taken him a while. He was hunting that 100th, but nonetheless he picks it up. The silver goes 3-3-3 for 5.
So now Dinusha, the new batter for Sri Lanka. That 43 from the first test, his best. And what a moment for Jaden Seals. His parents have been here from the get-go, waiting for that very moment. And they've witnessed it live and in the flesh. He too has been waiting for some time. You saw the desperation. John Campbell finally held on. Around the wicket to the left-hander. They crunched away. What a way to get off the mark. Confident 4 to start for Dinusha, searching for that swing.
Yeah, good confident start this from Dinusha. I thought he performed quite admirably in that first test. His importance to the bowling lineup really grew as with that injury of Kamara. Played well alongside his captain in that 99-run 6th wicket partnership. There'll be a lot asked of him here. Can he see out this new ball tonight?
Yeah, let's relive that special moment for Jaden Seals. Perfect outswinger. Batsman went searching. John Campbell did the rest. And everyone celebrates with him. 300 for the teacher. 100 for the student. Mommy's proud. Daddy's proud. Everyone's proud of you, Jaden.
Yeah, it's been a special series so far in terms of the personal landmarks. A lot of history being made, records broken. Jaden Seals, 100 test wickets. And he's got something to look up to. As you said, Kamara Roach picking up his 300th in this test match. Have a look at that edge taken. He's a fierce competitor. Jaden Sears. Loves performing for the West Indies. He's improved immensely over the past 2 years or so.
Yeah, I love that hug with him and Shamar Joseph. Such sincerity in his appreciation. Nice little passage of play here for the West Indies. 2 wickets in quick time. 3:38 for 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, that wicket is the over for JGCC was test wicket number 100. 100 tests for real wickets for JGCC from the 28 matches and average of 26. Congratulations. And he's also the quickest in 100 wickets for the Windies behind Ian Bishop in terms of balls bowled.
Quickest 100 test wickets for the West Indies in terms of balls bowled. Ian Bishop remains in pole position. Jaden Seals now second on the list. Colin Cruff, Andy Roberts, noteworthy performers as well. Moments to savor and remember. Yep, the great Sir Andy Roberts. Sir Andy, Everton, Montgomery, Roberts. I just love the names of these Antiguans. Kirtley, Elkhorn, Linwall, Ambrose. It's only Vivian, not Vivian Richards. He has 2 names as well. Isaac Alexander, Vivian Richards. It's Richie Richardson. That's the one who spoiled it. I think it's just Richie Benjamin Richardson. What's yours, Marley? I'm sure you have multiple.
Just Alexander the Great.
Three for 3. 3 for 5. Losing 2 wickets quite quickly late on the day. Just restoring maybe some parity in the day's play. West Indies will be very happy with those 2 wickets. Can they get another? Just a few minutes remaining on day 1. Just about 4 minutes, so maybe 1 over beyond this one. If they can get 1 more, they'll feel, if not on parity, maybe slightly ahead. 338 though, that's a lot of runs. Sri Lanka would have loved to go in with just the loss of 3. West Indies have roared back. Now they have 2 new batters to see off in just a few more minutes.
Obviously, the 3 wickets in this session so far would please the West Indies, but what would be more pleasing to them is that run rate. Yeah, it's 3.21, but the Sri Lankans were scoring at 6s almost at one point. And they've just steadily gotten this run rate to come down here, the West Indies, which tells you that they've got an element of control back. But the best way to do so is to take wickets, and they've done so. They've executed well here towards the back end of day 1. But like you say, Sammy, can they take another in? They'd love to see 6 down. If they'd bowl out Sri Lanka for under 400 here, I think they'll take an element of confidence from that.
Yeah, that would be a magnificent effort, given where Sri Lanka was at 333 for 3. And they'll have another burst at them tomorrow morning with this ball still very new. I'll be very interested to see how those fissures open up as we go throughout the course of this test match. They're on good lines and also good lengths. So I'm looking quite eagerly to see how that changes tomorrow and day 3, but significantly on days 4 and 5, if we get there. Yeah, there is that swing. Mid-Nova, 338 for 5. youngest 100 wickets in Test match cricket for the West Indies. And Jayden Seales third on that list. And some preeminent gentlemen along with him. Yeah, movement off the pitch through the air. Mali this wicket.
Yeah, it's just starting to get a little spicy here, but I think it's because the overhead conditions. It's just gotten a bit cloudy, overcast. The ball's just starting to move around a bit through the air, especially for Jayden Seales. He's a good practitioner of that outswing to the right-hander. That's his natural stop delivery. So you see that hug, as you mentioned, Sammy B. Genuine love between the fast bowling pair, Joseph and Seales.
Yeah, unbridled joy there. And also there was a hug for John Campbell, who took the catch because one went down earlier. And it was Jayden Seales who was on 99. So there was that moment where he too was appreciated for hanging on to that catch. Mentioned in an interview, folks, that he feels invincible with that red ball in his hand, Jayden Seales. Loves this format. You see another angle for that catch. And look at how Amir Django is hugging John Campbell. Appreciate him taking that catch as well. Yeah, he would have memories of his dismissal, Kushal Mendes, in that first innings of the first test, where he went searching for one that was wide off him. Ever since that 2020 on a 19 tournament in South Africa, Jayden Seales has just grown leaps and bounds. There's that outswing and that leading edge. Almost playing around that one, Kushal Mendes.
Yeah, and with the skills being exhibited here by Jayden Seales, without Kamar Roach here today, you're almost seeing the natural successor to Kamar Roach. Not sure how much longer he'll be around. You'll try and keep him around for as long as possible. I think Jayden Seales is emerging as that next leader of this bowling attack.
Not a maiden, and 338 for 5 is where things would end on day one of the second test here at North Sound in Antigua. A gripping day of test match cricket. It ebbed and it flowed. Sri Lanka dominant, West Indies roaring back. And a 338 for 5 edge slightly to Sri Lanka, you can argue. West Indies, though, will be very happy with those 2 late strikes. And Jayden Seales will be even happier with his 100th test match wicket. These 2 new to the crease, Dinusha and 5, Kushal Mendes, yet to get off the mark. And Sri Lanka would end on 338 for 5, a few of us shy of the requirements for day one.
So once again, all of this is taking place on Saturday, July 4th.
It belongs though to Udara for his scintillating century, conversion of a start and taking it close to a double century, but fell agonizingly short on 188. And everyone now will congratulate the team, but they're waiting for Jayden Seales. Yeah, there you go. Just waiting for him Wonderful stuff. Just imagine the emotions flowing from his parents who are here and all of the sacrifices they would have made for him on his journey. This is the Sri Lankan innings. As a reminder, they won the toss and they said, hey, we're going to bat first. Madushka fell early and so did Chandimal, but the 225-run partnership between Udara and Kamindu Mendes got them in a position of real strength. And then a couple of late strikes by the West Indians has restored some level of parity on day one. Dara the standout with that 188. The bowling for the West Indies, a couple for Shamar Joseph early on day one. Seals with a late strike, Alzari with a late strike, and Justin Graves got one of his own. This is how the day panned out. 99, 125 and 114. The runs scored from one session to the next. We had that middle session where there weren't any wickets falling, but 3 at the end and 2 at the start makes it 5 on day one.
What a start. That is top class. That's power. Pure power. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
It was a day in Test match cricket where the pendulum swung from that first session to the third session. Sri Lanka, of course, put up a very good fight in the first couple of sessions. And the last session, they lost 3 wickets. They ended the day's play on 338 for 5, thanks mainly to that brilliant century from Lahiru Udara, a maiden century for the Sri Lankan right-hander. West Indian bowlers, well, it was Shamar Joseph who struck early in that first session. He picked up 2 wickets. And then the West Indies went wicketless in that post-lunch session. A stumping from Shea Hope just broke that partnership. And 2 wickets in the end for the West Indies to close out a good third session with the ball. So all in all, fierce battle with ball and bat as we continue to analyze the day's play in this, the second Test match. Alongside me, Jimmy Adams. Jimmy, how would you describe the day?
Well, listen, I think the day has ended with Sri Lanka just in front of the West Indies. They will be happy. They still have 5 wickets in hand at the end of the day, which is where any Test team would want to. They scored at a good clip to be over 300 runs in the day as well. So they're in the driving seat. The West Indies, though, will be happy. They came back in that last session with the 3 wickets. So that has given them something to look forward to tomorrow. But right now, Sri Lanka just ahead.
Yeah, let's just stay with West Indies bowling. You look at the options used. You looked at what they threw at the Sri Lankans. Was there anything upon reflection that they could have done differently?
Well, listen, if I'm being hypercritical, maybe they used the initial 4 fast bowlers for too long. I think that mainly meant that it was difficult for them to then attack as a pair for the rest of the day. But that said, the main thing for me was the lack of consistency. When you look at this performance today versus what they did in the first innings, you saw a huge difference in consistency, and that to me was the main difference. Hopefully tomorrow when they come and start again, they can pick up where they started the last session, where things improved dramatically.
There was that 200-run partnership that really placed Sri Lanka in the driver's seat. But there were moments in that partnership that the West Indies had that they didn't take. First, of course, Udara being put down, you can say, on 55. And then that missed opportunity with appealing for that caught behind.
Yeah, listen, I'll more look at the Udara let off. I can't call it a drop catch because it didn't go to hand, but it was definitely a let off with first and second slip, looking at the ball instead of, I think, Justin Graves should have gotten it. The issue with Kamindo Mendes, listen, at the end of the day, if you don't hear anything, you don't hear anything. I can't blame a fielding unit for not going up if there was no sound. So it's a bit of luck, but I don't think there's anything wrong with the fielding team for not appealing there.
Yeah, indeed, they will reflect on that and think that they could have limited Sri Lanka further on day 1. Now, in and amongst that bowling effort, there were successes. First with Shamar Joseph and the way he did set up Dinesh Chandimal, Sri Lanka's most experienced batter. He was short, and then he lured him into a false stroke.
Yeah. So he got the first 2 wickets, did Shamar. Chandimal, the danger man, got a full ball on leg, clipped it to mid-wicket. Good catch from Brandon King, his second catch of the morning, having taken Madushka at backward point before that. But it kept West Indies in the game on a fairly flat pitch. But Shamar Joseph there, that was the first wicket. A good catch from Brandon King, and then repeating another on the other side of the wicket this time. So that kept West Indies sort of there and thereabouts, on a wicket that was already starting to look very good for batting.
Yeah, the West Indies, they were buoyed with those 2 wickets in the first session. Then things turned pear-shaped in that second session. You felt that chat in the tea interval made the difference because it was a totally different outlook for the third and final session.
Oh, for sure. The second session, they'll want to forget that as a bowling unit. They went at a run-up ball for the entire session, and they just leaked runs from both ends. The captain couldn't find one end with any consistency. Something, I think, was said in the interval. And after tea, it was a different game. The captain, Russell Chase, a hell of a job from the far end, Sir Andy Roberts' end. Closed it down with his off spin, and then he had really good support initially from Justin Graves, got the breakthrough, stumping down the leg side. Brilliant piece of work. And then the rest of the bowlers, Shamar Joseph followed up. Different looking West Indies bowling unit after tea.
Yeah, I'll ask Jimmy Adams to just break down that effort by Shea Hope. You've done the gloves numerous times for the West Indies. How difficult was this for Shea Hope to execute?
This is world class. He would have lost sight of the ball while it was going across the batter, down the leg side. And he'd have lost sight, still managed to collect it. But the speed at which he removed those bails, batter didn't know what was happening. By the time Kamindo realized what was happening, he was out. Really good glove work. And those are the type of things that we need when you have a partnership where nothing is happening. Pitch flat, brilliant work.
Yeah, it was a desperate phase of the game for the West Indies. They needed to get a breakthrough for that partnership, and they did do that. So, again, the West Indies would reflect and think that there were moments where they could have improved as a bowling unit. But again, the way they finished will give them a lot of motivation going into day two. Right, while we wrap and unpack day one, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we have a real special for you. Don't go away.
That is absolutely perfect.
That is top class.
Sri Lanka ending day one of the second test on 338 for 5. And there were special moments yet again during the course of the day's play. Now, I have the privilege of introducing a few special guests alongside me. To my immediate left, it's the mom of Jaden Seals, Anne-Marie Seals, and his dad is also here, Larry Seals, and still Jimmy Adams is alongside us. So first, congratulations on that momentous occasion, Jaden Seals picking up 100 test wickets, the second fastest West Indian to do so in terms of balls bowled. I'll come to you first, Dad. Describe your emotions.
It's been a tough day today, coming to see him. Well, you know, we were here for the first test thinking that he would get his 5 wickets. That didn't happen, and he told us, you know, you have to stay. So we stayed, come here today, and I know the pressure was on him trying to get that wicket. But, you know, coming this afternoon, I say, you know, they're going to take the new ball and something will happen. And it did. And I'm very proud of him. He's a hard worker, and he deserved it. And it's only fitting that, you know, he got his 100 wicket from the Sir Andy Robertson, who is the 4th fastest West Indian to take 100 test wickets.
Well, Larry, I must say, you know your stats well. I'll come to Anne-Marie. That moment, you being here in flesh to witness it, what does that mean to you?
A whole lot. It means a whole lot, because the minute he told us that the test happening here, I said, Jin, we had to come. We had to come and see that. And he himself was saying, yes, all you have to be there. So it's so much emotions, shaking, it was stressful, it was plenty. So the minute he got it, it was, amen, finally.
Yeah, clearly there were some frustrations. We saw that in his demeanor, in his body language. Yeah. But during the course of the broadcast, we spoke about the great support that both of you have given to Jaden throughout the course of his career in his early days. Larry, for the viewers and for all of us, just describe what that support entailed.
Well, first of all, Jaden started playing cricket from at least 3 to 5, went into primary school, and was always the top cricketer in his school, then going on to Waterloo High School. Because before he went to Pres, he always wanted to go Pres or Cuba government to play cricket at the highest level. That didn't happen. He went on to Waterloo. I say, here, what? If it is that the scouts see you, they will take you. He went on to Waterloo and did good, and scouts saw him, and Presentation College took him. And from there on, it was just moving upwards for him.
Both of you all clear inspirations for many parents out there looking on. Mom, what did that support look like for you as mother to Jaden Seals?
I think it's a big support, because as a child, knowing your parents always there for you, guiding you, telling you. Sometimes he might want to do something and we would say, Jaden, think so and so could happen, what could happen if you do that. And he does listen, that's one thing. Whatever you tell him, he does. So he's listening.
Well, Larry, when we look at Jaden and we interact with Jaden, you can clearly see passion and discipline in the way he approaches his game. His professionalism stands out. How did you groom that as father?
Well, discipline was always something in the family. Even if myself and his mom not around, his uncle and aunt, all of us live in the same area, same compound. So that discipline was always there. His grandfather, his grandmother, aunts and uncles. So it was always there. So it's not like mommy and daddy not there and he'll get off, you know. So, and he always listens, you know. As big as he is now, still playing cricket, anything he want to do, he'll come and say, Dad, Mom, I'm going to do this, I want to do this, and he will listen if I give him advice. So he's not disrespectful in that sense.
Right, so Larry and Anne-Marie will be quite comfortable, because while Larry was speaking, we have the honor of Jaden Seals. He just joined us. Jaden, on behalf of everyone here, congratulations on you getting to that landmark of 100 test match wickets and being the second fastest West Indian to do so in terms of ball bowled.
Thank you very much.
Tell me, how are you feeling at this point in time?
I'm elated. Know there's still a job to be done, so just to put the emotions aside for now and look at tomorrow and get the job done for the team.
Your mom and dad have been speaking about your development and the support that they provided to you. What's your response to that support?
Yeah, they've been alongside me from day one when I started to play cricket. I think I mentioned to them when I was about 12 years old that I wanted to play for the West Indies and I wanted to bring us back to the top. And ever since then, when I got into high school, obviously long days in training, and there was one car, so it was either my mom would take the car and come for me, or I'll travel home, and they would always meet me somewhere to travel home together. And they've been alongside me every step of the way, and I'm really appreciative of that.
And they being here to witness that 100th Test match wicket?
Yeah, so I brought them over for the first game only because I believed I would have gotten then. But, you know, the cricket god said no, I'd have to wait, and I had no problem with them staying on. I wanted them to be here along with my girlfriend to witness this moment.
Jaden, talk to us a little bit about your journey. You started in 2021 when you played against, I think it was South Africa. How would you describe your journey in Test match cricket, and what's the difference with Test match cricket as against white ball cricket?
It's been a long journey, a lot of learning, a lot of developing, a lot of improving, tough moments, frustrating times, injuries, everything. And obviously being able to come out of it, I've learned a lot playing alongside some of the senior fellas in the team, and away in county cricket I've learned a lot about myself, about the skill set that I have and how to utilize them. And the difference between red ball cricket and white ball cricket, for me, I feel most comfortable with a red ball in hand. I believe that I'm untouchable. Obviously, I'll have bad days. I'll have days where the batsmen get the better of me. But I always feel that I'm in full control with a red ball in my hand.
You've played a lot of your red ball cricket alongside bowlers like Kemar Roach, now Shamar Joseph, Alzari Joseph. I'm sure there are probably past players who have contributed towards your development. Care to mention a few and the impact that they've had on you?
I'll start with number one, Ian Bishop. He's always been there for me. He's always given me sound advice, messages me every series, every game. He's always there for me. Along with Shannon Gabriel, he's one as well. Jason Holder, Craig Brathwaite, Roddy Estwick. A lot of people that was there with me when I made my debut up to this day, they're still there by my side, along with the current bowling coach, Ravi Rampal. We've done a lot of work together, a lot of personal work. And yeah, I've really enjoyed working with all of them, not forgetting Riyad Emrit as well. The head coach for Trinidad Red Force. Yeah, I've done a lot of work with a lot of them, and they've given me sound advice when needed, and they've pulled me up when I've been slacking off as well, so I'm really thankful for them being in my life.
Dad, Mom, Jaden picked up 4 wickets in total in that first Test match. He did mention the frustration of not getting to the landmark in the first Test. What were the discussions like between Test matches in preparation for this one?
We know it will come. You know, just tell him, don't think about it too much. Just go out there and enjoy the game, and the wicket will come. And, you know, it showed today. He got this wicket, even though it came at the end of the day's play, but it happened.
Jaden, talk us through the frustration. You were animated at times, frustrated at times. Tell us what was going through your mind when chances were going a-begging and that wicket was appearing that it was never going to come?
I was just asking the cricket gods what else I had to do. You know, cricket have a funny way of bringing it back down, making sure that you know you're not bigger than the game in any shape or form. And yeah, I was probing away a little bit, creating some opportunities that didn't go my way. I understand that's how cricket go as well. So in the moment, yes, I'll be frustrated, but I understand that not everything is going to happen the way you want it to or when you want it to, or not the way that you would like it to happen. And yeah, I'm still really happy to get the wicket today. Really enjoyed the moment. All the boys surrounding me was a special moment.
Yeah, let's just reflect more on that landmark of 100 wickets and the fact that you've now positioned yourself as the second fastest West Indian to get to that landmark. That speaks to your ability to penetrate opposition batters, your skill set as a bowler. What would you say are those skill sets that have served you well being that type of bowler?
Just understanding my skills, as you said, knowing when is the right time to attack, when to be defensive, what types of fields to set, understanding conditions, those sorts of things. Yeah, that has really helped me along my career so far and along me continue.
Well, Jaden, I know that you would want to celebrate that landmark with your family. Anne-Marie, Larry, thank you so much for your time. Jaden, on behalf of everyone, and I'm sure all West Indians, they're very proud of your accomplishment. And long may you continue to succeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have more.
That is absolutely perfect.
is top class.
Lahiru Udara with a maiden Test match century. Of course, he now becomes the player who has scored the fastest Test match century against the West Indies by a Sri Lankan. Samuel Badri has jumped in while the Seals family has left us. Samuel, let's talk about that innings of 188. How would you rate that?
I think Udara has sealed his spot in Sri Lankan folklore with that innings today. It is really similar to what Amir Jangu did. Not short to start, getting an opportunity and then making that count, grabbing it with both hands. A real record knock from him. You mentioned one of his records there is the fastest 100 for Sri Lanka against West Indies in terms of balls faced. 5 sixes by a Sri Lankan player, most runs scored in a day, most runs scored in a single day against the West Indies, and then the second highest score for a Sri Lankan against the West Indies, Hashan Tilakaratne, with that 204. So a day of records for him, and I'm sure it is one that you'll remember for a long, long time. A little bit disappointed, no doubt, that he wasn't able to carry on and push to that double century mark. He'd learn from this experience, and he'd feel as though he belonged at this level.
Jimmy, your plaudits for him, and did you see any chinks in his armor?
Listen, if I saw chinks, I'll wait before throwing them out there. First of all, well batted, brilliant innings. The team needed that coming off the last Test match. Lost 2 early wickets. He was there right throughout until the last session. That all-important partnership in the middle session where they didn't lose any wickets. Big partnership with Kamindo Mendes. It is exactly what Sri Lanka needed. With Samuel keeps talking about this fighting spirit that they have. That was epitomized in that innings today.
Let's just say with Kamindo Mendes and his knock, compare and contrast that with what we saw from Udara.
Listen, very important as well. Different type of innings, a lot more compact than Udara. Udara was a lot more dashing, I thought, willing to hit the ball in the air. Whereas Mendes, very much orthodox, compact, beautiful driving through the offside. And never mind, he still got 11 boundaries in that 84 of his. But the partnership was so important in the context of the series and the game. Brilliant response from him. We've been wanting to see something of him given his record, and he showed us today why he has that Test record.
Yeah, a real template for batting in Test match cricket from those two that put on 215 for Sri Lanka. They dominated that second session of the day's play. Let's now talk a little bit about day 2 and what we should expect from the West Indies with the ball and from Sri Lanka with the bat, Samuel.
I think with West Indies, and the ball is still very new, they'll come hard at the Sri Lankans in that first hour or so. So it will be a little bit of a test, 2 new batters at the crease, and they'll have memory of dismissing them from that first test. So I expect the West Indies to come really hard at them, set some attacking fields. I know 338 is a lot, so they'll have that in the back of their mind, maybe have some boundary riders to prevent the boundaries, but certainly looking to pick up early wickets. From a Sri Lankan point of view, they'll expect that, and they'll want to restrict any sort of losing wickets in that first hour and try to push as close as possible to that 500. If they fall short of 450, they'll be very disappointed with that effort given where they were.
Jimmy, those 2 late strikes in session 3, is that a sign of things to come? How did you view those dismissals?
Well, I think the West Indies were, to say they were pleased is an understatement. They needed those wickets at the end of the day. If they hadn't gotten them, it would have been a really rough end to the day. But the all-important wicket there of the Silva caught at fine leg, and that wicket for Jaden Seals, getting him his 100th wicket. But all in all, it sort of brought the West Indies back into the game a little bit. As Samuel said, a lot will ride in that first hour tomorrow morning on both sides. The West Indies will want early breakthroughs. Sri Lanka will want to start another partnership with 2 new batsmen. But it came at the right time for the West Indies.
And Samuel, it's a chance for Darren Sammy to have a chat with his team after day 1 of this second Test match. What will be the nature of that chat?
I suppose the template in that final session is what they will look at, and what brought them success. It was discipline, it was being patient, and I suppose they'll go back to that. Ravi Rampal is a firm believer in that, in Test match cricket, about playing that waiting game, about being disciplined, and about doing the right things for a long period of time. And I think that would be the message for them once more. They'll reflect on that middle session where runs were hemorrhaging and what they did then as compared to what they did in that final session. So figuring out what worked, and especially in these conditions, what potentially will work tomorrow, and just fine-tuning those plans.
Jimmy, conversely, what would Gary Kirsten be saying to the Sri Lankans?
First hour, two not-out batsmen, Sonal and Kusal Mendes. Get yourselves in, take as long as you want. Time is not a factor right now. One more partnership could really get you up to that magical 450 to 500 mark, and then game on.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you for your insights, Jimmy Adams. Samuel Badri, thank you for your thoughts. Well, we close day one of the second test match. Day two should be attractive, should be exciting, because we will start on time. Hopefully, we will have good weather again. Sri Lanka and the West Indies, they're battling because Sri Lanka knows that they won down in the series. They want to level the series. So after a good, solid day's play with the bat, they'll be hoping to continue. We hope that you'll continue to join us too. From all of us here, it's goodbye.
It starts for you in terms of coming into the team. How do you describe the feeling of scoring such a century?
I think it's a great feeling for me. It's my first 100, so it's a great feeling for me.
Yeah, you have 19 first class hundreds before now. When you got closer to the landmark, how was it for you?
It's a great feeling for me. That because this is my third chance in test, so I thought I want to go for big, so I made it. So I'm really happy about that.
And in terms of pacing your innings, what was it that you were telling yourself from ball one to when you got home?
I was thinking playing straight. That's it. Whenever they ball me bad ball, I'm gonna score. That's it.
Your partnership with Kamindo Mendes at 25 for 2, you guys put together a 215-run third wicket partnership.
Yeah.
What were the discussions like in that partnership?
No, it's putting bad balls away. So then play straight. That's it. We are keep very simple. So that's why we made that partnership.
Yeah, and finally, the position of the team, 338 for 5. You think you guys are in a good position at this point?
Yeah, I think so. We have Kusal Mendes and Sonal Dinusha. I think they will go for a big.
All right, that's it.
Done? Thanks.
I think he's needed by TV. All right, Ravi, Sri Lanka 338 for 5. How do you assess the day's play in terms of as a bowling group?
As a bowling group, it was okay. We're still struggling in that period just after lunch, that session, going for over 100 runs. I think that's the main area that we fell out there. We come back after tea, really good, picking up that 2 wicket, but it seems to have something just after lunch, that session that, we keep going for runs and a little more inconsistent in our lengths and the way we plan.
Jaden Seals becoming the second fastest West Indian to 100 test wickets, the third youngest. What do you put his achievement down to, and working alongside him, how do you find it?
Definitely, I'm known Jaden for a long time, and I definitely could say he's a hard worker. He works hard at his craft. he takes advice a lot, as well as doing a lot of research on himself, planning well against the opposition. But definitely he's a hard worker, and you know, that 6 wickets seems a long way away for him. It was little bit frustrating time, but I'm very happy that he reached the milestone.
Yeah, tomorrow, what is it that you want to see from the bowling group, especially in that first hour and a half?
Definitely to use the conditions. I think this morning we bowled well with the new ball, picking up that 2 wickets. But having said that, tomorrow, second day pitch, again, using the new ball, it's 4 overs old, so that'll be important to us. At least get two wickets with that and get the bowlers in. But definitely we need to prolong that economy rate, especially, so we need to have a mixture of attacking while defending, especially with that new ball, to not get them a good start. Thank you.
Yeah, what a start. That is top class. That's power. Pure power. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Last week, history. Today, the sequel. It's the final time we're seeing these two teams on this multi-format tour. West Indies up against Sri Lanka. The second test bowls off momentarily in North Sound, Antigua. A few moments earlier, the coin went up, fell in favor of Sri Lanka. And some may say surprisingly, they chose to bat in similar conditions to that first test. A few changes for Sri Lanka, 3 of them actually. Isita Wijayasundara on debut for them. Lahiru Udara and Prabhat Jayasuriya, the left unorthodox in. And a few injuries. This team has been replete with injuries over the last few days or so. No Pathum Nissanka, Kumara or Rajita from that first test. And for the West Indies, a couple changes of their own. Everyone was quite curious as to see what this playing 11 will be. Amir Jangu unsurprisingly retains his spot. Shea Hope has recovered from injury and he's back in. Anderson Phillip replaces an injured Kemar Roach, having just gotten 300 test wickets. So these are the 11 for this second test. Sri Lanka change at the top. Lahiru Udara, only his 3rd test match alongside Nishan Madushka. There's that shape straight away. Mali Richards son of the soil, alongside me. Good morning, Mali. You had a look at the conditions.
Just that tinge of green, as you see. It's almost mosaic with the cracks available here on day one. I expect them to widen as well if we don't get too much rain and that sun's out.
Confident cut through the offside will result in a couple. Actually, it goes all the way for 4. In there, just wide of that gully fielder. Flashing blade, fortuitous boundary. Yeah, that's going to be another boundary. Dribbles there now for Udara. This one confident and controlled. Taken straight to the fielder. Seems as though it's Brandon King. There was width on offer, but he couldn't keep it down. Madushka perishes again. An early strike for the West Indies, and he smiles. And I love that smile as well.
Yeah, that would be disappointing for the Sri Lankans. Winning the toss, choosing to bat first. And Madushka would think he's just given his wicket away there in quite good batting conditions. And to be fair, Sammy, I think we haven't seen too much going on with the ball, but Madushka has to go for just 6. It's 15 for 1.
Have a look at his record and what he's been able to do since 2022 as well. Remarkable for Sri Lanka. A little bit uppish again. We'll get a couple.
Batters react this way when facing up to Shamar Joseph's deliveries. It only says 139 Ks. I say only, just under 140.
Punched away with an open blade. There was a slight bit of room on that delivery. And Udara gets 4.
Well, the West Indies strengthening their cordon for this Shamar Joseph over, bringing an extra gully. But Udara was equal to the task. Given room and quite happy to open the blade and go aerial.
That's another wicket. He's found the man. Brandon King once more with a safe pair of hands. And it's the experienced Chandimal that will have to trudge back to the pavilion.
Full into leg, and without thinking of keeping it down, Chandimal whipping it straight into the eager hands of Brandon King. And this is the wicket that the West Indies would have wanted. Shamar Joseph really excited, and the experienced Chandimal has to go for 1. It's 25 for 2.
Healthy average, prolific scorer of runs in Test match cricket.
Beautifully driven by Udara. And just beating the fielder into the boundary. So an excellent push drive to bring up another boundary for Udara.
Keep your eyes on his hand speed. Wasn't rushing the ball, he was allowing the ball to come to him. He checked the shot because he knew he was early onto that front foot. And just to get the timing, he waited that split second. Have to be onside. Timed well enough to go into the boundary, so that's a release of pressure by Sri Lanka.
Udara quick onto that short ball, just rocking back, rolling his wrist, making sure he keeps it down and had enough on it to comfortably get into the square leg boundary.
And a misfield. That's not going to please him one bit. Kimo Paul on the field for Jaden Seals. Already an Alzari Joseph who's not very happy. And then 3 runs being offered up on the last delivery. 42 for 2. A slashing blade there from Kamindu Mendes. Picks up his first boundary of this match. Width offered, needed no second invitation there, Udara, who's well set. Driven nicely again, won't get to the boundary, but does enough for 2. They're probably thinking 3, but Jaden Seals is onto it quickly. But astuteness in the drive and his defense, Kamindu Mendes, why he has such a good record so far in all conditions that he's played in. Of course, still trying to conquer the West Indies. Has a really good opportunity here though today, as he has a start.
Yeah, there is some swing, but it's met the middle of that bat from Kamindu Mendes. All along the carpet, glorious.
Excellent batting from the Sri Lankan left-hander. Just a little bit too full on length, Jaden Seals. Kamindu Mendes just presenting the full face of the bat.
And with that, they'll pose different challenges. Neatly tucked away. This looks like a maiden test match half-century for Udara. A man who's been around first-class cricket for such a long time, getting rewards at the highest level and approbations from all of his teammates. Wonderful knock from him so far.
He hasn't missed hardly anything today by way of balls that have been overpitched, like that one from Shamar Joseph into leg and clipped confidently behind square. Driving again delightfully through the offside. Typical left-hander's response to a ball angled full outside the off stump. Another boundary for the young left-hander.
That's an opportunity, my word. He is disappointed. You can hear his remarks, you can't be serious. He's searching for a 100th test match wicket. That's a bad, bad miss.
Excellent delivery from Jaden Seals, leaving the right-hander with enough carry, and Greaves going across the man at first slip, and in the end the ball sneaking between first and second for a boundary. Chance missed by the West Indies. Jaden Seals not happy. That would have been the perfect response.
And they'll end the first session on day 1 of the second test on 99 for 2. And he'll reflect on what could have been an opportunity grasped, but a wonderful partnership for Sri Lanka. 74 between these two, resolute and quite stoic in their approach. Session starts 99 from 23 overs and a couple Sri Lankan wickets. We'll take a short break, and on the other side, we'll deconstruct the first session's play.
So one session completed here in this, the second test match between the West Indies and Sri Lanka at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. Shouts of catch him. Ball going agonizingly close to the man at gully. Yeah, drifting to leg, Anderson Phillip. Straying down leg once again, Anderson Phillip to finish this over, the 27th. It's 118 for 2. Shouts of catch him. Man at cover, despairingly putting his hands in the air. So a boundary to finish the 29th over.
West Indies picking up 2 early wickets, but this partnership between Mendes and Udara, 100 of just 128 deliveries. This strike rate, I mean the run rate, sorry. That's poor. That's as bad a delivery that you'll see at this level. It's been helped away for 6 with the wind. It's flicked away again off the legs. Strong area this for the Sri Lankans. It's the left-hander Kamindu this time. It's driven sweetly. Will it get to the boundary? We'll get to 50 as well with that 3. Takes him to 51. Kamindu Mendes, his first half century versus the West Indies in the West Indies. Adds to his half century tally, his 6th. This one's aerial once again, just goes with it. And it sails.
Wayward. All the way for 4. Maybe symbolic of what we've seen from Alzarri Joseph and his multiple spells. Pulled away. That's with the wind. All he had to do was get the timing right and the placement too. Did it to perfection. He moves to 97. Pulled. And it goes all the way for 6. Maiden Test match century for Lahiru Udara. An innings of control, aggression. One of sure validation and belonging at this level.
Excellent innings from Udara. Not really in control of this attempted hook shot, but there was enough pace on it to give him his 3rd 6 of the innings, and that shot taking him to his maiden Test 100, and how delighted he must be. Every batsman looking to cross that milestone in their careers. He has done it, and he has done it at a time when his team desperately needs a partnership. Well done, Udara. Well deserved.
What a special moment for Lahiru Udara. First game in the series. 3 figures. A record partnership for Sri Lanka for the 3rd wicket in the West Indies. Picked up. Got under this delivery. And he knows he's hitting with the wind, so that's low risk in his mind. Gone for 6. Gone after that length delivery. Didn't get up very high from Alzarri Joseph. Played nicely. Very, very brilliant stroke from Kamindu Mendes. Miscued. But it falls safely just behind the wicketkeeper, and more frustration for Jaden Seals and the West Indies.
Picked off. Picked off through mid-wicket. Excellent stroke from Udara. Not hitting it too hard, waiting on it, and just a flick of the wrist.
Yeah, a bit of width offered up. He's too good. Kamindu Mendes, he picks up another boundary. Takes him to the 70s now. This time just sits on it, guiding it to that vacant deep third area, and picks up another boundary, so the runs continuing to flow. Number of boundaries in this session so far. And that will be that. Take these two a wicketless session. Able to take this partnership to 199. Lahiru Udara 127 in no time of 146 balls, and Kamindu Mendes 76 on 107 balls. So Samar Joseph, the only successful bowler for West Indies so far. The others searching quite high economies as well. Sri Lanka 224 for 2 in a very good position. So this session, a wicketless one for West Indies.
This run rate at 5, the Sri Lankans have actually increased their scoring rate by the session. God, cut away. So it will be a boundary. Looked like sharp work indeed from Shea Hope. Standing up to the stumps, down the leg side.
Roll it. I can see the foot is in the air as the bails are taken off. Satisfied, my decision for the big screen is...
Stacey, you were just saying it, the effect of the keeper standing up. We're seeing the importance of having specialist keepers, especially in this situation. Being able to stand up to the stumps, to the medium quick. It's caused the dismissal of Kamindu Mendes. 84 of 120. The partnership ends 240 for 3. He hammers it in short. I've put the markers on him, Stacey, and we were talking him up in terms of just how well he was bowling, sustaining pressure, and he's delivered a long hop, dispatched by Dhananjaya. This one's aerial, but it will go to the boundary. Off the legs once again, a strong area for the Sri Lankans.
We've already seen Chandamal dismissed with a similar shot in a similar area. Brandon King on that occasion. Fuller length, just flicking it a bit uppishly, close to John Campbell. Just passing him. Good enough timing as well from Udara. Still really close for West Indies to get their fourth.
This will result in a couple. In fact, it goes for 4, brings up 150 for the Sri Lankan opening batter. Only his third test match converted to triple figures, and now he's converted to 150, and he's still going. Wonderful knock from him.
Well, there's no way, there's absolutely no way Udara is going to miss out on this length into legs. Nobody at deep square leg, and confidently clipped past the umpired square leg for 4 more. Brilliant knock from the Sri Lankan batsman. congratulations from his captain. Beautifully played. Not that wide, but wide enough for somebody who has been at the crease since 10 o'clock this morning.
Didn't like that at all. Inexact line. They managed to pick up a 4, and it's 50 partnership as well for Udara and Nanjaya de Silva. 291 for 3. A little bit of width offered outside the off stump, and he crashes that through the offside. 300 up as well for Sri Lanka.
Fractionally short. The line a little bit wider. Yeah, that's a wonderful execution. Terrific shot.
One shorter to the leg side this time. In fact, this goes all the way from Udara. He has pulled really well in that direction so far. 10 runs off 2 balls to start.
Not the ideal length from Anderson Phillip. We saw in that wagon wheel that Udara is quite strong. Square of the wicket, offside, onside. So there needs to be a tactical shift here by the West Indies.
In the air, but importantly in the gap. And another boundary for Udara. That's in the air. Is it fortuitous? Fielder settles and taken. Shamar Joseph with the catch. Applause from those who are here and also from the West Indians, and no doubt from his teammates. A remarkable knock. And that short ball, we were just talking about it. Alzari Joseph produces it. And Shamar Joseph, from one Joseph to the other.
Top edge taken. They opted to go for the short ball. It's proven to be the downfall of Udara. Wasn't in control at that one. One previously that he brought up his 100. He wasn't in control either, but that one sailed for 6. But he has to go for a magnificently played 188, 333 for 4.
Edge taken. 100 test match wickets for Jaden Seals. The second quickest for the West Indies and the third youngest. And smiles all around. His parents are here. His teammates appreciate his efforts. Yeah, there they are, beaming with pride. The magical 100 mark for Jaden. Exceptional stuff.
Yeah, the overhead conditions here in the favor of the fast bowlers, and we did speak about it. Can the West Indies execute? Conditions in the last 20 minutes or so, that overhead, that overcast conditions just favoring that outswing, and he picks up his 100th wicket. It's taken him a while. He was hunting that 100th, but nonetheless he picks it up. The silver goes 333 for 5.
Not a maiden, and 338 for 5 is where things would end on day 1 of the second test here at North Sound in Antigua. A gripping day of test match cricket. It ebbed and it flowed. Sri Lanka dominant, West Indies roaring back. This is the Sri Lankan innings. As a reminder, they won the toss and they said, hey, we're going to bat first. Madushka fell early and so did Chandimal, but the 225-run partnership between Udara and Kamindu Mendes got them in a position of real strength. And then a couple of late strikes by the West Indians has restored some level of parity on day 1. Dara the standout with that 188. The bowling for the West Indies, a couple for Shamar Joseph early on day 1. Seals with a late strike, Alzari with a late strike, and Justin Graves got one of his own. This is how the day panned out. 99, 125 and 114. The runs scored from one session to the next. We had that middle session where there weren't any wickets falling, but 3 at the end and 2 at the start makes it 5 on day 1.